second day of the county championship match between Yorkshire and Gloucestershire. The teams are as Thursday Green, Adam Lowry, Finn Green, James Walton, George Hill, Will Luxon, Johnny Tatterson, Matthew Rose, Jordan Johnson, John McCullough, Dishon Fernando, and John Bass. For Gloucestershire, Cameron Banker, Ollie Bryce, James Grace, Graham Van Buren, and Charles Miles Allen, Bo Watson, Ed Middleton, Zaman Factor, Ajit Singh Day, and Don. The umpires are Frank Harris and Neil Baker, and the scorers are John Potter and Adrian. Scorecards are available as always when we're talking about the questions. Turns are blocked and we include the questions that we're talking about. Open obviously and otherwise stand. And just to let you know, Ted Curlin is going to his store that I'm really talking about. He has books, cards, autographs, other memorabilia, so do pay Ted a visit if you get the chance. And finally, we want everyone to have an enjoyable day with us. Should you see any discriminatory or anti-social behaviour, please text the word respect to 60650. The same will be dealt with. Alternatively, please do feel free to speak to the nearest customer respect to 60650. Have a lovely day.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Umpires Anne Harris and Neil Bainton.
Good morning and welcome from a gloriously sunny North Marine Road. I can't remember, I don't think, a cloudless sky on a morning like this with barely a breath of wind. The flags on the Peaceholm Park end of the ground were limp earlier on. In fact, just looking to the left over the pavilion, there is a bit of a breeze now getting up. Umpires Ant Harris and Neil Bainton making their way out to the middle, as are George Hill and Dominic Bess, the Yorkshire batsman, and the Gloucestershire fielding contingent, Ed Seaborn and myself, Jonathan Doige, to start things off today. David Townsend with us as third voice for the full Monty here, although if he carries on singing in the background and shouting up his name, he might get sacked before the end of the day. 348 for 3 is the score on which Yorkshire will resume. George Hill on 11 and Dominic Bess yet to get off the mark. And we got the full 96 overs in yesterday, which is a feat in itself in recent times in county championship history. And we were only 7 minutes, I think, beyond the scheduled close of play at 6 o'clock yesterday. So everything in the world was white rosy if you're a Yorkshire supporter. Maybe not if you are a Gloucestershire spectator. What feedback did you get, if any, off the Gloucestershire Speckies at the end of yesterday's play, Ed?
Well, I think the theory about deciding to field first was primarily due to the fact that it was cloudy yesterday morning, and they were hoping that they would make some early inroads, get the opening pair out with the new ball and expose what they saw as potentially a slightly inexperienced middle order for Yorkshire, but they were not able to do that. And so it was a long, tough day in the field, and Gloucestershire, goodness knows, they've had quite a few of those the last few years. Fewer of them this year, but still some. And I was given to understand, by the way, that both sides would have bowled first had they won the toss, but that both captains were praying that the other won the toss, because it was one of those where neither of them really knew what to do. However, I'll be delighted that it is Gloucestershire who won it, will Yorkshire, as they resume 348 for 3. Ajit Singh Dale bowling the first ball of the morning, and it starts in gorgeous fashion as Hill leans into a drive through the covers for 4, and that will mean Yorkshire add a third batting bonus point as they pass 350, 352 for 3.
And of course, one of the first questions that we'll see either answered or, well, answered in some way, is whether or not they're thinking about trying to get to 450 and get maximum batting points within 110 overs, which means they need to get a bit of a shift on if that was the case.
In comes Singh Dale, 3 slips and a gully, bowls to Hill, who taps the ball to backward point. There's no run.
I think both these players naturally are quite free scoring if they get going, so they may get there, but I don't think, by the sound of what was coming out of the camp last night, that there's going to be any desperation to try and get the batting point maximum, because they want to win the game first and foremost, and rather than lose a few wickets in chasing one more batting point, they would rather try and set the game up, and if they can maybe get a few more than that in slightly slower time, then I think that's what they'd like to do.
Singh Dale in and bowls, and Hill plays a forward defence up towards extra cover. Yeah, I think the feeling from the interview last night, I think Graham Van Buren is always very kind to his bowlers, and as a lot of captains would be, he was loath to criticise them. Do you think, from what we saw and what we said, that they probably didn't make particularly best use of the new ball up front, as Singh Dale bowls lively delivery which takes off and moves away from George Hill? At least it looked that way from this angle, but wide of the stumps and no shots, but a good carry through to Bracey, who must be standing a good 30 yards back. Just sort of imagine where the fielding circle might be. Be standing pretty much on it back there, with the 3 slips and the gully for company. But yeah, I do think that particularly in those first sort of, first little spell with that new ball as Singdale bowls. Hill plays the ball off the back foot back to the bowler. That really did set the tone rather for particularly the morning session. And as you mentioned yesterday, the mornings where you've got to make it pay here, because things do tend to get easier for batting as the day wears on. They stuck at it in the evening session, at last found the breakthrough, bizarrely from the captain bringing himself on and then giving himself a second over when everybody expected Gloucestershire to take the second new ball. Singdale in, and Hill guides the ball to backward point, and that completes the first over of the morning. So one scoring shot, a flowing drive for 4 off the first ball of the day, 352 for 3. Hill has 15, and Dom Bess sent in late yesterday, yet to get off the mark, and will face his first ball of the morning shortly.
Yep, so quiet enough start, and I don't imagine that unless what is delivered by the bowlers presents opportunities, they're going to be in any great rush to start here. So, as I say, that feeling of trying to knock off another 98 in 13 overs might be outside the minds of the lads there, unless they just happened to be fed a few and got off to a flyer. You can get in touch, of course, at EdCricket6 for my colleague, or at Sporting Lives 1 for me, or at DO_cricket, or all three if you want to tag us all in. And BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com is the email address. As in comes Goodman for the first ball of the day.
Yes!
And he's got it right without needing to refer to his notes.
Oh, I'm so proud of you.
As Bess turned that one out into the offside, there was no run. It might sound like I did some revision back at the hotel room, but I can honestly say I've got better things to do. Depressed Saga Lout says we can hear you on the stream 56789, which is good. That's always a bonus. And Goodman coming in again, right arm over the wicket from the Peace-Home Park end, and Bess advancing down the pitch to play that one to mid-on. It's a good opportunity really for Dom Bess. I know he fancies his batting. He's worked hard at it. And so, albeit with the feeling of night watchman about it when he walked in last night, he can play. And, what better than a cloudless sky at Scarborough, a sunny morning, good pitch, than to try and get a few on the board. And there you go. Right on cue. He's cracked one away with a bit of width offered by Goodman, straight through the covers to the foot of the bleachers for 4 runs. He's up and running in this match. 3-5-6 for 3.
Oh, that was absolutely thumped as well. I mean, it was bordering on a half volley from Goodman, but still to put it away like that is ominous signs for Gloucestershire.
Another one wide of off stump to follow up from Goodman, through to James Bracey, no run. Not quite as many in today as there were yesterday, but still a pretty good attendance. Get yourselves down here if you're not so far away. What better way to go about life on a Monday than to watch some county cricket in the sunshine here in Scarborough. Fantastic. Goodman turns, comes in past umpire Harris. It's wide of off stump, and Bess leaves. John Heald on the right and Dave Williams on the left, for those who can see them. Down beneath us, 2 photographers maybe discussing camera lenses by the looks of things.
Apertures,
yeah. Depth of field. Yeah. Photographic techniques. A bit of competition among those guys as well, as Goodman is in and solidly blocking it. It was best to complete the second over of the day at 356 for 3, so 4 runs off the bat in both overs so far. And yeah, we're sitting down pitch side yesterday for a little spell with Alan McKenzie, another very good snapper. He'll probably be back at some point today, you would imagine. Had to get the right angle? Have they got the money shot?
Would have been the money shot, yes. Well,
It would have been,
plenty of opportunity to get live and Bean walking off.
yeah, it would have been quite nice, wouldn't it, when the wicket was taken, if they'd put the 307 up on the board at the end of the day's play and got them both for a photograph in front of it. Something staged like that would have been nice.
Singdale bowls, and he's been driven off the back foot through backward point, and that will go down to the boundary for 4. He played that late, and he seemed to have an awful lot of time to play it. Singdale is quick, and we know that from the stats this year, which will say that Singdale has been bowling at times at 90 miles an hour. I doubt he's got it up to that sort of speed yet this morning, especially given the workload yesterday. However, Hill standing tall and having bags of time to pick the spot between gully and backward point. 360 for 3. Dealing in boundaries this morning, Yorkshire, as Singdale bowls, and that'll be another one. Straying onto the hip area and flicked away fine. The ball balloons off the boundary rope just past the snapper down below us, and it's 4 more. 364 for 3, so 16 runs, all in boundaries.
Yeah, the shot before that he played through third man was a lovely George Hill shot. Just a late cut, wasn't it, really? And he took it right on top of the bounce, and which is considerable on this ground, especially when you've got somebody who's as quick as Singdale. Just a lovely use of the pace of the ball to guide it through the gap, and then very nice little fine clip off his legs there.
Yeah, they've got a fairly fine leg, but certainly not that fine. Gloucestershire. Singdale steams in and bowls, and this is played off from the crease really out towards cover, and there is no run. Yeah, I was thinking back to that Dom Bess innings a couple of years back yesterday against Gloucestershire. 79 not out of 103 in that 4th innings at Headingley on the final, what proved to be the final day of both clubs' season. So he's got history against Gloucestershire with the batters. Dom Bess to be carrying his side to victory. Singdale in and bowls, and there'll be more, well, in fact just the 1 run, because they've got a fielder set basically for that shot now. Another late-ish cut out towards a very backward point at Middleton Fields. 365 for 3, so the first rotation of strike this morning. So the ball, I guess, still relatively new, but Gloucestershire won't have a huge chance to make great use of it before it starts to get a bit older, and we haven't seen a huge amount of movement out there. Webster's been the bowler that's got the most movement, certainly through the air. The others haven't got a great deal. So again, the first half hour for Gloucestershire feels important. Oh, that was nearly the first one of the morning. That has really gone through nicely to Bracey. It was Fuller from Singdale drawing Hill into the into the shot, and he's beaten on the outside edge.
Yeah, just had a little push at it, didn't he?
Reaching for it with the hands a bit, and that looked quick, that delivery. So he's got his pace up now as Singdale, who at times yesterday, all the bowlers, I think, for Gloucestershire, as Singdale bowls wide of the crease, just dropping their hands on that is best and allowing it to pass through to the keeper. 365 for 3 at the end of the over. All the Gloucestershire bowlers were guilty of being errant in line, especially, but length at times too. However, I do still think that for somebody bowling at the speed that Singdale does, at the age that he is, almost one of the most exciting things about him is the fact that he is accurate and he doesn't go about the park. I mean, this morning his economy rate's actually gone over 3, but most of yesterday it was in the 2s. And I think that's one of the things that does excite you about him. Of course, pace isn't everything, and as know, there's many ways a career can go, but he is an exciting prospect.
Goodman to Hill, who's stepping forward and leaving that. Yeah, I'd agree with that. You've got to love these days. It's things that you don't get at test grounds. They've all got their merits, of course they have, but being able to set your kit up on a morning, get everything sorted out, and then have a wander around for an hour and just chat to people is great. And they all want to know your opinion, you want to know theirs. It's one of those great things about Scarborough that you can do, weather permitting. Get out there as George Hill just pushes one wide of Miles Hammond at mid-off. He goes and does the fielding. They get through for one. George on to 25 now, 366 for 3. But yeah, it's just great, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know,
I was thinking that as I was walking in this morning, like the social aspect of festival cricket. Cheltenham is Gloucestershire's equivalent, and it is exactly the same. Just everybody feels closer, whether it's players, spectators.
Here's Goodman again, and Bess shouldering arms. Yeah, just a great feeling. Where did you go last night? And you bump into people anyway when you're out, don't you, on an evening, as we did ourselves last night. You know, you're having a chat with them in one place, and then you turn up in a restaurant and they're also there, but you didn't realise they were going, and somebody else comes in the following morning. Where did you get to last night, Deutsche? What's going on? What do you think about today? Are they going to declare? Are they going to make 500? Yeah, just a great feel. That's right up there on the legs and flicked away to mid-wicket by Bess. Played it quite nicely but couldn't get it past the man. A few people just been talking to Yorkshire second 11 scorer John Ver, who had not seen us all yesterday but said he was positioned down at the foot of the pavilion, and he was on his way back to sit there. We chewed the fat, and I said, you know, got a bit of a tan. Where did you get that from? He said, here yesterday. Got a bit burnt, I think, really. He was a bit on the red side of tan. As Bess watches one fade away wide of off stump, and there is no run.
So it's going to be powerful today. You can already feel it, even at 11:15. Definitely a day for the, as you said yesterday, slip, slap, slop.
Yeah.
One of the many great things is, if you just fancy popping out, you can just pop out and look out over the bay over there, and it is just a gorgeous vista. The castle.
Goodman in, nicely played by Bess. This time he's got it straighter than mid-wicket. The sweeper out on the leg side boundary. He's going to have to make quite a lot of ground to go and field. Middleton, and they get through for 3 nicely played runs to complete that over. So Bess on to 7, 369 for 3. And you also think, you know, the lads who are not here, I know they're carrying injuries and whatnot, but when you love playing your cricket, you know, there's nothing better than playing on a day like this. I don't care whether you know, I used to bowl off a really long run when I was younger, and you know, you got hot and you got sweaty and all the rest of it. But it's just fantastic, and that feeling when you get to the other end of the day's play, you've been out there in really good conditions. Hopefully you've had a good time of things, or whatever. You played some sort of good hard cricket out there, and then you can go and relax afterwards. It's all part of that. Just gives you a lift, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, even you'd hope 348 for 3 on day one. You would hope Gloucestershire were looking forward to coming back today, given the ground, the crowd, and the fact that it was going to be another fantastic day to be out there. That's hopefully why you wanted to be a professional cricketer, to play on days like this and on occasions like this.
And the lads who were unable to make it here, they must be kind of just a little tinge of green that they're probably looking in now and again on what's going on and thinking, I wish I was there today.
Yeah. There's a leg gully being put in place now. When I say leg gully, I think it's now being moved more towards a leg slip. So down to 2 slips, a conventional gully, and then the leg slip, as that's edged and taken at second slip. So the first wicket of the morning, Cameron Bancroft with the catch, just having to move to his left. Took it fairly low down, but still at a good height off the floor. And Singh Dale has got his second wicket, just forcing Bess for the second time this morning just to have a probe away from his body. And it went through to Bancroft at second slip. mostly the pace and a bit of bounce as well. He actually, looking at it again, he really did try and play it softly, which is why it didn't fly through to second slip. I think he almost may even, I'll get a better look from this angle, it's a bit cracking one to see. He didn't quite take the bottom hand completely off the bat as he played it, but you could tell there wasn't a great deal of bottom hand. He played it with a shallow bat angle, but because Singdale has the pace, it still carried through, even though Bess did try to deaden the impact. So certainly not a hard jab at the ball from Bess. You can certainly forgive him that. And it's 369 for 4 as Singdale gives Gloucestershire something to cheer about. Yeah.
In summary, I would simply say that was one of the better deliveries of the match so far. That was a very, very good delivery. Unfortunately for Dom, he wasn't able to deal with it. And I think it was one of those balls where you say, yeah, deserved a wicket.
Yeah.
So well bowled Ajit Singdale. And Will Luxton, the new man out there in the middle. And speaking to John Ver, who's scored, as I say, the second team matches for some time. Will's been around that group. He says he makes it look easy in that form of the game.
Singdale then to bowl to Luxton, a lifting delivery which is left by Luxton.
We're yet to really see at first team level, but he's been in and around the squad for a while, and he played at Northamptonshire. He got 30 odd in 17, 18 balls just the other night at Durham and looked very confident when he came in. He's been around, as I say, for a few seasons now, but didn't nail his first series of opportunities. Was back in the twos, but I think there's a feeling within that he is ready for it now. We'll see.
Change of field, they've put an extra person in the cordon now as Singdale is in. This is played with a firm thud from Luxton down into the ground to point. Yeah, so now I see it again. I can remember him playing in the Under-19 World Cup for England, a successful team that was, made it all the way through to the final. I notice the first thing that this particular website has decided to describe him as is tall and wiry. I don't think anybody wants to be wiry, do they? Singdale in, bowls to him, and again there's some bounce there, but Luxton gets on top of it and taps it down into the ground.
I think he's not a million miles off the mark in terms of description. I'd also describe he's a smile never far from his face. He's been captain in the twos, interestingly. So he's clearly, if he's getting that sort of a job, got a cricket brain.
This photo of his also, it looks about 14.
Yeah, and he still does look the same as
right.
that. Yeah.
Singdale bowls to him and guiding this one towards backward point. I happened to notice Matt Taylor's photo the other day because on one of the pages of that same website they had the list of leading wicket takers in the Blast, and Matt Taylor at the moment is the leading wicket taker in the Blast, and I think it's fair to say that he's changed a bit over the years as Matt Taylor. The photo looked to be from when he was about 22. It's probably worth checking out that on the major cricket news and scores website. As in goes Singdale bowls, and that's let go. So 369 for 4 at the end of that over. It felt like a wicket maiden.
What does a wicket maiden feel like?
Well, it feels like a wicket maiden. It feels like there was a wicket in the over and no runs were scored. And that's exactly what happened. There we go. 20 overs, 6 maidens now, 2 for 60 for Singdale.
Well done. Glad you were all over that.
Took a bit of time, but you know, usually I get there.
So, Dom Goodman bowling from the Peaceholm Park end to George Hill, who turns that one to mid-wicket.
What on earth was the interest about there?
Big appeal because there was a bit of dust How's that, umpire? It's getting pretty dry out there.
Dry in Yorkshire.
Aye. Where sun allus shines.
God's own county.
Goodman in again. Hill forward and just dropping that into the offside. And there's no run. George, 25 on the board. I know he started last night. He's had to restart this morning. He's been out there 23 deliveries. Highest score in first-class cricket for him this season, 71. In fact, highest score in any first-team game, 71. He's got 3 first-class tons to his name. And on this pitch and in these conditions, I'm sure he'll have it in mind. This is a good opportunity for him as he cracks this one away off the back foot for 4. Through extra cover, lovely shot. Just a bit too much width and a little bit too short from Goodman. And he was up on his toes and latched onto that and hammered it away. And there you go. I said Alan McKenzie might be around with his photography gear. But he's clearly had a bit of a lie-in before he's driven over to Scarborough today. And he's just perched up with his suitcase full of camera equipment. John Dodds, groundsman, just walks by as well. Goodman in again to Hill. Ooh, it was up there and I thought he might take on the drive, but he's chosen to leave that. 2 slips and a gully. A deep backward point on the boundary edge over by the bleachers, the east side of the ground. And there's a cover mid-off, mid-on. And on the leg side we have a sweeper square and a long leg. And there we have a marquee full of suits once again. Saw quite a few of them walking in just after the start of play. Short ball here and pulled by George Hill. 2 fine leg, or long leg, they get 1. So there's going to be some more festivities in the marquee today. Lots of chinos with jackets and ties coming past us earlier on.
Is that the uniform today, chinos?
Well, it seems to be getting that way, doesn't it? I didn't see many people in the full whistle and flute.
Yeah, it seemed to be yesterday. Day 2 going informal.
Goodman in past Harris to Luxton for the first time, who's just pushing forward into the offside, and there is no run. So Luxton yet to get off the mark. He's only faced a few deliveries. 30 for George Hill, and 6 overs into the morning's play, 25 minutes in. They've gone from 348 for 3 overnight to 374 for 4. The wicket to have fallen this morning was on 369, and that was Don Best caught by Cameron Bancroft off Ajit Singh Dale for 7.
Well, speaking of things that make festival cricket, just like Cheltenham here, the members really can walk. In fact, general spectators can walk just right in front of the pavilion, and I think that's lovely. I'm sure the players probably get annoyed by it at times, but it does just mean that you can get face to face with your heroes in a way that you can't elsewhere. Singdale bowls it short, pulled away in front of square, and no chance for Ed Middleton at deep square leg. It's 4 runs.
That's a cracking shot. It's not that short from Ajit Singh Dale, but George Hill was quickly on the back foot and he banged that one away through mid-wicket. He played a cracking knock here last summer in the match against Derbyshire. Must enjoy himself, well, as all batters do when the ball is coming onto the bat, and I think maybe this is the first time this season in this game that that's really happening. Things have dried out a bit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we focus, I guess, on pace in pitches for the bowlers. Singdale in and bowls, and Hill is working this one off the back foot to deep point and taking a single, 379 for 4. But it was the same thing when we had the hybrid at Bristol in the batting unit. Really enjoyed the fact that they were able to play shots off the back foot as well as just on the front foot all the time, coming forward and knowing that there's not going to be a great deal of bounce. So you can actually work with the bounce and pace and play shots that you can't bring out of your locker on slower pitches because it brings extra modes of dismissal into play. Singdale is in, he bowls a short ball which rises up, but getting down is Luxton underneath it. And Bracey takes behind the stumps. No, the reason I started on that sort of access thing is I remember as a very young boy here, first time at Scarborough, going over and trying to get an autograph for Ricky Ponting, from Ricky Ponting I should say, who was playing for the away team. As in goes Singdale, past umpire Bainton. He bowls, and a good leave from Luxton. Decent delivery from Singdale. Tempting, apparently not tempting enough. I can remember I didn't get the autograph because I don't think I did it right as Ponting was walking off, but it must have been at another time that he wasn't particularly fancying the autograph. But I did get a slap on the backside from his bat, and I thought that was a far better souvenir than, than the autograph. It's those things as a kid foster your love of the game. As the next delivery from Singdale is guided out into the gully for no run. And also why it's important to have the biggest names possible playing in county cricket, and it is a shame of course now that we don't get quite the same level of overseas players in general because of the competition that exists, and that's only getting more so with the expansion of the American franchise T20 league. As Singdale is in and bowls, struck on the pad, gone LBW. It looked pretty straight, and Luxton looking to clip the ball through the onside. Singdale certainly seemed as though he felt that that was a straightforward decision for the umpire, and as it turns out Neil Bainton agreed. The finger is raised and Gloucestershire have their 5th wicket, 379 for 5. We'll get the replay from behind. Yeah, I think it's only leg stump that's being brought into play.
I'd like to see it again from behind. Oh, not so sure that's great. Looks like it might be beating Will Luxton and leg stump at the same time.
Certainly, well actually he was more looking to on-drive it rather than work it as square as I thought, but certainly from the rear angle it's come back a bit. If it had stayed straight on, then I think it would have been crashing into middle and leg, but it has just nipped back towards him.
And you can tell he's trying to make the adjustment like all players do in those situations, so just naturally his head's gone away, he's falling away outside the line, isn't he, because it has jagged on him. And when you're young, and I was talking about his abilities, he was in the side, he got a few chances and then he was out for quite a long time. He's just been given another go. He'll continue to get a go, I'm sure, because if you look at the batting personnel, that's just the way things are at the moment anyway. But what you don't want is a decision like that when you're on naught, when a couple of people have got hundreds in the match and you've had to sit and wait for your opportunity. So Matthew Revis, the new man in. I think we'll have a change in the box. Ed is going to take his first breather of the day, and the Townsend chap will come and join me. And the first bowling change of the day as well, because Bo Webster comes on at the Peasholm Park end and George Hill elbow up. Classic push into the offside first up, and there is no run. So Luxton gone and Revis in. See if I can update you on the whys and wherefores there. Yep, 379 for 5, 102.6 overs on the board when the wicket was taken. And here's Webster, and Hill tucks one into the leg side, just drops it down. Graham Van Buren has of no mind to sprint in there. Might just test the hamstrings a bit too much, and so he lets them stroll through for an easy single, and he too can stroll through and field the ball. Morning, DT.
Better have my mic on, Doyle. Yes, good morning. Good opening half hour for Gloucestershire.
Yep, a couple of wickets. Bit of a fight back. Talked yesterday about getting used to the Scarborough length, and maybe it's something that they've thought about overnight. Sometimes when you're in it, when you're out there in the game, making that adjustment not always the easiest.
Yeah.
So a bit of a chat between Van Buren and Webster, who's brought Miles Hammond across into a catching position at a sort of short, straight mid-wicket. Revis then to face his first delivery. Solid of the rock behind that. Ajit Singh Dale, 3 wickets in the match so far, 21 overs, 6 maidens. I think it says 3 for 65 on my laptop. It's pretty difficult in these sunny conditions. Webster has 1 for 63 so far. And Van Buren, having taken the first wicket, 1 for 7. Showing him how it's done. Here's Webster. Right arm over. Ooh, there's a bit of bat. It was full. Just about as full as we've seen in the entire match from Webster. Yorker length delivery, trying to work it away leg side. But there was bat and pad involved. DT suggesting that that one shaped in quite markedly.
Yeah, and I think it was going down as well. So not a very loud appeal, Doyle.
Some irony from the crowd here, because there are 3 stewards who are positioned either side of the sight screens below us at the Pease Home Park end to stop people walking behind the bowler's arm when they're bowling from this end, as they are at the moment, and they've all 3 walked straight behind the screen. And in fact, Matthew Revis stepped away. Bo Webster's had to walk back to his mark and bowl again, which he does now, and that is a shouldering of arms, and there's no run. The gents who were sitting in front of us and have been for the last probably 45 years of county championship cricket have been moved on today. One steward tried and one fellow was not for moving, and then another one came up and still not for moving, and eventually 3 of them came, and that was it. He wasn't forcibly removed, he did go, but he was having his say first, as this is wide of off stump.
Kept a little bit low, that one, didn't it?
Yeah, Revis shoulders arms.
I read an interesting, at the end of the over, 380 for 5. I read an interesting theory on social media last night. Just somebody, throwing their 3 halfpenny thinners and whatever the saying is, as to why Gloucestershire and, as we heard this morning, Yorkshire would both have probably bowled yesterday. So maybe just looking to take advantage of any sort of hangover from the T20, still in T20 mode, maybe feet not moving quite the same, maybe being a little bit more adventurous than and wickets falling, which we certainly used to see, didn't we? Singh Dale starts a new over, that's through to the keeper, and there's no Ryan Hill leaving that alone.
James Wharton's just really got the, looks like they've got iced coffees, I think, in for some of the Yorkshire lads by the looks of things. His dad, James's dad, Paul, introduced himself to me last night. Paul played a bit of rugby league for Warrington back in the day.
People introduce themselves to you, do they? Just,
yeah.
So. Is he a fan? Does he listen? You're that bloke off the radio? That sort of thing?
I never ask. They usually just tell you whether they are or not.
Singh Dale bowls, and that's eased into the offside by George Hill for a comfortable single to that deep third man, wide deep third. It's the old Duncan Fletcher position, isn't it? Sort of deep backward point, perhaps would be a better description of that.
We met Andy Lockwood in the North Riding last night. Andy, regular listener.
Yeah,
he was quite happy to tell me that I was all right, but Cali, Cali at best. I've still got him on my ringtone. And it is indeed Cali Fish and Chips Day today, isn't it, DT?
It is. It's the day that we remember the great man who's sadly left us more than 6 years ago now. It just doesn't seem that long. Singdale bowls, and that strikes Revis on the pad. An appeal for LBW, but it was too high and it didn't look right. I must say the Will Luxton one, we're not in line, and we're looking from behind. The foot movement and everything, it just looked right for an LBW, but on the replay, as you say, he might have been a little bit unlucky. It might have been umpire's call if they'd have gone to the DRS. No nonsense, Neil Bain. No, finger straight up. Here comes Singdale again, bowls, and that's outside, going further away. It's a ball I seem to remember Matthew Fisher bowling quite a bit last year. He wasn't quite getting his line right, was he? Do you remember? And
yep.
He got the ball a similar sort of trajectory, just a bit short of a length and going further away, and the keeper taking it in front of first slip. But, the score 381 for 5. So Gloucestershire not exactly back in it, but they've had a good hour or so. It's next delivery through, taken by the keeper. Yorkshire having lost 5 wickets for 74 runs either side of close of play last night. 3 last night, 2 this morning. Not sure Gloucestershire are bowling that differently, but they probably just tightened up a little bit. Tightened the lines, and now we're seeing backwards square leg just go a little bit deeper. It's an unusual position, that. Maybe we're going to see a short ball to Revis, and indeed we do, and he's played that quite well. He's got on top of that. I think he's come off the glove, played down to the slip cordon. And indeed it has, because he's taken the glove off and is now shaking the hand and looking at the fingers as they do, counting them as they used to say. 381 for 5. Some old umpire said, if you've still got 5, carry on, son. 37 to George Hill. Not yet off the mark, Matthew Revis. The 2 wickets to go down this morning. If you've just joined us, where have you been? Don Best the first to go for 7, caught at second slip by Bancroft off Singdale, and Will Luxton possibly a little bit unlucky with his LBW decision. An umpire's call on that one, again off Singdale, who didn't take a wicket yesterday, but he did take a wicket yesterday. He got Adam Lyth, didn't he? And he's been the pick of the Gloucestershire bowlers for me, although the man who's about to come in, Bo Webster, certainly plugged away consistently, running up the slight incline. Start of a new over. Bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. And no run there. 381 for 5. Not such a big crowd today. Glorious day again. Really is. This has got to be one of the best days I think I've watched cricket at Scarborough. It's a fantastic venue, but it can be cold and it can be wet. Well, that next delivery from Webster outside the off stump, going further away, taken in front of the slips. Not interested in George Hill in the shot.
Yeah, it's a glad to be alive day, isn't it, DT? It's one of those.
Every day.
Well, every day for you, I suppose, is a glad
age,
to be alive day. Yeah.
You open your eyes in the morning and think, well done.
Make sure you got the Undertaker's phone number next to the side of the bed, just in case it's not a good day. Yeah.
Next delivery from George Hill is pushed into the offside. No run there. 381 for 5. You'll get there eventually. Well, hopefully you will, George.
Wasn't this supposed to be my end, by the way?
Well, it was, but you were playing with your equipment there, so I thought I'd carry on.
Shall I carry on?
Go on.
Webster then bowling to Hill, wide of off stump, and he leaves. I was just trying to get into the correspondence, and it's a bit grim trying to find it on the laptop because obviously there's no canopy over to shade it. But on the mobile phone I found this. It says, "Hi JD and DT from Malcolm Palmer. The Scarborough sky looks like mine out of my window. Singh is uncomfortably quick this morning, but Luxton unlucky going down for sure. Thanks for the comms. And Webster in past umpire Harris. George Hill driving at one that was too wide and half volley length, and that's a beautiful shot along the carpet all the way through the covers for 4 runs out to the bleachers. Takes him into the 40s. 41, 385 for 5.
Where
Martin
is he then,
Bloom.
Malcolm Palmer?
He's Andalusia, I think.
Ah, okay. Yes, definitely an Andalusian sky.
Martin Bloomfield, who's in Retford, Nottinghamshire. I won't give you the rest of his address, but it's on the bottom of all his correspondence. Says that Will Luxton, Neil Bainton was obviously deceived by the heat haze coming from off the pitch. As in comes Webster, and that's turned to leg by Hill, and there is no run. He says not quite sure what Fred or Greggy would have made of that decision. So clearly another who sympathises with Luxton on his dismissal.
All I will say in Neil Bainton's defence is that obviously he's in a far better position. It looked as though he was in trouble from his feet position or whatever. Well, that's what Neil Bainton gets paid for. It just looked awkward, didn't it?
I'd not even have appealed for that. We're going down, and I'm an honest bowler, and that will never out.
And the first good morning to FST. Slips in and out of the commentary box from time to time. Singdale bowls, and that's through outside the off stump and through to the keeper, and no run. So what do you think?
Might have cleaned him up before that anyway. He wouldn't have been out there for that delivery.
I do love that story of I think just about the only time Fred was left speechless after he'd run through one of the university sides, Cambridge University, and he was sitting down with a pint and talking the rest of the team through. This one did that, this one did something else, Yorked him, and that one swung in, nipped away, took the edge, good catch by Jimmy Binks or whatever. Here's Singdale bowls, and a little fiddle at that one outside the off stump by Revis through to the keeper, and he'd gone through every single delivery. And Richard Hutton said, tell me, Fred, he said, have you ever bowled a straight ball? The rest of the team cracked up, and apparently Fred didn't have an answer. But
Here were the Yorkshire boys just having a lap. Will Luxton, James Wharton, Finlay Bean among them.
Singdale to Revis bowls, and that's not going to tempt him, that's too far outside the off stump. But the only first class team he played regularly against, Sir Geoffrey, and never got a century against, who was it? I think I'm right in my memory serving me well. I haven't looked it up. I think he got centuries against all the other counties.
Let's go.
I'll give you a big clue, and Cambridge University. Here's Singdale bowls through to the keeper. So it must have been
Oxford University.
I believe that to be the case, but
never got a ton against Oxford.
I think that's the case. Now don't pile on to me if not. That's my old memory serving me badly if that's the case. And there may well have been a count he didn't get a century against, but I think he got all of them.
I think Adam Lythe's still got 2 or 3 to tick off in that respect, and he'd love to do that before he retires, he says.
Here's Singdale again, bowls good delivery. And there's a sort of half appeal for, did he just get a splinter on that one? But no, but again, he's just found that nice line that time, and Revis had to play at it. Maybe just left him a little bit off the pitch, and through to the keeper, and a half-hearted appeal that became a sort of three-quarter-hearted appeal, and never out. Somebody walking past with a very bright red shirt on, Doige. I didn't see too many rugby league shirts yesterday. You often get a few up here, don't you?
Yeah, a couple of Hull City shirts I noticed.
Yeah. Singdale just waiting at the top of his run. He's on his way now. Revis right-hander, slips go down. Revis plays at that one, and with this. Last time I saw Matthew Revis here bat here, he scored 100 last year against Derbyshire. At the moment, I think he'd be just happy to get off the mark. 385 for 5.
Yeah, one I'd do for now. Thanks to Jack Russell, MBE, who's retweeted my little video of yesterday when Finley Bean walked off for whatever reason. He's picked up on that. Hope you're well, Jack, if you're listening.
I need to have a word with Jack.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've got a favourite old sun hat in Thailand that's sort of falling to pieces. I need a bit of advice on how to repair it.
Yeah.
It's got to be a bit of canvas and sewing and things, isn't it? It's a Sri Lankan one.
Here's Bo Webster at the Peasholm Park end, bowling to George Hill, who plays that top of the bounce with an elbow up to extra cover, no run. Neil Dutton says happy to say that FST did have an answer for young Hutton. Aye, I did once. It knocked Gary Sober's middle pole out at Barbados.
Yeah, I'm sure that was added late. Thanks, Neil.
Here is Webster again, and Hill solidly behind that.
I think he was.
Aye,
He was stunned for words at the time, but
knocked Gary Sober's middle pole out in Barbados. Magnificent delivery.
Nearly took the keeper out at the same time. Yeah.
Webster turns and makes his way in again past umpire Harris. It's wide of off stump, and again just a little short arm jab of a push by George Hill, which doesn't take the ball past the cover fielder. No run.
It's interesting though, isn't it, when you've got that sort of confidence about you that Truman had, and others like like Botham, and that bit of swagger. It sort of goes a long way to add to your ability as well, doesn't it? You walk out.
Yeah, George defending another Webster delivery into the offside.
Yeah, you often see it with cricketers walking out to bat. I mean, Botham going out swinging both his arms around. He's sort of announcing himself. Flintoff was another one, sort of, I'm here.
Yeah.
Obviously, probably the greatest was
Viv.
Was Viv, it's like...
Webster in and bowling to Hill, right behind it, no run. I mean, I did that when I did that dinner a few weeks ago with them, and I got him to do that swagger. It was a magic moment, and when he walked out, we look at the skills and all the rest of it, and we marvel over all of that, but just to marvel over how a bloke walked out to the middle, but there was just something about it, and there was that air of anticipation among the crowd, which his abilities and skills had created. But then, as time went on, as George Hill pushes another one into the onside, can't get it past Van Buren, coming round from mid-on, end of the over, 385 for 5. So he's created that aura about himself with what he produces with the bat, and then it wasn't so much in the early part. I don't remember people talking about it so much. It was the longer he went on, and you're probably thinking, for me, more towards that 84 tour, that when he walked out, by then everybody talked about this swagger, and it was almost, he dragged it out to some extent. He didn't rush on, did he? I think Beefy's walk was probably a bit more purposeful with the arm swings, and Viv was maybe a half a pace behind it in terms of the MPH he was generating on his way to the middle, because he just wanted everybody, this is me, this is my arena, you're going to watch me.
At the moment we're watching Singdale bowling, and Revis will be happy with that one on his legs. Played it just wide of mid-on, doesn't get a run, no score yet to him.
And then they play up to the cameras, or the cameras would zoom in on him, as you just get the single figure of Viv. It probably is, you'd get the panned out shot, then you'd get the close shot on him, and he's chewing the gum. You can see it now, can't you? That cap slightly jaunty, and the hips just rolling away as he swaggered out there. Brilliant.
It does help, that confidence. Singdale bowls, good bouncer, but Revis saw it earlier, ducked underneath it, having nothing to do with it. That's one for the over, 385 for 5. Of course, the other end of the scale, if you like, there's a lot of young players just coming out sort of early on in their careers. when they walk out, they're almost apologising as they walk out with the body language. Am I batting at that end, or could I have 2 legs, please? There's that. And I'm not sure then the fielding side, they think they've got a chance then, don't they? This next ball is through to the keeper, and there's no run. There's a lot to be said for that. I'll tell you another one that really impressed me, and he was only about 18 at the time. Mark Ramprakash, he came out to bat as a very young bloke with Middlesex in all sorts of trouble in a NatWest final or whatever it was, 1988. And he just sauntered out to the middle. And to the point we thought, is he ever going to get there? And he was just sort of looking around him and just taking it in and relaxed, and went on and scored 60 odd and was man of the match. And that was his first big occasion. Rams. Next delivery from finally off the mark, Singdale just short of a length, and Matthew Revis has smacked that one away down to the hospitality tent where he performed against Derbyshire last year, and on a losing side, it has to be said. He turned up for Doidge's quiz with Ben Code and Jordan Thompson, and for once Jordan Thompson wasn't the man who made things happen, and the Derbyshire lads beat them. But good night, that wasn't it?
Yeah, he still challenged every incorrect answer, did Tomo, just like you'd expect. You're joking, you're wrong there.
He bowls again, Singdale through to the keeper. No run, again too wide.
Mike Frayne says the Luxton decision today and the Wharton decision versus Northants have been at best abysmal.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not disagreeing with that. All I'm saying in Bainton's defence is that we were talking about this yesterday. You can normally tell when a batsman's in a bit of trouble by the way where his feet have moved and whatever, the height of the ball and things, wherever you. And that one just, he's in trouble there, and the finger went up. But Neil Bainton's got a far better view. Maybe he should have given a better decision. Next ball is pushed into the offside. No run, but I'm sure there'll be times when Will Luxton will get one that goes the other way. That's the end of the over. 389 for 5. 4 to Revis. 41 to George Hill. It was a good evening with Viv and the West Indian greats. There were several of them, weren't there?
Yeah.
Who else did you have there?
Paul Shaw down here. Thought I'd give him just a wave, but he's being aloof this morning. So the 4 Knights. Richards, Ambrose, Richardson and Roberts. Collis King was also in attendance. And then Joe Root was in the audience as well, as this one is flicked away through mid-wicket by Hill for a single.
And you were in charge of all this, weren't you?
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than that, DT, does it? Doing out what we do, it does not get any better than that, I don't think, really. It's one of those nights that...
It's 4 of those nights by the sound of it.
You're never going to forget. I remember quite clearly. Yeah, superb. Well done. As I said, Revis blocks this Webster delivery. Richard Mallinder's been in touch. And with apologies, Richard, I didn't pick up your text yesterday that you sent until it was too late. But he says, morning JD, thanks to a well-known statistical website, I can confirm Sir GB did not score a ton against Oxford Uni. He hit at least 1 against every county, 15 against Notts and 3 against Cambridge Uni. Thanks, Rich. Hope you're well, as Webster is in again, and that is a play and a miss.
The brain is
Revis.
The brain is an amazing thing, isn't it? I've probably stored up that bit of useless trivia for 30 odd years. It's just there somewhere at the back. Thank you very much for confirming that.
It's funny you should say that little statement. It's just triggered off something in the head as Webster comes in and bowls to Revis. It's wide of off stump. There's no run. The brain is a wonderful thing. I think I started off a best man's speech saying the brain is a wonderful thing. It never stops working from the moment you're born until the moment you get up to make a speech.
Well, I thought this is till the moment you stand in front of the altar.
Would have been 1995.
They're not going to get that fourth batting point, are they?
No. Bowled him. He has bowled Matthew Revis here. That's a beauty from Webster. He's just nipped it away. That was a Scarborough length because Matthew Revis couldn't get forward to it. He was anchored at the crease and it's just clipped the top of off stump in classic bowler fashion. 390 for 6 and Revis gone for 4.
Yeah, that was very well bowled there. Plugging away this morning. Bo Webster very tight, and he's broken the stump. I'll make him. Bill Musto's around, he'll make him pay for that, I think.
Yeah, I've not got the budget to.
Yeah, I haven't got the budget for new stumps. The umpires have called for a new stump. The old one's going off, it's obviously just split the top of it. 390 for 6. George Hill's still there, and he's got Johnny Tattersall coming out now. But he's going to have to get on a bit. I mean, last night we were talking about, when would Yorkshire declare? Would they bat? And this might actually have just played into Gloucestershire's hands a little bit as well, because the bowling conditions are obviously better in the morning. In that first hour, 3 wickets have fallen. Starting their reply in the afternoon, the best batting conditions. Not the worst thing, especially if they can get Yorkshire out for around 450. But Johnny Tattersall likes batting here as well, doesn't he?
He does. 180, of course, is very much his highest first-class score. His only century in county championship cricket came on this ground.
180.
42 to Hill. Tattersall to face. Yep, they've only got 1 ball left to get 10 runs, so don't think that's likely to happen. The 4th batting point.
But the 2nd bowling point for...
The other thing to bear in mind when we're talking about the batting conditions, which are superb today, is that the forecast is that there will be cloud coming in as the day goes on. So it may be actually a good time to bowl. On this day, the better time to bowl might be later in the day. Webster for the final ball of the over to Tattersall, who's immediately off the mark, playing in front of square on the leg side. 391 for 6 at the end of the over. Time to me to go for half an hour.
We're going to check the tide times today. Apparently when the tide turns and starts to come back in, that's the best time for bowling. I was reading that on social media as well last night. So George, I think you've just got to sort of keep talking until the whippersnapper gets into place, and then we'll be fine.
I'll do that. Change of bowling from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Zaman Akhtar is going to come down the incline and bowl to Tattersall then, and Ed is back alongside.
Hello, goodbye. So, as it's turned out, probably as good a first hour as Gloucestershire could have hoped for this morning, with that 2nd bowling point being brought up just in the nick of time. Just 2 balls left of the 110 overs, and Singh Dale, I think, has bowled a cracking spell this morning, especially coming out after having put in a bit of a shift yesterday. Gloucestershire have tightened things up this morning. Can they continue to do so and get batting? Zaman Akhtar bowling and let go by Tattersall through to the keeper. Tattersall has been a thorn in Gloucestershire's sides before, when in fact he's been in Gloucestershire's side before as well, because he's had a couple of matches on loan for them and did very well in them, but they couldn't prize him away from his homeland.
God's own county.
Akhtar runs in, bowls full and wide. It moves away from Tattersall but starts too wide to interest him in a shot.
When you're at school, did you ever sit next to one of those blokes who would never lend you a pen? If you tried to borrow a pen, annoyed you, then they go in their pencil box and they pull the out sort of old tattiest one out that they can. Well, I've got to see whether this works.
I was too organised. I never turned up without a pen.
What happened?
In comes Actor and bowls, and once more no shot from Tattersall. What happened?
Well, you always turn up without a razor these days, don't you?
As I say, well, that wasn't actually too much of a problem for me at school, especially given that the facial hair seems to have changed since then from completely blonde to now these annoying dark streaks. Actor in and a little tighter to the stumps, but still left by Tattersall.
See, nobody would know there were annoying dark streaks if you shaved them off, you see, would they? It's not difficult. God dear, I don't know, youngsters.
I think it's very difficult. Why do I have the time to do that? I was kept out socialising until midnight last night.
Ah, yeah, no. Not by me.
Actor in, bowls down the leg side, and a athletic take to his left from James Bracey. As that one bounced down the leg side, and to launch himself away to his left, does a bit of stretching now, does Bracey, because that's about the first time this morning that he's had to do a great deal on the stretch, certainly more so yesterday when Gloucestershire's lines were not as consistent as they've been this morning.
Good take though.
In goes Actor, bowls. Oh, has that taken the edge? It has. 7th wicket for Gloucestershire and the 1st wicket for Zaman Actor. He was tempting Tattersall outside the off stump, and then he's just bowled an absolute beauty that it very much looked as though Tattersall had to play at. Coming back into him as well, it's passed almost over the top of off stump and just getting a little edge and through to James Bracey. 391 for 7.
And given that they were 307 for no wicket, you know, 7 wickets going down for a quick bit of mathematics, 84. That doesn't really... Well, it tells you how well they batted yesterday, and perhaps Gloucestershire were a little bit off the pace, hadn't quite got their lengths right yesterday for this pitch. But also, that's probably looking a very good score if you get what I'm saying, because if wickets continue to fall, obviously not quite as rapidly as they have done either side of the close of play, but. Get past 400, 450, still possible with Jordan Thompson walking out to bat. He won't be facing because that was the end of the over.
It's just it's hard to know, isn't it? There are so many ways you can look at it. You could also say maybe that it shows what Gloucestershire and Van Buren were thinking yesterday in terms of if you could just get into that middle order, then they might have had a rather different day, but they couldn't do that.
It's possible, of course. And I like that theory that I mentioned earlier, that they were looking to perhaps catch them bouncing off the T20 campaign. Started with a new over from Webster, and that's just pushed quietly into the offside. There's a bit more bounce about Gloucestershire this morning, as you would imagine. 4 wickets going down in a little over an hour. But, the idea certainly always used to happen, didn't it? You'd come off the end of a T20 campaign and you see wickets tumbling all over the place. Webster bowls, and that's pushed square the wicket, and one more run to George Hill. He's been watching the mayhem from the other end. He's on 43. Came in yesterday with a score of 322 for 2 when Lyther was out. So he's proceeded merrily on his way, but wicket's been tumbling at the other end. Will Luxton, as we said, probably a bit unlucky. Best got a good one, caught it second slip. Luxton LBW. Matthew Revis last over bowled by this man, Bo Webster. And then Johnny Tattersall didn't get him a cracker, just leaving him. Webster bowls to the left-handed Jordan Thompson, Gets squeezed for room really there and manages to get it out square of the wicket. 2 point and there's no run. Couple of slips of gully. Point backward. Is he just backward? He's maybe a yard behind point. Extra cover mid off, and then the classical leg side field. You can do that yourselves at home. Here comes Webster again, bowls, and an edge there from Thompson that fell just short of gully. And he sort of didn't take it cleanly, but ricocheted to second slip.
It is a point about point though, in that perhaps you will get somebody bang on point there, but you pretty much never get somebody bang on square leg. They're normally either forward square or backward square.
And why would that be? Just obviously don't. Sometimes you do see them standing right alongside the umpire, but as you're saying, it's not.
Although in international cricket, they tell the square leg umpires to stand off the line, so maybe in international cricket you can have a real square leg.
Webster bowls, and that's crashed wide. Gone round the wicket for that delivery to the left-hander for the first time, and Thompson's just eyes have lit up. Merry Christmas, and or was it Happy Birthday?
Happy
I can't
birthday.
remember. And a wide half volley, and Thompson's thrown everything at it, including the kitchen sink, and it's raced away quickly down to that marquee, or just to the right of the marquee as we're looking at it. And immediately the slightly backward point has gone to very deep point to stop that fall. Next delivery pitched up, and Thompson has crashed that one over extra cover, and that's gone all the way. That's gone all the way, brought up the 400ers in doing so. It's cleared the ropes, so a 4 and a 6, and Thompson's announcing himself. He's the Yorkshire's big show, isn't he, Jordan Thompson? As Doidgy loves saying, well, the man who makes things happen. So, fine ending to that over, and I don't think we're going to see Jordan Thompson hanging around out there. He'd probably quite fancy a bowl now the ball is moving.
So I think that sure came out on air, didn't it? Didn't realise the button was going to be pressed then. We were just having another production meeting.
Ah, okay.
And we need a new ball.
Oh dear.
As it turns out, it would be
Is that
pretty
up-
much impossible for me to see exactly where the ball had gone.
Is that up in the west stand somewhere?
Yeah, well, if it's gone out of the ground, apparently they must change it. That's something that's I don't know if it's gone out the ground, but
Why is this?
Well, I think it's ever since.
Is it health and safety?
I think ever since COVID, that was something that came in, and apparently they have to change the ball if it leaves the ground. I don't know that this one has, but I do enjoy Jordan Thompson in terms of somebody who just goes out there and throws everything at his shots. There's something fun about that. Oh, it's got caught up in some shrubbery, the ball. Some people diving into the bushes. Looks a bit dodgy.
Indeed.
I hope that group of people weren't too disturbed by the ball flashing past them.
There was already people. You're not telling us there were already people in the shrubbery, was it?
I hope not.
Surely not.
More and more people seem to keep going in there.
Couple of little small trees and bushes and things over to that far side where the coffee tent is and the ice cream tent.
Have they found it, or are we just getting on with the new one?
I think we're going to have a new one.
Or the changed one. Oh, it could do all sorts, this. I don't think Gloucestershire would have wanted to have given up the older one, actually, because it's done rather well for them this morning. In fact, in general, it's done rather well for them. 6 wickets in its lifetime. We are ready to resume, and it's Zaman Akhtar bowling for the Trafalgar Square end, and he's bowling short and wide, and this is clubbed out to deep backward point for a single, held to 44. Been holding things together this morning.
Indeed, Thompson on strike though, so don't go anywhere.
I'm sure the field will.
Yeah, the field will take a... keep your eyes on the ball. Be
Looks
ready
like
to take shelter.
Can
We're
see
all
nearly
right back
everywhere
here.
it's going from this.
We're all right from back here because he's facing up to the bowling from the Trafalgar Square end, so he won't be able to get one up into our commentary box.
Would have to be a big top edge. Akhtar over the wicket to Thompson, who comes forward and defends up to mid-off. Ooh. No, he's not going to do every ball. 2 scoring shots for 10 so far. Yorkshire weren't tempted to have another change of the order and bring Thompson in to try and bash his way towards an extra bonus point. In goes Akhtar and bowls to Thompson, who drives slightly airily for a moment up towards mid-off. Van Buren will show at the stumps and miss. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. And they are home for a single, 404 for 7. Thompson moves on to 11. Events last night. South Africa have won what was effectively a knockout match but wasn't, so we can't say that they've got over their issues with knockout games. Doesn't count.
No,
But
they had a major wobble though, didn't they?
yes. And goes Zaman Akhtar and bowls. That's cut away firmly towards deep backward point. Middleton's there though. And it's just a single, 405 for 7.
It's interesting that the South African rugby team just seem to always manage to find a way to win. They win, what was it, the quarter-final, semi-final and final of the World Cup, they won by 1 point in each game, whereas the cricketers always seem to find a way to lose, and very nearly did against the West Indies.
Akhtar is in over the wicket, bowling to Thompson, a short delivery which he gets underneath. Yeah, it's funny.
I don't know whether you were following it or not, but Royston Chase bowled the penultimate over, and what should have been the the last 2 balls went for 6 runs, but the 5th ball actually went for 2 byes. Had the keeper taken it, I think I'm right in saying they would have needed 11 off 7.
Akhtar into Thompson, a short delivery, hooks it away high in the air, down towards long leg. I think it's going to go over the fielder for 6. I can't see the fielder, but I saw him disappearing, and it did not look like he was going to get there. 411 for 7. You can see what Akhtar was trying, and it was a full-on hook shot from Thompson, and it's gone, yeah, a good few yards over the boundary. Goodman was never getting there.
Yes, they went for 2 byes. Now, the keeper got something on it. 11 off 7 would have been difficult. Next ball, KG so hits a 6. Hits a 4, and then the first ball of the final over, Jansen was it, hit the 6, and they won with 5 balls to spare. Looks comfortable, but oof.
Yeah, I'd only looked at the card and I saw David Miller 4 off 14 balls, which I've never seen him really do before. But I don't know. I can't imagine David Miller was getting the nerves, because in the 50-over World Cup it was Miller who was one of the few who looked like he wasn't suffering from such nerves. And thinking back to that game against the Netherlands that South Africa lost, I think Miller was the only one that didn't look as though they were encumbered by previous Dutch defeats in that one.
So, change of bowling from this end, is it?
It's Dodge's favourite.
The Wolves striker of days gone by, Dom Goodman.
It is.
A bit more of a sort of all action about him. He's less economical with his action than Bo Webster. Bowls there, that's a good delivery though, outside the off stump, and Hill just had a little fiddle at it. 411 for 7. Thompson's already on to 17. Hill's on 45. And the way Tomo's going, if he stays in there, you can see him getting to 50 before Hill. So, it's, 2 6s and a 4 already from the dynamic all-rounder. Next delivery is defended by Hill, back to the bowler. No run.
Today we have the delights of Australia versus India starting in 3 hours and a bit.
It's an interesting one, that, isn't it? Because if they lose Australia, they're not exactly out, but they're clinging on. This next delivery is defended back to Goodman, no run, because Afghanistan then would just have to beat Bangladesh, and Bangladesh are already out, basically. I know there is one of those ridiculous. People always come out with that. Oh, if they beat him by 247 runs, and if they lose, and you know, if the other team turn up wearing red socks or something, then they could still go through. Goodman bowls and defended, no run. Bangladesh are out, so Afghanistan would be playing for place in the semi-finals against a team that's already been eliminated. So, you know.
Well, well, you hope from the tournament's point of view that it goes right down to the last possible moment, even if Australia do sneak through. I mean, we shouldn't hope that they're out. Of course, they did us a favour, us being England.
Next, there's a big appeal there. The ball is kept low, and George Hill trying to swing that one down. And Ant Harris has almost apologetically given that out, because Hill's gone back to pull the ball, and it's hit him almost on the knee roll somewhere, hasn't it? And that's another LBW decision, and I don't think there was too much doubt about that one.
No. As you said, oh yes, I think the apologetic raise of the finger was very aptly described. It was almost I've got to. I don't really want to, almost, because I know that you've done something rotten there, but it has just not bounced at all. And Hill getting a generous round of applause from spectators who know that he didn't do a great deal wrong. He was quite right to be on the back foot looking to score, but as it's turned out, he has come a cropper thanks to a bit of a grubber from Dom Goodman, but he won't mind himself too much. I'm not sure Gloucestershire would be particularly delighted to see that with 411 runs on the board, but Goodman does pick up his first wicket, and wicket maiden that one as well. Brings Conor McCurr to the crease, who is quite helpful actually, this, because he's wearing a different number from the one that was advertised online. Number 6, not number 3, which I can only assume is likely to be his Surrey number. What number county is this now for McCurr? This must be at least his 4th county. Has he not played for... He certainly played for Nottinghamshire on loan. Did he not play for Derbyshire as well on loan at some point? Anyway, he's not facing. It's Thompson, who now will have even more licence, you feel, to, what do they like to say, express himself. As Actor runs in and bowls to Thompson, who tries to whip this one into the onside, and clearly the ball going down the leg side from this angle, so no merit in the appeal for LBW. But
interesting field.
It's a spread field. Mid-off and mid-on are saving the one. 2 slips, and everybody else out on the boundary.
Interesting, 3 almost behind square on the leg side.
Actor bowls. Thompson tries to pick this one up off a length over the leg side, and it's a swing and a miss.
Obviously there aren't 3 fielders on the boundary behind square on the leg side, because that would be a no ball. One of them is as square as he can be and just in front of the umpire.
They have done that this season, Gloucestershire. They did it at Hove, possibly with Actor bowling. 3 behind square on the leg side. Actor is in full and wide, and Thompson drives, but protection at deep point in the shape of Josh Shaw, who is on the field, 412 for 8. And of course, having just pointed that out, that then almost obliges me to mention who's off. And you'll get that answer once I've done a survey of the field. It does help, I think, given the fact that they've changed strike and we've now got the right-handed McCurr, and as the number 10 everybody's come up, so I can actually see all the fielders. I think Sing Dale, no, he's down at fine leg. I said I could see him, but I couldn't. As this is driven away by McCurr, first ball, it beats backward point. Goodman, I think that has possibly gone through him.
Yeah, it
there, and it's 4 runs.
It's a fast bowler's dive there, wasn't it?
Yeah. He's mid-spell. Nobody has any sympathy for that anymore, but fast bowlers of yesteryear, I'm sure, would have had sympathy for having to field a backward point and putting in the dive. So McCurr's off the mark with a 416 for 8, and he's driving again and finding the gap between backward point and cover. Middleton, it is racing towards the boundary. He's not going to get there. He put in the dive at the last minute, but the ball just continued on its way without losing much pace. And gosh, you notice the speed of the outfield today versus on that first morning. That would certainly only have been 2. In fact, it might have only been 1 on that first morning. It was very slow, and it's quickening up, which at least is good news for Gloucestershire, because they might need it. 420 for 8. As in goes Actor and bowls, and that one bounces, and McCurr sways out of the way of it.
Yes, that was a you've hit me for 2 4s, son. You're getting one. You can sniff that one.
Here, drive this.
So
what's Doidge been doing? He's just been spotted on candid camera. He seemed to be lying on the floor before making his way back up here.
Well, I hope he's all right.
Brushing the grass as though he thought there might be some dew.
Oh. Where was he? Oh, here he comes now. He's probably getting in touch. It's probably something to do with frequency waves and getting in touch with your inner self and all that sort of thing by feeling the grass.
The power of Mother Earth.
Something like that.
Telluric currents.
So what sort of field are we going to get now for the Jordan Thompson show? He's batting at the Trafalgar Square end, so he's got the short boundary, or the leg side boundary, slightly shorter boundary there to the bleachers, and round the wicket goes Goodman, bowls, and just up on his toes cracks that one away to fielder out there in the deep on the offside, so down to the western side of the ground, the western side of the ground.
I always wonder that first ball, how much Gloucestershire were just feeding Thompson there, really just bowling wide outside the off stump. And
possibly, yeah, but he would also have, had it been a little bit wider or something, he'd have probably been looking to lift it away down to third, or indeed swing it over mid-wicket or something.
Tougher shot on the up, isn't it? So,
yes.
You're bringing a couple of things into, I don't know, perhaps that wasn't the plan.
Far more
still.
orthodox field now. 2 slips, gully, deep point, extra cover, mid-off, and that's a short delivery. That's another one, try and drive that. Conor McCurr's just ducking underneath it.
First class batting average of 12 for McCurr. Score 37, and he doesn't have a first class 6.
Does he not?
Apparently so. He's got a chance with them bowling short at him. Goodman
again bowls, and just squeezed into the offside by Goodman. The man at deep point comes around, does the fielding.
He's driven the ball very pleasantly so far.
Who's that out there, that number? He's one of your... oh, is that Singdale? Oh.
He's just going down to fine leg now, yes.
Yeah. He's one of 3 men on the boundary in front of the benches or the bleachers. There's also a mid-on. Oh dear.
Oh.
Steward's getting a bit of it is the stewards again. I mean, this is the second time this morning they've walked behind the side.
And they're going to come back out the other side in a moment as well.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. And it's the same too. They're almost doing it out of badness, I think. Goodman bowls to
oh my word.
Thompson, and that one keeps a little bit low as well, doesn't it? Outside the off stump.
P-roller.
Wow.
What has that hit? The irony is that those stewards have crowd safety on their backs and they're getting the crowd all riled up.
Well, yes, it doesn't say crowd calming, does it? It just says safety. Next delivery is skied up in the air, way down to wide third, and there's just the one run to be had there. So maybe they're doing, maybe they're allowing the crowd to let off a bit of steam.
All that excitement.
So I'm sure that's what they do when the stewards confiscate the beach balls and things like that at test matches. They say it's for crowd safety. That, don't they? Goodman bowls again, pitches up, nicely driven actually by Conor McCurr. Bowl of Fields, and that's the end of the over. So relatively quiet over that one. 20 to Thompson, 9 to McCurr, 423 for 8. If you hear voices to my left in a minute, Doidge is about to update the good folk of somewhere or other. So,
one of several places. Oh, we've got, by the looks of things, a school party.
Kids.
To see, all in high-vis jackets, most of which, it has to be said, don't fit them.
Well, I doubt they're tailor-made. I mean.
Well, I'm just merely pointing out the fact that they look like adults, high-vis, some of them coming down towards the knees.
It's a nice day out in the sunshine, isn't it?
It's always interesting when you get the schools days to see which schools have particularly active health and safety officers. Actor is in bowls. Thompson picks this one up. That made a nice crack off the bat, and it's gone for 4 runs towards deep mid-wicket. And as Middleton goes jogging after it, hasn't quite managed to find the hospitality marquee, but 4 more runs, 427 for 8. You know, some schools get to just turn up in normal uniform. There's always one where everybody's got to wear high-vis jackets. The cricket ball might just see the high-vis jacket and think, oh, better get out the way here. In goes Actor, bowls to Thompson, rising delivery. It's just nibbled down to deep third for a single. 429 for 8. Has that moved? Has it moved? Has it not moved? Has the scoreboard moved? Well, I mean, I know it's still positioned. Yes, I knew that was coming.
I hope it hasn't. There's only one way it's moving, and that's forward and toppling on top of people sitting underneath it, isn't it?
428 for 8 was the helpful answer. Thompson 25 off 16 balls. McCurr, though, on strike. Actor runs in and bowls to him and beats him with a good length delivery outside the off stump.
I think he just played the line there, really.
Well, that's what you try and do as a a lower order player. Let's not call him a tail ender. Oh, George is laying down the law next to us. Just in case the stewards might be listening to whichever station he's talking to at the moment. Actor in bowls, McCurr drives up towards mid-off. It's fielded there and looks as though it's caught a fingernail of the mid-off fielder. Miles Hammond, I think it is up there. I must say, they did get really riled up there, didn't they? I mean,
quite right as well.
Well, I don't know. I mean, couldn't somebody just have a gentle?
Sir,
if you desperately wouldn't mind, sir, not walking there. Actor bowls. This is driven in the air, wide of mid-off, and that will surely go to the boundary. Hammond is giving it a bit of a pursuit, but he knows he's not going to get there. 4:32 for 8, so another booming drive from McCurr. Perhaps they better start bowling short at him. All these people complaining about lower order, 10-11 comes and everybody starts bowling short at them. Well, he's tried to bowl full at him and he's getting drilled for 4 through the offside. 13 off, I think it's 9 deliveries now from McCurr, and I think he's scored nearly all his runs on the drive, if not all of them.
This will be short.
Actor in and bowls. It's a very short full delivery, which is clipped away down to fine leg, and that'll be 4 more. Diving effort from Singhdale, but he didn't really get much sort of lateral movement on the dive, which is understandable given the fact that he is absolutely charged in this innings. Singhdale for 24 overs, and it's also not
quick, isn't it?
Yeah, it's also not a damp outfield, so he couldn't really get much of a slide on. 4:36 for 8, and McCurr has got 17 now from 10 deliveries.
So 436 for 8. Yeah, Doidge just mentioned in their Cali Fish and Chip night tonight. If anybody's listening and they want to send their pictures in to us on X, or email them in or whatever, if you're having celebrating Cali tonight, Fish and Chip night, we're joining the Yorkshire Supporters Association, or whatever they call themselves. And
is that included in the name? The Yorkshire Supporters Association, or whatever they call themselves.
Which Yorkshire Cricket Supporters?
The Yorkshire Supporters.
Yorkshire Cricket Supporters.
I'm sure they all support Yorkshire as well as a county.
Goodman bowls, and that's Thompson just swinging that around to deep mid-wicket. Doidge wants to come in, so I shall take an early lunch.
Where are you going to take it to? I don't know. This isn't going to work out well. I mean, Doidge's not going to get the near end. Doidge has to have the near end, so I'll have to call a ball here and then let Doidge have his favourite end. McCurr waiting for Goodman, who's running in and bowling to him, and this is driven and just short of gully. It was not really, almost an edge that from McCurr. It looked like he really opened the face of the bat on the drive, and it flew downwards, and Ollie Price has done pretty well in the end to put his body on the line and get in behind it. 4:37 for 8. Gloucestershire trying to finish off Yorkshire. It has been an excellent morning for them, but want to finish the job off. Goodman in, edged and caught in the gully. There's number 9. Goodman gets his second wicket. Ollie Price with a pretty straightforward catch there in the gully. And McCurr's innings comes to a close. So there we go. I've always said you should pitch it up to 10 and 11. McCurr out for a potentially pretty handy 17. Vishwa Fernando is going to make his way to the middle.
The catcher was, sorry?
Ollie Price.
Not that I wasn't listening. Perish the thought. Well, yeah, you know, handy 17 from your number 10, I guess. There was already a moan. Somebody just walked. I went and sat on the grass for just 10 minutes.
Yes, we all saw that.
And a chap walked past and same old rubbish. They still didn't push on for maximum batting points. And you just think to yourself, you're here, so you must be interested in cricket. Do you not understand the game? The opposition have bowled well this morning. They have bowled very well this morning, haven't they?
There's a chance they're not even going to get to 450 whilst batting the way that they've batted.
Yeah.
So, you know, yes, you can't please everybody.
Same old rubbish. They've got 437 runs on the board.
On a
in
potentially
any match,
pitch, which,
that is that's a handy score.
Yeah, which we've seen when you put it in the right areas this morning. There's plenty of joy to be had. Oh, no, not again, please. No, it's not a Stewart this time, so they're not getting quite the same level of
Dear me.
admonishment from the crowd.
Yeah, well, I thought I'd better describe that to the listeners of Radio Leeds, and I may do so again to the listeners of Radio York in about 7 minutes when they call me for an update, as this is pushed into the offside from the bowling of Goodman, and there is no run.
Yeah, they just need to hide there for a ball. 2 down below us. Looking forward to potentially seeing what Thompson's got lined up for the next over if Fernando can survive this. I think no. I've miscounted. There's still a couple of balls left in the over.
You missed a trick as well, because when he walked out, I really thought you would have gone for it. We've all done it so far since he's been playing for Yorkshire. Can you hear the drums?
Yes.
Goodman in, and Fernando nearly chops one onto his stumps.
Might not have heard the drums, but he nearly heard the rattle behind him.
Just thought I'd get that one out of the way before.
Yes. Being a very common Sri Lankan name that has been used, I think, once or twice before.
I think DT was just scripting an ad-lib for later on about it, but that's quashed that one as he's in again. And Fernando, well, there was something in the air with that delivery, but he pushed and missed at it. 437 for 9 at the end of 118 overs of play in this Yorkshire first innings.
Yes, I think it's fair to say that foot movement might not perhaps be Vishwa Fernando's strength. I don't blame him. But actually, having said that, what he's not doing is he's not backing away to the leg side. He's just standing stock still. Proper number 11. At least from those first few deliveries. I mean, he might not be, but from in goes Actor and bowls, and Thompson just plonks this one out into the offside for no run from a first-class average of 9.8.
Yeah, I suspect the Gloucestershire captain Graham Van Buren thinks he's a genuine bona fide number 11, because he's sent everybody to all parts of Scarborough at the moment. The closest fielder to Jordan Thompson is James Bracey, and he's in 30 yards. Yeah.
In comes Actor and bowls a short ball. Thompson crunches that on the pull, and I don't think Middleton saw that at all at deep square leg. It's gone for 4. It wasn't that far away from him, but he didn't see it. It's a good job it wasn't a catch, I don't think. 441 for 9. Thompson on to 30. Time to have a bit of fun. Jordan Thompson.
Yeah, he's done that on a time or two here before.
Actor bowls. Oh, he's played a late dab down towards deep third, which is actually beautifully fielded by Singh Dale. They've not run for it, but
he actually played the shot really nicely, didn't he? For nothing.
Well, he did. He played with pretty much as little bat as possible, while still playing with the face of the bat. The replay sort of suggested he might have been trying to drop the hands on it at the same time, but
okay.
We'll see. Actor in, short ball ducked underneath. Live, I thought he really deliberately deflected it. I'm sure he'd still tell you that he did. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I've done enough commentary, which is a couple of probably half-hour stints with Jordan Thompson, to know that he'd have been describing that as sort of gossamer touch. Well, maybe not quite in those terms, but we've got a fielder coming in from the boundary.
Mike Frayne has sent me in a still of the Will Luxton dismissal now. You can clearly see off stump. His bat is obscuring middle and some of leg, I'm sure. And if it hits him in front of anything, it's probably just about hitting in front of leg. But with the angle, I don't think there's any doubt that that's. Is that
descent
leg.
to an umpire's decision? Actor in across his stumps. Thompson spooning it in the air up towards mid-off. The pick up and throw will go to the striker's end. Thompson's dived in. It wasn't necessary because Van Buren wasn't aiming for that end anyway. And by hook or by crook, they've come through for a single, and Thompson is currently rearranging his bones as he stands up. 4:42 for 9. So he's made it to the non-striker's end. No, that's the first time that I've seen it from behind the bowler, and I think that certainly removes any slight doubt there might have been. Poor Mr. Luxton.
4:42 for 9.
One ball for Fernando to survive. He's giving it the full-on crouch and stare round at the field. Actor is in, bowls, tries the Yorker. It was well bowled, but also well played. He's kept it out.
When he said stare around at the field, I thought he was looking at where the ambulance was before that delivery, and it's just away to the left. He did play it well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Jabbed down on it.
Yeah, that was as quick a Yorker as Actor could muster, and he stopped it right at his feet and survives, and the Scarborough crowd will be entertained by some more Jordan Thompson hitting. So 15 minutes to go until lunch theoretically, but they'll add on the extra time if necessary, being 9 wickets down now, Yorkshire, so we might be a while until we get to tuck into our feast.
He never about jabbed his bat down on my Yorker. He'd have shaken in my hand afterwards and said, privileged to be bowled out by you. And he'd be right. Goodman, Peaceholm Park end, bowling to Thompson. Ooh, that's well wide of off stump, and yeah, he's wided him. I think he's trying to bowl some sort of cutter variation there by the looks of it. It's just come out of his hand wrong. It seemed that way because it trickled along to James Bracey, didn't it?
Yeah, actually, looking at it again, yeah, as you say, it looked like it must have been the cutter, because it wasn't going to be a wide until it cut away from him.
Here he comes again. Harris stands, Thompson hits, and Thompson gets 6 over long off. Touch of the Adam and the Ants again there. Stand and deliver from Jordan Thompson, and he's quickly got himself to 37. Oh dear me. Typically I've missed the call from Ops at York. Let's just try again. It's time for an update. BBC Radio York as in he comes, and that is wide of Jordan Thompson's off stump, and there is no run. Not sure why I can't hear anybody here. I'll try again. No, not happening. Here we go. You'll have to bear with me, folks. I've got an update to do for BBC Radio York any sec. 4:49 for 9, short ball, and 6 more for Jordan Thompson. Yes, good afternoon, and you join me as Yorkshire have just passed 450, a big 6 hit by Jordan Thompson down to our left from the commentary position at long on, his second of the over so far here, being bowled by Goodman from the Peaceholm Park end. So 4:55 for 9, Jordan on to 43. Last wicket partnership with Vishwa Fernando is just getting going. Fernando himself not out. Now, after a great day for Yorkshire yesterday, they finished it on 348 for 3. Gloucestershire have bowled well this morning and picked up 6 further Yorkshire wickets to get to this stage. Best for 7, Luxton without scoring. Looked like he got a pretty ordinary decision from the umpire. Matthew Revis for 4, Jonathan Tattersall for 1, George Hill made 45. Got a delivery that kept low and played across it, and he was also at LBW. And Conor McCurr most recently out for 17. I think we're just going to see Yorkshire back to a natural conclusion, and then under, well, virtually cloudless skies. It's a glorious day for cricket here at Scarborough. They'll have their go at trying to get some Gloucestershire wickets. Taking 20 wickets for Yorkshire this season has not proved easy, but from their point of view, the slightly better news, not maybe from the spectators' point of view, is that there's a bit of cloud cover due in this afternoon which might help the bowlers. We shall see, but 455 for 9 the current score. And Goodman coming in to bowl to Thompson, who stepped right across wide of off stump, gets a short ball, which again looked like it might have been a wide, and he's tapped that one down to third man for a single to rapturous applause almost. 456 for 9, he's on to 44, the same as his number on his back. And we'll continue with this Goodman over. So we've had all sorts this morning. Some good bowling, some fluent hitting at times, beautiful weather conditions for watching cricket, and also a bit of steward-driven controversies as well, as Goodman is in, and Fernando, not entirely sure which textbook that defensive shot came out of, but he's somehow negotiated the final ball of the over to leave us at 456 for 9.
Yeah, some sort of martial arts, sort of, you know, action through inaction sort of textbook there, but he's worn it, I think, as Vishwa Fernando, and another over will start, and this looks like a brave move. I think they're bringing on the leggy. Looks like Ed Middleton is going to have a go at getting rid of Jordan Thompson, and I mean it's even braver because in theory he's going to be turning the ball into Thompson, who'll be hitting mostly leg side, so you'd have thought they might have had a go with Ollie Price, who bowled quite well yesterday if they were going to turn to spin at times, but it's going to be Middleton. 9 overs for 59 so far. He got some tap yesterday, and Thompson will be looking to add some more to that today.
Maybe they're just hoping that taking the pace off the ball means he might get under one, something like that, but yeah, it's going to be interesting.
And on 44 as well. Middleton bowls, quick through the air, pulled high in the air, and has he caught it? He has. It's a really good catch, I think down at wide long on by Miles Hammond, and so it proves to be exactly the right move from a Gloucestershire perspective. Ed Middleton has the final wicket, and Jordan Thompson goes for a fantastically entertaining 44 from just 28 balls, 3 4s and 4 6s. Jogging off first Vishwa Fernando to allow Thompson to receive the applause. Spectators certainly enjoyed that. It's been a really entertaining morning with Thompson providing some clout, but also the game moving on at a good pace. So this morning the score effectively, I make it 108 for 7. So it has been an excellent morning overall for Gloucestershire. They have fought back, but the pitch is showing some signs of misbehaving. So with 456 on the board, you'd certainly rather be in Yorkshire's camp, but Gloucestershire can be pleased with the way that they seem to have regrouped overnight. Yeah,
I think Yorkshire on the back of that very firmly in the driving seat. It's been much more of a Scarborough feel to that session in terms of the wickets falling on a morning. Yes, we've said that generally speaking it does improve for batters as the day goes on, but it has been a batting morning as well, hasn't it? Sky-wise and all the rest of it. There might be a little bit more moisture out there to work with, but I just think they've just bowled significantly better than they did yesterday, and that's been the key. And Yorkshire also, they're probably, don't take this the wrong way folks, but they probably weren't that bothered when they'd got into a certain position as to what they end up with. It's more a case of we'll just bat for a certain amount of time, or until we're all out we'll get what we get and then we'll have a go. I'm not sure there was a massive target in mind, and 456 I think they will be absolutely perfectly happy with. Good total, and then they now have to bowl well. If there's going to be some cloud cover comes in later on, that might just help with a little bit of swing perhaps. Yeah, just it's interestingly poised. They wouldn't want to get carried away with 450 and start pinging the ball everywhere. I think if they bowl with discipline and they try their best to keep it tight, I think, you know, pressure will tell eventually.
Yeah, exactly, and so it kept significantly low the goal of George, but so far this season the batter's been their strength. They've got the opposite ends that he had for Gloucestershire, and they've had a decent way down. But it is, you know, in the same way as Yorkshire got the start from Lythe and Bean, and it proved to be more than a start. But I do think that up front again with that new ball, the first 45 minutes like that gets Croft and Charlesworth, and could see really big.
Lunch and before lunch, but coffee lunch has been brought around the square to keep off it, and the usual pitch inspection. From this point of view as well, who are you going to open the bowling with here? If you're Johnny Tattersall, do you open the bowling with Conor McKerr? You brought him in to have a look at him. You want to see what he's got to offer. Can he bowl with the new ball? They know he's got thick played for Surrey here, who at the outset have regular practice at bowling. We've been talking at length that maybe Gloucestershire didn't get right yesterday, but did this morning. How will that take Yorkshire's bowling attack some time to get into the game? They've got some more experience of bowling here.
No slight on McKerr, but that's what I would do.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see what Johnny Tats and Otis Gibson have cooked up between them. After this lunch break, we'll see you on the other side of that, folks. Just a reminder, Yorkshire bowled all out this morning in the end for 456, and Gloucestershire batting after the lunch break.
Ladies and gentlemen, in front of the pavilion now, you can see Yorkshire head coach Otis Gibson presenting 50-year membership medals to Martin Webster and John Murray. Many thanks to you for all your support. A very warm welcome to the children from Gloucestershire Primary Schools. You can see the marquee, and also a very happy 60th birthday to former Chairman Steve Denton. Steve's with us today. Have a good day, sir. And just a reminder that there are waterfalls around the ground as well at the pavilion, one behind the west stand, and a couple that are at the top of the back. So do make sure to drink plenty of water today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time for some lunchtime scores from around the County Championship, starting in Division 1. Essex are 10 without a loss, with 1-2. Durham's first innings total of 587. Meanwhile, Lancashire are 168 for 1. That's in response to Kent's first innings total of 244. Somerset are 60 for 1, with 1-2. Nottinghamshire's first innings total of 360. Warwickshire are 148 for 5, to Hampshire's first innings total of 298. Finally, in Division 1, Surrey are 428 for 8 against Worcestershire, who are yet to bat. Moving into Division 2, the Warden are 159 for 2, that's in response to Northampton's first innings total of 279. Derbyshire 28 for 1, to Middlesex's first innings total of 433. And finally, Gloucestershire are 79 for 4 in response to Sussex's first innings total of 442. Just a very quick reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that smoking and vaping is not permitted within the ground unless you use one of the designated smoking areas, which is behind the body. So please do not smoke or vape anywhere else within the ground. Thank you very much. Play will be resuming in roughly 5 minutes time, everybody, so you can begin making your way off the field. Much appreciated. Thank you.
wickets, but now got to respond in kind with Yorkshire's sizable first innings total. Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth, Gloucestershire's opening pair, out in the middle, and it will be Vishwa Fernando to bowl the first over from the Trafalgar Square end, with Bancroft on strike. Ed Seaborn and Dave Townsend.
Oh.
That's your name.
You,
Alongside me.
you hesitated a bit there, you know.
I was in my own bubble, and then all of a sudden I realised there was somebody sitting next to me. Told you you'll be back in half an hour. That's roughly set things up, I think. 3 slips in a gully as Fernando, left armour, coming in over the wicket, bowling to Bancroft, who's driving pleasantly through the covers first ball. He'll pick up at least a couple of runs. The ball's running away pretty well towards the boundary, and not for the first time today. I think the fielder's carried it over with him almost, such is the pace of the ball over that final couple of yards. So it's 4 without loss. Pleasant start from Bancroft.
Yes, just eased it through the gap, and as you say, the outfielder now is a lot quicker. So that one fairly sped away to the boundary.
He tried to tap it back in, did Thompson, but he got quite a bit of hand on it, still wasn't enough. So Bancroft underway. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward point and long leg, as well as those 3 slips in the gully as Fernando bowls, angles one across the right-handed Bancroft, and that is let go. Couple of hundreds for Bancroft this season, unbeaten 130 in the second innings in the win against Northamptonshire, and then 160 as part of that 316 run opening stand with Ben Charlesworth at Grace Road, a match in which Ben Charlesworth scored his first 100 in first class cricket. Bancroft waiting as Fernando is in and bowls to him, and again just guiding the ball into the gap created by an attacking Yorkshire field. Out towards cover point this one goes. It'll just be the single this time, and it is 5 without loss.
Looking busy, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's his trademark, and I think he's been very good for Gloucestershire in that respect. I mean, Ben Charlesworth has said how much he's enjoyed batting with Cameron Bancroft, and it is such a luxury to have somebody of his
pedigree,
quality available for the whole season and across all formats, and somebody that you can just plug into the top of the order across all formats. Will be available for Gloucestershire in the One Day Cup as well when that rolls around. And you know, they praise his tempo and running between the wickets, that sort of thing. He's actually been in the first innings of the season as Fernando bowls to the left-handed Charlesworth, well wide of off, and there's no shot. Bancroft made a 70 in this reverse fixture against Yorkshire in the first innings, but that came off about 220 deliveries, something like that. It felt that long anyway, but just, I think, getting himself used to batting on English pitches again. Bristol versus Perth, quite the difference.
Yeah, probably not such as a big difference as there would have been back in the really bouncy days of the Perth pitch.
Fernando over the wicket to Charlesworth, who's tapping forward and setting off for a single towards point. So 6 without loss as Charlesworth is underway with.
So actually, I don't know where do they play their Shield games now. WA, do they still play at the old Wacker, or do they move to the Optus Stadium? I don't know.
I really should know that.
Why should you know that? You can't know everything. You're not. Cricket's Mr. Google. I know.
Yeah, but
sort of close.
I would have done some research on Bancroft's recent matches before the start of this season, so I should have remembered where they were. Might even be a mixture. Fernando over the wicket to Bancroft, who does get a bit squared up by that one, but that is also the way that Bancroft will tend to play as the ball goes up to mid-off. He's still got the middle of the bat on it, but did come across that. And 6 runs have come from the first over. But
rather lost his way a bit, hasn't he? Bancroft in the Australian setup.
Well, he's been snubbed, hasn't he?
Well,
I mean,
since that since the sandpaper incident. You know, the other two principal performers. Conor McCurr is just coming on. That's why I didn't want to interrupt the golden voice of Howard. The other two, backing and whatever. And, Cameron's not got another look in, but who knows? With David Warner retiring and whatever, there's
Kawaja's 37 as well, so there's going to be another spot opening, even if they do persist with Steve Smith at the top.
So Conor McCurr bowling his first delivery in Championship cricket for Yorkshire. It's a short ball and again a bit of pace and up on his toes, and played that one down comfortably enough into the gap, did Charlesworth.
Yeah, Bancroft sort of fighting the likes of Gloucestershire's overseas Australian last year, Marcus Harris, Matt Renshaw, those sorts of names, and then there's the younger generation coming through, whether Pukowski can ever get over his concussion issues, or a couple of other younger names I think that are mentioned now as well.
Next delivery on the hip really of Charlesworth, and it's played to mid-wicket. Interestingly, that they've got for the left-hander 3 slips and also sort of wideish leg slip and fine leg, long leg really, mid-wicket and mid-on. So it's a 5-4 field, which you don't always see. So it suggests he might be attacking or attempting to attack Charlesworth around that right hip area. That's pitched up and he's clipped that one away. There's a chase out there, slide, and the ball thrown in. Is that George Hill? In fact, it's somebody with. I've got to get these Yorkshire players sorted out. Is doing the fielding out. It says number 10, and number 10 is normally Ben Code, but it is Ben Code. Ben Code. So I didn't want to sort of say, oh, Ben Code does the fielding, but yes. So Code on substitute fielder. McCurr bowls to Charlesworth, and Ben Code into the action again. And so who's he on for? That's the question.
I'll let you answer that. I can answer the question from earlier. They are still playing the Shield games at the Wacker.
They are.
Western Australia.
But that pitch though, as you know, I do spend a bit of time over there, and the pitch in the sort of 80s and 90s, just amazing. You could see sort of Robin Smith going for a square cut, it coming off the top edge and carrying for 6 over third man. It's remarkable. McCurr bowls again and again. I just straightened him up a little bit there, because that was on leg stump, and it ends up being fielded by Matthew Revis.
Yeah, he was not in control of that.
Mid-off. So, what are the other fielders we've got out there? I'm looking for George Hill somewhere. Tomo, I think, is at third slip. Is he in his...
Hill at mid... No, is that Wharton at mid-wicket? This is really not great radio.
Don Bess at leg slip. Next delivery is just pushed into the offside again and fielded by Revis. So that's the end of the over. Here he comes. It's Thompson coming back on, and a code will come off. And if we'd have just kept quiet for an over, we could have avoided all that malarkey.
Almost missed Doidge then.
You almost missed Doidge, did you?
Well, he could have told us straight away, I'm
sure.
sure.
He'd have gone round the field as well, wouldn't he? So Yorkshire earlier, 456 all out. 3 for 70 for Singdale. Now, he impressed me. Stuck at it, didn't he, yesterday? And it wasn't going for them. Goodman 2 for 60, Webster 2 for 80, and a wicket each for Akhtar, Middleton and Van Buren.
Fernando continuing as he's into Bancroft, who's slicing the ball rather towards backward point. There is no run.
just got a little bit of extra bounce there.
Yeah, it's the variation, I think, that was a little bit troubling from the point of view of Gloucestershire starting their innings with Yorkshire over 450 runs on the board. The fact that we did see the odd one keep pretty low and then maybe a bit of variation off just a normal length.
Yeah.
Some rising, some just going through. Fernando is in and bowls, and that's left by Bancroft outside the off stump. As soon as one gets in your mind that it might keep low, then we were talking yesterday about how easily and how well Lyth in particular left the ball in that morning session, in that he trusted the bounce exactly, so that even if you slightly misjudge the line, you know that you can leave it on length, whereas if the uneven bounce starts to come into play, you're more likely to start playing at balls that you maybe otherwise wouldn't. Fernando is in and bowls. Bancroft's looking for a single towards cover. It's a quick one. It's also, I think, a good one, despite the gasps from the Yorkshire fielders as the throw missed anyway. It's 9 without loss. Pretty typical Cameron Bancroft manoeuvre, that. Tap and run.
Yes, Charlesworth, he was up for it. Needed to be.
Yes, he's perhaps not quite as quick as Bancroft between the wickets. Charlesworth, who is part of that extraordinary partnership that took the game away from Somerset a couple of nights ago in the T20. He does bat rather differently in the Championship.
As he should.
Yeah. The difference perhaps more stark than some, as that one does just bounce a bit on Charlesworth, but he plays it nicely, just deadening the ball out into the offside. On T20, he will strike at around 150, which is, even by modern standards, a pretty healthy strike rate, but in Championship cricket he is a very patient individual, except when he was getting through the 90s for the first time in first-class cricket, and he was free to admit after he got there at the end of the day that, as Fernando bowls and that's let go, that he basically felt that there was one way that he was going to get through the 90s, and that was quickly.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, and also they had Louis Kimber bowling fairly part-time off-spin as well, so it was an opportunity and he took it, heading for a couple of sixes.
Shows a good mentality, that, though, to be able to switch sort of totally from one to the other and play the situation.
In comes Fernando, he's there and bowls, getting squared up there as Charlesworth squirts the ball towards backward point, where it's fielded by Luxton, and the end of the third over of Gloucestershire's reply to that 4-5-6. 9 without loss to score. Some news coming through over the lunch break, which pertains to Gloucestershire. Marchand de Lange has been selected as one of the wild card picks in the 100, which means, from a purely Gloucestershire point of view, that de Lange will not be available for Gloucestershire during the One-Day Cup. So their losses, which are still certainly nothing like a lot of other counties, will amount to David Payne and now also Marchand de Lange, assuming injury replacements don't come into it as well.
Yeah, that's often the case. Here's start of the fourth over. As in comes Connor McKern, bowls. That's the first ball he's bowled to Bancroft, and Bancroft again across his stumps, and he's not a Steve Smith across his stumps, but he likes to get over and work that one away for a single. Gets off strike again. I wonder whether we'll see this attack on the leg stump. Interesting ploy. They've obviously pre-planned this as the way to attack Ben Charlesworth. A couple of three slips actually, and a wideish leg slip. Comes in, bowls again, and again on that line. and played to mid-wicket, and there's no run. You look cold over there now.
A little bit, yeah, but sort of.
Bit of
I think
breeze
I
coming through.
waited too long to put the jumper on, so
Ah.
there's sort of residual chill left. Yeah, it is. It's a cooling breeze, which I'm sure is very pleasant if you're out in the sun, but we're not, and it's a good thing too, because otherwise I would be red as a lobster come the fish and chips later on.
Next delivery from Conor McCurr is just played down quietly into the gully, and there's no run to be had there. Ben Code is making his way up the steps, not to the commentary position, but to next door. I can never remember which one of these commentary boxes is Cali 1 and Cali 2.
I think we're in
right
2.
next to her. Next to her, they're named after the great man David Callahan.
There you
Also,
go.
Very helpful.
Right on cue.
Very helpful. Thank you. McCurr bowls, and again, they're definitely working on that, aren't they? And McCurr's bowling to the plan well. It's not that easy to keep to such a tight line as Ben Code disappears back down the steps. I don't know, is he? He's not in the team today. Perhaps he is helping the production crew. He seems to have walkie-talkies and all sorts.
It's on work experience today.
And talking of people who can keep a very tight line with their bowling, seam bowlers, there's not too many tighter than Benjamin Coe.
No.
Here's McCurr bowls, and that's struck up to mid-on, and there's no run to be had there.
No.
Gorgeous afternoon. Lovely, lovely afternoon. The seats at the far end mostly full. A few white seats available to the, as we look at it, to the right of the side screen. The bleachers, well, they're not even half full today, as on a Monday work day. Good few in the new West Stand. Next delivery is pushed into the covers. That's the end of Conor McCurr's over. Another tidy one. Slow start, 10 for no wicket, but already you think the Yorkshire bowlers looking to bowl a little tighter than Gloucestershire did yesterday morning.
Yes, at least give yourself the best chance then. I was going to bring up Ben Coates' figures from the reverse fixture, which was played with the Kookaburra ball. First innings, 21 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 44. And in the second innings, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 43. So, you know, if you just think it's down to the Duke's ball, no. Terrific bowler.
Yes.
Here comes Fernando. He's there now, and he bowls to Bancroft. It's on, well, maybe even outside leg stump, and turned to square, well, forward square.
Again, he's getting a long way over, isn't he?
Yes, he does. I mean, it's probably the shot that you think of most with Bancroft, to get a long way over and just work it off the thigh down to fine leg. It's something he does a lot even in T20 cricket, just to rotate the strike. He does not face a lot of dot balls in that form of the game, does Bancroft. Fernando in, bowls, and Bancroft's had a go at that. Driven at it and missed it.
Yeah, he's looking for that gap where he got his boundary earlier, down towards the hospitality.
Was tempting, that gap.
I had the glasses on that one, and he sort of firm push at it. He didn't no sort of follow through. He was just looking to sort of block it, if you like, through the covers.
Yeah, I think it's just gone straight on with the angle, really. I think there's a great deal of swing. Fernando in and bowls to Bancrofty this time. Almost exaggerated fashion, lifts everything out of the way of it and leaves. And then goes for one of his wanders off towards square leg.
Yeah, I mean, that's sensible batting, isn't it? You've had a little feel for one, got away with it. And their next delivery, if it's not on the stumps, I'm leaving it.
You need a couple of those early. Quite often, especially as an opener in English conditions, albeit perhaps today not your stereotypical English conditions, as Fernando bowls a ball which jumps a touch but is too wide this time to have Bancroft playing at it, and Tattersall takes in, well, jumping fashion, but he was down quite low and then suddenly realised he needed to get up, take it in front of his face.
Slips are going to be kept busy, I think, or certainly kept on their toes. The three of them there, Hill, Lythe and Finley Bean. A few runs there in the Yorkshire first innings.
Fernando to Bancroft, who's again getting a little squared up, and back comes down at a almost 45-degree angle, and then he ends up steering it to backward point. But you've kind of got to make the most of, like a lot of players with these sorts of triggers, got to make the most of when they're in their exaggerated fashion early on in the innings, and if he's there for any period of time, it does tend to calm down a bit, and everything just looks as if it's working beautifully. As this time it's a bit fuller, and Bancroft works it firmly up towards mid-on, but doesn't get a run, so 6 runs off the first over, and then just 4 runs since then. 10 without loss, Gloucestershire after 5 overs, and Yorkshire certainly making Gloucestershire work for what runs they can get.
Probing that over, wasn't he? He's beat the bat once, and good short delivery, bit of pace, bit of bounce, and then a tidy end to it.
Notice the stand next to us is called the family stand, but I don't think I can see any families in there. At least if they are, everyone's sitting very far apart from each other. Mind you, actually that would be a good test of perhaps I'm just thinking of my own. Good test of whether you're family or not.
Families. Here's Conor McKerr bowls, and that's through outside the off stump this time to Ben Charlesworth. He's been concentrating on bowling, sort of trying to sort of hit him around the top of the hip, somewhere around there. But obviously Charlesworth is going to get his bat in, but that's where he's aiming for, isn't it? And he's got that leg slip in place.
Yeah, it's certainly not a plan that I've seen other sides employ for Charlesworth. So this must be something particularly that they think with McKerr. Either that or the Yorkshire analyst has come up with something that others haven't.
Bowls to him again. That's an attempted Yorker dug out. That dug out quite firmly, that it needed a diving stop at mid-wicket to prevent runs. But Matthew Revis there, number 77 on his back, scored 100 here last year against Derbyshire, but didn't look as though he was going to get any runs at all today. Ended up with 4 in the end, didn't he?
Scored his first 100, I believe it was, last year at Headingley against Gloucestershire.
McKerr, and that's pushed into the gap by Charlesworth on the offside. Scampers through for a single. He moves to 4. 11 for no wicket. The field changes round for the right-hander.
Might have been the best batting surface that I've ever seen, that fixture last year between these two sides. Yorkshire 550 for 9 declared, Gloucestershire 464. I mean, you've seen higher scores than that, but it was just the way that the ball was coming on. It was just such a nice pace to play all your shots. You know, you'll see 650 plays 650 some of these championship games these days.
McKerr to Bancroft, who allows that one to pass through outside the off stump, no run.
But it wasn't making the same sort of crash off the bat, as it just had to lean on a shot and it would fly. It has become such a good place to bat Headingley in recent times. But it was a game where Finley Bean, George Hill, Matthew Revis all scored hundreds for Yorkshire, and Ollie Price got his maiden 100 in that game for Gloucestershire. So a match where the youngsters came to the fore with the bat.
McCurr to Bancroft, who again allows that one to pass through to wicket-keeper Johnny Tattersall. 3 slips gully, backward point, extra cover, 3 men on the leg side. That's your pretty attacking field, as you'd expect for the 6th over of the innings. Bancroft, the right-hander, right and left combination, ideal really for opening partnership. McCurr bowls and Bancroft across his stumps. He just looks a walking LBW with his technique, doesn't he?
He does.
He keeps getting the bat down in time. It's the end of the over, and 11 for no wicket then off 6 overs. Tight stuff here. Gloucestershire determined not to lose early wickets, otherwise obviously replying to 456 they could be in a lot of strife. But, they need their openers to do something. Well, they won't do anything as well as Bean and Lythe, but
who knows? They've already had a bigger opening stand than that this season at 316 at Grace Road. However, asking them to repeat that feat is
yes,
asking them a lot, but they'll get, I think, just about, no, it's pulled in. I was going to say 4 of them here. It was short and wide from Fernando, and Charlesworth cut it away. Didn't really throw his hands fully at the ball, but I thought that the timing was going to be enough to take that away. But a good chase from Point running back. I think that's Luxton who's pulled that one back in, and he's done well to save 2 runs. 13 for no wicket as Charlesworth moves on to 6. But yeah, it has been, even before Charlesworth got that first 100, as Fernando bowls and Charlesworth doesn't play a shot. It has been the foundation of a lot of Gloucestershire's success with the bat this season, has been the starts that Bancroft and Charlesworth have got them off to, even if they haven't necessarily gone on to make huge scores all the time. What has tended to happen this season is that at least one, if not both of them, have seen off the new ball. The primary job of the openers has been done. Still some work to do here though, as Fernando bowls and Charlesworth stands tall. An immaculate back foot defence up to mid-off.
Wonder how long it'll be before Jordan Thompson gets a bowl, because when he gets it right on this pitch, he can take wickets quickly.
Yeah, and not every bowler has got swing in this match so far. Webster really the bowler for Gloucestershire who got it to swing most, but I fancy Thompson might be somebody who could do that for Yorkshire, as that's once again left by Charlesworth, wide outside the off stump. Take a shot that would be brave or perhaps foolish at this point if you had to take that on. Are you off? He's off. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, DT. Just slid off quietly unannounced. In comes Fernando, bowls. That's cut by Charlesworth and more. Good fielding at Point by Luxton, saving at least another couple of runs. I thought I was supposed to be having the break at 2, but no. I don't know. I've lost track of where we are now. I'll just keep talking. Welcome back, Georgie.
You can both have a break if you like. I'll just crack on my own. It's fine.
Oh, don't suggest that. Unless you really want that to happen. Fernando into Charlesworth and goes past the edge. Tattersall's glove went up, but nothing else. And that's an excellent delivery from Fernando, and again showing what there is on offer if a good line and length is found. Just a fraction of movement off the seam away from the left-hander, and I think that would have had the beating of most people. 13 without loss, Gloucestershire after 7 overs.
Talking of beating, can you hear the drums?
You beat that drum a few times now.
Colin McCurr bowling at the Peaceholm Park end, and I better commentate from here because Ed says that I always hog this end, even though I commentated from the other end all day yesterday, and he seems to have forgotten about that, McCurr in and bowling. And that's turned into the leg side by Cameron Bancroft, and there is no run.
Just where to poke. Tea rooms over there looking very pleasant with the parasols fluttering in the breeze. Perhaps I should actually visit them, as DT mentioned yesterday. You come here, but you don't always make your way over there, so perhaps I should see what's on offer.
Here's McCurr, and that's turned around the corner this time by Bancroft. Nicely played. It's a lengthy chase for James Wharton, but he, believe you me, he's not slow, and he's done a really good job to keep him to 2 there with a sliding stop out by the suits.
Yes, there's still most of them inside the marquee, it seems. What are we at? 2 o'clock. I suppose an hour for lunch, it just isn't enough, is it?
No, if they're doing Cali fish and chips tonight, they're going to be taking some large quantities of food and alcohol on board, no doubt, during the day. McCurr is in and solidly behind it, Bancroft, and there is no run. It's got that, there's a chilly feel to the breeze out there today, in spite of the sun, which is, I suppose, is quite pleasant when you have the combi of both. Not really feeling too hot out there, but a few people getting burnt. I've just been standing up at the back of the Peaceholm Park stand, the other side. Cracking view from a little bit lower down. Not that it's not good from here. McCurr at 15 without loss, turns again then. And that is full. Oh, and Bancroft doesn't look entirely comfortable in playing it. It's out towards Luxton at point. No run. We got our answer, didn't we, as well, with McCurr opening with Fernando. Yes. But actually, so far, they've both bowled pretty well from,
he has. He's
my eye
right.
from at the stand there.
Yeah. It's an odd one, that one, though. I mean, I really did think that was right there for clipping through the onside. I don't know whether he just tried to hit it too fine rather than the shot that he rehearsed was keeping the face open a bit more and playing it through mid-wicket more so than perhaps square.
And he comes again then, slightly crouched run up. Tall as he delivers it, it's wide of Bancroft's off stump and he leaves. I think there are definitely fewer in today than there were yesterday, but still a decent crowd in, I would have said.
For a non-school holiday still Monday.
Yeah, maybe hovering around the 2,000 mark, something like that. Not sure what yesterday's official figure was. In fact, I'll try and find out. McCurr leaving position behind again, and in he comes now, bowls wide of Bancroft's off stump, and once again he leaves. Good afternoon to Kevin Sharp, who has put up a link to the song by ABBA
for you to play out or karaoke along to, maybe. ABBA be your go-to karaoke item,
well,
I'm sure.
No, it's not really. It would be, you know, I wouldn't mind doing ABBA on karaoke. Not that I've done karaoke for a long time, but I am one of those who'll get up and have a go. You know, if the cricket club puts on a do, yeah, why not? What do you think my go-to karaoke song would be?
Oh, gosh. In comes Fernando and bowls a very wide delivery, which Tattersall has to sprawl to take.
I know you're thinking to all the girls I've loved before, but no, not that one,
Single
DT.
Ladies by Beyonce.
All the single ladies, no, not that either, no. Nor is it simply the best. I've been known to do a town called Malice by the Jam.
Here comes Fernando. He's in and bowls, and Charlesworth tries to lay back into a cut shot and doesn't time it at all as it goes out to backward point.
I'd not done Held by the Beatles, I'd done Hey Jude, because that's one for getting that everybody goes with you then after the first. You have to sing the first few bits on your own and then bang, just to get the entire room up, don't you, for that one? No, it is. And it's cheesy with an extra several pounds of cheese on top. It was a Barry Manilow classic.
Fernando approaches and bowls. This one coming in towards Charlesworth, who works with it and plays it in defence. Up to wide mid-on.
And the opening lyric, her name is Lola. Yeah, Copacabana. It's a great one for getting people going on the old karaoke. And everybody denies that they like it, but they all stand and sing along when you sing it.
Fernando bowls. Charlesworth drives and drives with a tinny noise off the bat because I think that threatened briefly to get through him.
Ed's too young for that, but it's happened a few times, and even once, my old cricketing pal Neil Allett, we had a sing-off in front of everybody in the cricket club where we both sang it each, and it was the clapometer decided who won.
But that's not a good way of doing it. Fernando in, bowls short and wide, and that does get the treatment that time. Charlesworth clatters it away on the cut through the covers and picks up a boundary, so he's first to double figures, on to 10. It's 23 without loss. No, because I mean the person who gets the second load of clapping has got an inherent advantage, you know, because people aren't quite warmed up for the first one, so you know, it's sort of stage trick as old as time, that, you know, manipulate the audience into choosing the right thing and announce the right thing second. Fernando in and worked away off the thigh by Charlesworth to forward square leg. There's no run, so 19 without loss, excuse me, not 23. The total had already moved, but Charlesworth's hadn't, but Charlesworth does have 10.
Anyway, what is going off out there? Karaoke singing. Not in mind it. So Jordan Thompson in a change of bowling at this Peasholm Park end of the ground. He's going to take over from Connor McCurr. Tomo, bit of fun with the bat this morning, and I've enjoyed that. 44 for number 44. Can he make things happen with the ball? Yorkshire in search of a first Gloucestershire wicket, as we have unusual for Scarborough, passing air traffic. It's not like Headingley where every couple of minutes. Thompson in, first one doesn't make much happen. It's way down the leg side, and Tattersall steps across to his left to take it. George Hill at first slip, Adam Lyth at second, Finlay Bean at third. It's like a little club there, the Slips Club. What are they talking about today? You must need the password to get it in among in the cordon. I'm sure Sharpie can tell us a few things from back in his days playing the Yorkshire slip cordon and the sort of stories, antics that went on. I know when I fielded in the slips, we used to have a great laugh in between deliveries and sometimes during them as well, as the latest delivery has turned out to point by Cameron Bancroft, and there is no run.
I think the best thing to do in the slip cordon is to talk fairly inaudibly, but then just say the name of the person on strike. Just loud enough so that comes across and then start murmuring again.
Is that right?
That's the best thing to do.
A tactic I never knew in my entire career that could have brought us thousands more wickets, I'm sure, Ed. Not. As that's wide of off stump from Thompson and left by Cameron Bancroft. Absolutely glorious day. I'll make no apologies for repeating that several times on air today, because it really is. There's just a few clouds away to the right as Ed is shovelled out of the commentary position by David Townsend. And Jordan Thompson, meanwhile, comes in past Ant Harris and bowls, and it's a good delivery. And Cameron Bancroft keen to come slightly forward and just drop that into the offside, and there is no run. The parasols are up over on the balcony outside the tea room, which is clearly marked with some bright white lettering on the roof. We've got the usual Panamas away to our left on top of the pavilion balcony, as well as Thompson in and bowling. And Cameron Bancroft just felt like he might fall over that one. It wasn't so far away. It's a good length delivery from Thompson on this ground, and there was an evidence of, I think, a little bit of swing about it. Bancroft did help himself to a single in the end, but he'll have played more comfortable ones than that during his career. Conor McCurr is on the deck, having fielded that ball. We've still got the sight of passing people, even though we've got an over at this end, so the message hasn't got through. And the couple down there look like they might have watched a few games of cricket during their life.
He's just having a peer around, so just enough so the batsman can actually see him.
So 20 without loss, 10 apiece for the opening pair for Gloucestershire. Ben Charlesworth is the one of those pair who's on strike, and Thompson coming over the wicket to the lefty as the ball slanted across him. Just throwing it up there and saying, come on then, have a tickle if you like, but he chose the leave. End of the over, 10 of them complete, 20 without loss.
Yes, I'm sure in your karaoke days you didn't turn down the chance to have a tickle, did you? Earlier today then, Yorkshire, interesting innings, 307 for no wicket, 456 all out, so in theory, it's 456 that could have been a low score if you get the drift. But Vishwa Fernando is going to continue. Left arm over to the right-handed Bancroft bowls, and again Bancroft across his stick, gets a long way across, doesn't he? And plays that one away. This time down to fine leg for a single. Score moves to 21 for no wicket. Fairly sedate little passage of play this. The Gloucestershire batters are very clearly trying to see off this new ball, as you would do. It's a job of the openers. But the Yorkshire bowlers are probing. Would that be
probing? What a word. You've had the thesaurus out, haven't you, since I've been off air?
Fernando. That doesn't probe anywhere. That's
probing.
2.5 feet outside the off stump through to the key.
It's a word I don't use very often because it always reminds me of the sort of thing that a doctor does, and
right.
So it's got those sort of connotations. Thank you very much. So no. Mighty Mariners, by the way, says, afternoon all. Have Yorkshire ever played Derbyshire at Derby, or has it always been Chesterfield? I can confirm they definitely have played at Derby, because I think I'm right in saying that was about the second match I ever covered for BBC Radio Leeds, going back donkeys.
Fernando to the left-hander, and up on his toes, Charlesworth plays that down into the gully.
With regard to that match, it's the one and only visit I've ever had to the county ground at Derby, so things have obviously changed down there since then. And I remember it was back in the days when you weren't doing ball-by-ball commentary. I was just doing loads of updates all day long around the various radio stations that Yorkshire, that BBC Radio Leeds served. And Harry Gratian, the late great Harry Gratian, was presenting on BBC Radio York for a couple of those days, and he could not get my surname right for love nor money.
Lovely drive love all money there from Ben Charlesworth. He's going to pick up a boundary. Yeah, oh no. Good sliding stop again. And the Yorkshire fielders distinguished themselves. They just lost. They just saved a single.
At 11:30 hours Jonathan Deutsch. At 12:30 hours Jonathan Bridge. At 1:30 hours Jonathan Didge. At 2:30 hours Jonathan Dodge. It was, you'd see he was stumbling over it every time he came to it because he didn't know me, and I was out there in the sticks.
Yeah, he's probably sitting in the studio just writing down all variations and just have a bit of fun. Where are we going to go from Dodge? We did Dodge last time. Bodge. Jonathan Bodge. Here we go. 24 for no wicket, and Bancroft plays that into the offside.
And because when you're a young, inexperienced broadcaster, you don't mess with the likes of Harry Gratian. He was a great man in the BBC North. But I plucked up the courage by about halfway through day 2, and I finished off a report by saying 355 for 5 or whatever. Jonathan Deutsch Derby. So I just said my name as it was and left it at that, and it was okay after that.
He got it sorted. Fernando bowls, and this time Bancroft allows that through. That's the end of the over. 24 for no wicket. Is it a sort of name that's peculiar to Yorkshire, Deutsch? Is it, or whether the Deutsches are they? I must say it's not a name I've come across prior to meeting your good self. You don't know. You don't know the family.
You haven't heard of. We're up there with the Rothschilds and the Windsors.
Yeah.
And the Seaborns of this world.
Ah, the Seaborns are there.
We cock a snoot to Townsend's.
Well, Townsend's is a pretty common name, really, isn't it?
I believe. As Thompson's in, and again we've got some more movement. They've given up, haven't they, on trying to stop people between deliveries? There's a steward standing down there. What is he doing? As they've come back for a second run, Charlesworth clipped it off his legs. But he's letting people walk freely through. I don't get this.
Is it the big lad with the beard? Because he was walking through himself and getting heckled.
The grey-haired lad with his specs on down here.
Well, they normally have a sort of rope.
There is a rope tethered to the front of the railings around the pavilion, but maybe he should unhook that rope and just pull it across, and so nobody from the pavilion or from the passageway where he's standing can get through. 26 without loss. Thompson bowling here, solidly blocked by Charlesworth, and there is no run.
So Deutsch, back to Deutsch.
So Deutsch, yeah. So when I did one of those, when you go in those history shop things, whatever it's called, that's something like that. He said it was a Saxon name originally.
Okay. So you're German then, basically.
So Germanic, and then it transpires that during the Wars of the Roses, Thompson comes in, and that's blocked into the offside by Charlesworth.
What side were the Germans on during the War of the Roses?
They were on the side of the House of Lancaster during the Wars of the Roses.
Right. So like your predecessor, Dave Callaghan, who was actually a Lancastrian, you've got a fair bit of Lancastrian in you as well.
Certainly not in recent generations, no. But going back to those days, well, certainly Thompson in, that's turned into the leg side by Bancroft, no run. I can't remember the full details, but I think it was Simon de Montfort on was it John of Gaunt? Simon de Montfort. Who was House of Lancaster? Let's have a look. John of Gaunt.
Cyril Washbrook.
Cyril Washbrook, yeah. Nice one, Cyril. John of Gaunt. What a conversation to be having in the middle of a Jordan Thompson over of all things, when he might be making things happen any second. 3 slips and a gully, hoping that he can induce a Ben Charlesworth edge. Here he is. And Charlesworth, nope, solidly behind it. Yes, John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster. So I think deep ancestry suggests that some of my predecessors, and they weren't all called Doig with the same spelling, but they're all like, there's a Scottish version of it, Doig, for example. But there were followers of John of Gaunt, who was Duke of Lancaster.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
So where the move back in history came to Yorkshire, I'm not sure. Thompson is in, and then is punched into the offside, and there's no run. But you know, ultimately, what can you say? I mean, somebody somewhere along the line got it right, didn't they? And they shifted across to Yorkshire, and so
well, that was the great.
All worked out well in the end, really.
That was the great thing with Dave Callaghan, wasn't it? He came across the Pennines, and the people of Yorkshire took to him, and he became the voice of Yorkshire cricket. But his roots were in Lancashire. And talking to the great man, another quick little reminder that tonight is Dave Callaghan Memorial Fish and Chip Night, and it's the one night of the year where we all go out and take and have fish and chips in honour of the great man. Take a photo, send them in to us on Twitter or on JD's email or various other ways, X as it's now known. And we'll read them out tomorrow. And if you're a vegetarian, improvise. Raise a glass to the big fella. Start of a new over from the far end, and that's who's coming into this Kerr, isn't it? Kerr's
yeah,
swapped ends coming down the hill. Would you have been tempted to give Matthew Revis a little twirl from that end?
That would be fairly early for him, I would have said.
I know, but the ball's still fairly hard.
Yeah, maybe. George Hill, I think, might have been.
I just fancy Revis on his bit of extra bounce in the pitch. He might be able to get out early on as Kerr bowls there and pushed into the offside. Just slight hesitation there from Charlesworth. Bancroft's always going to run, he should know that.
Notice Gibson in his pork pie sun hat going for a wander round down beneath our composition. I'm not quite sure where you're at on the socials, but John Semester says, looks idyllic now, but to a 7-year-old it was a boring old traipse from our North Bay digs to the South Bay where all the fun seemed to be.
Yeah. Kerr rather, bowls, and that's pushed backward of point.
Neil Dutton says, can you hit the stumps, Fernando?
Can you hit the stumps, Fernando?
Andy Walker says, maybe you could declaim Copacabana in the style of F.S. Truman, JD. Just an idle thought for a summer's afternoon. Marvellous. Her name was Lola. She was a show girl with yellow feathers in her hair and a dress cut down to there. She would merengue and do cha-cha. And while she tried to be a star, Tony Hollis tended bar. Across the crowded floor, they worked from 8 till 4. They were young and they had each other. Who could ask for more? At the Copacabana. Hottest spot north of Havana. At the Copacabana.
Enough already. Get him off.
They fell in love. Gotta wait for the best bit, yeah.
Conor McGurr bowls looking for that first wicket, and he's gone. Oh, it's gone. Didn't quite carry there to Finlay Bean at third slip. Bean's got down. It's probably just yorked him, if you like. You know, it's just landed just a few fractions short of him, diving to his left at third slip, and that one's raced away for 4.
His name was Rico. He wore a diamond. He were escorted to his chair. He saw Lola dancing there. And when she'd finished, he called her over. Rico went a bit too far. Tony sailed across bar. And then punches flew. and chairs were smashed in two. There were blood and a single gunshot, but just who shot who?
It's kind of a curveball was outside of the off stump, through to the keeper. No run, no more. 32 for no wicket off 13 overs. Fred Truman sings Copacabana. Where can you get that? Where can you get entertainment like that? Well, hopefully nowhere else, and hopefully here not for long either, but there you go. Jonathan Deutsch, the great. Possibly the only man who's ever recited Fred Truman doing the Copacabana.
Her name was Lola. She was a showgirl. But that was 30 years ago when they used to have a show. Now it's disco, but not for Lola. Still in the dress she used to wear. Faded feathers in her hair. She sits there so refined and drinks herself half blind. As Thompson's in, and Charlesworth blocks that ball that doesn't look like it bounces quite as much as he expected it would.
We saw that quite a bit this morning, didn't we? Maybe the ball just getting a little bit softer.
She lost her youth and she lost her Tony. Now she's lost her mind at the Copa.
Copacabana. Wonderful stuff.
32 without loss. Jordan Aaron Thompson turns at the Peaceown Park end and comes in now and bowls to Charlesworth, who pushes that into the offside. And there is no run. Andy Lockwood, who we met, we were called over in the North Riding yesterday evening. He said, finally sat on the bleachers. Train breakdown made me late. Who needs Barbadian beaches with what waits at the SCC gate? A pint of cider in my hand with JD, DT and ES in my ears. Perfect description of every ball, waiting for wickets to fall. Jordan Thompson is trying to take one with this delivery. Oh, and should have had one really. That's gone for four through third man. Finlay Bean says he couldn't see it. He's at third slip, and I'll tell you what, he's a very good grabber as well. He's got a great pair of hands, and it's the sort of opportunity that he would normally have snaffled. Let's have a look at that again for those who can see the pictures. And for those who can't, we'll try and describe what we've just seen.
A flash, really, wasn't it?
Yes, it's just gone past pretty much the right bicep of Finlay Bean. It was inches from him. It was, by his standards, a pretty straightforward catch, and he just has not seen it at all.
Was he looking to play it on the onside, maybe? Has he got a genuine edge to it? Let's see that one. No. It very nearly went into his right pocket.
Thompson in again, and Charlesworth, having survived that scare, pushes one into the offside, no run.
I wouldn't mind seeing that shot in slow motion, see where he was trying to play it, because the ball seemed to loop as well as it went to, it didn't go fast, did it, to the... He was expecting to come quicker. That's a perfect camera angle. Great bit of work with the cameraman there. Look, where's he looking to hit it? If we see this, is he going? No, it's gone and yeah.
Thompson in. Ooh, and there's a crowd catch by Johnny Tattersall. It's a good delivery. It's a good start by Jordan Thompson. This. It really is 36 without loss, and he's trying his damnedest to get this first wicket, and should really have had it in this over. We can criticise drop catches all you like, but if you don't see it, you can't catch it, can you? And he just didn't see that at all, Finlay Bean. So it's hard to be too hard on him. Well, where will he be looking? It's somewhere into the pavilion from his angle, probably.
It just seemed to come off at an odd angle. Odd one.
Thompson is in. That's turned into the leg side where Conor McCurr does the fielding, and that is the end of that over. And warm applause, and rightly so, really, because that was as good an over as I think as we've seen in the innings so far.
Can you see Thompson now and Bean are talking about it? And Bean's obviously apologising. I didn't see it, Tom. Getting applause as he's being replaced by Ben Code. What's he going off for? Is he just going off for? In fact, Ben Code's coming on, but Tomo's not going off. Who went off?
No, just to let you know, I'll continue if you don't mind for this over, because they'll be coming to me for an update in a mo.
This is my over.
Yeah, you can have it back after. Don't worry. I can't help the fact that it's 2:30 that the ball has been thrown at that end. Conor McKerr running towards us. Will bowl here to Cameron Bancroft, who's shouldering arms to one. Some variety of sun hats away to our left. A green bucket hat, white one next door, blue one with an England 3 lions motif on the side of it. A gentleman walking by down the bottom with a Kraftwerk t-shirt on, which is good to see. Here's update time. Good afternoon, Toby and all. Yeah, so Gloucestershire batting for the first time in this match at the moment. 36 without loss in the early part of their innings. We've just seen an opportunity created by the bowling of Jordan Thompson from the P-Zone Park end, where Ben Charlesworth, left-handed Gloucestershire opening batter, got a thick edge on it. Finlay Bean fielding at third slip after the glories of his 160 odd with the bat yesterday. Just never saw the ball. He must have just about skimmed his right arm as it went through, flying to the boundary, but just didn't see it to try and make a catch. Yorkshire, well, they were 456 all out earlier today, which brought on lunch. So a good morning for Gloucestershire, who took the final 7 Yorkshire wickets for the addition of 108 runs, and have just moved the game on at a little bit of pace. But the York is clearly in a very strong position at this moment in time. So 456 all out, and in reply, Gloucestershire 36 without loss.
Oh, that's very short. Rena usually chatted on to you for about 10 minutes, didn't she, at this time? And then
yeah,
a bit of two-way going on between the studio and yourself. 36 for no wicket then. You haven't missed anything during that update, just a couple of deliveries that have gone through to the keeper. Bancroft on strike. Conor McKerr bowls to him and falls over as he does so. Oh dear. Got down, he's getting himself up, and he's on his way back. Big lad. It's going to take more than a tumble to stop him. Doidge is doing a very sensible thing of actually closing or attempting to close the door. Stop that draft coming through. I think that's the thinking. Here in the commentary box at the P-Zone Park end, the reenactment will be going on tomorrow afternoon about this time. Bonnie's Toes plays that to extra cover. No run.
Debbie and Julia, I think Julia's rewinding the Fred Truman Copacabana so Debbie can hear it, because she was out of the room when it happened. Shall I just do it again?
It's a minute and a half of your life you won't get back, Debbie. So 16 to Bancroft. He's on strike. That's steaming in towards us. Conor McKerr bowls. It's defended. Yorkshire bowled well without beating the bat too often. And obviously we saw that chance in the last Jordan Thompson over. Of course it was a chance, but is it a chance if the fielder doesn't actually see it?
Well, it's a chance, but it's not a dropped catch. That's what it is, isn't it? Yeah. Depressed Saga Lout says...
the what?
Depressed Saga Lout says... Derbyshire stopped playing at Chesterfield for a decade or two, which is why Yorkshire played at Derby. But Derbyshire aren't daft. They know that playing Yorkshire at Chesterfield gets the crowds in. If they can play us there, if they can, they play us there.
Yeah.
P.S. They are right. Gorgeous ground. Jordan Thompson over the wicket then from the P-Zone Park end, and he's getting it to talk here. Jordan Thompson, he beats Ben Charlesworth outside edge with one that just nips on him. And you can feel a first wicket. You can almost touch a first wicket here while he's on at this stage. David Coleman, aka Sportswear Dave, says the Harry Gresham name story was amusing and reminded me that my brother's ex-boss had the surname Geech. Or is it Geek? G-E-E-C-H. And the whole team used to amuse themselves by arranging for folks to phone in using variations asking to speak to Mr. Greech, Greek, Screech and Tweech, etc. John Thompson coming again. Charlesworth this time, ball slightly shorter of length, is over the top of it and pushing into the offside. And there is no run. Carolus Kane says channeling Fred singing Barry is the most extraordinary thing anybody's heard in a very long time. Lola Alcide, marvellous.
Aye, she met me, you know, Lola.
My God. She knew she'd had a night out then. I'll tell thee. Here comes Thompson. Ooh, another delivery that's useful there or thereabouts. Dean Southall says has been enjoying the banter when it's Cali Fish and Chips Day. Well, as you've heard, it's today. He's on about going to Scarborough for one day this year, and he does remember Cali wishing him a happy half century on air in 2016. Apparently you've got good taste because the North Riding Brew Pub is one of his favourites in Yorkshire. He'd love to spend his summers in Scarbados and winters in Chiang Mai.
Yeah, could do worse.
Thompson, well, he was in a few strides and has himself stopped in his run-up for some reason. Jeffrey Long says, hi all, only three batting bonus points. Gloucestershire have bowled better today, but we should certainly have taken 4 bonus points. So there's somebody who's not happy. Thanks, Jeff. Thompson in, wide of off stump, and Charlesworth leaves. Jonathan says, hi, really enjoying the commentary. It was at the ground yesterday and have to say that it was at its very best. A wee bit warm though. I enviously saw Jonathan in the comm box safely sheltered from the sun, but then realised that you might like to have a commentary position on the boundary edge to allow you to enjoy the sunshine. Which would you prefer? I would always go for an elevated view, I've got to say.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that one. Bit of sunshine's nice sometimes.
Just helps with the descriptions as much as anything. Thompson only might not feel that as the listener. That's wide of off stump, and he leaves it well alone. Paul Spencer says, hi all, feeling a bit nostalgic watching the live stream. I used to love the Fenner Trophy when I was a youngster at Scarborough in September. It was serious stuff too, as was the late lamented Tilken Trophy at Harrogate in June time, I think. I much prefer to have those 2 cups back rather than the 100. Also, I see the metal railings are still around the boundary. They were there when I watched the England-New Zealand one-dayer in July '78 and formed part of the boundary itself back then. Health and safety hadn't been invented. Thompson in, that's turned into the leg side by Charlesworth to complete that over at 36 without loss. Well, we've still got the chance. Let's just get through a couple more. Renko says, hi Jonathan and DT. Cali will be smiling down on us all at the fish and chip deal. I'm sure he'll have a pint up there too. Great friend, wonderful man. So say all of us. And Martin Bloomfield says, reckon you could be recruited for a new children's TV show, Jacka Doiji.
Jacka Doiji.
So that's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or at Sporting Lives 1, at EdCricket6 or at DO_cricket.
Still going to be McCurr. From the Trafalgar Square end. Still 3 slips and a gully in. As he bowls there to Bancroft, who allows that through. It's almost got the feeling of Gloucestershire having weathered that little bit of a Jordan Thompson storm. Just moving into calmer waters a little bit. Tom will probably disagree and take 2 wickets in his next over. He's just got that feel of that, a wicket about to happen. It's just passed. The field goes down as McCurr bowls, and that's pushed to extra cover, no run. What's the situation with Conor McCurr? He's been at Surrey for a fair while, hasn't he? Doesn't really sort of broken into the team. Will he be looking for another county at some point, do you think, Georgie? Or?
Maybe he's played 22 first-class matches, but he is 26 years of age, so it's not a lot, is it, really, for somebody that age? I don't know much previous history about him in terms of what he's produced on the pitch. He's got about 50 wickets in those 20-odd matches.
Oh, fancied having another one there. The short delivery. Interesting swat shot. He went down on one knee, Bancroft, and so tried to swat it away towards the pavilion.
So 50 wickets in 39 innings of bowling is not devastating, is it? But you never quite know in what context people have been used, do you? You just see those stats on paper. That's why stats only tell you some of the story.
Stats are for people who don't understand the game, Georgie. I've told you this before. 36 for naught. They're a useful prop. That's all they are. Tell you some things, don't tell you anywhere near the whole story.
Which I think is what I was trying to say.
Nice drive by Bancroft up to mid-off. Tumbling stop by Revis, and Fernando comes over and high fives him or low fives him or something, or basically clap hands together. 36 for the no wicket. I just, with a name like Conor McCurr, you'd think he might well be qualified for either Ireland or Scotland, wouldn't he? Fair chance with his family history.
Are you stereotyping there?
I am. Bowls again. And there's a big appeal there, and Cameron Bancroft is not out. Johnny Tattersall can't believe it. That ball is... Let's have a look from the thing behind, maybe a little bit. Oh, just outside, striking him just outside the line.
Do you think so?
I think it might have been, yes. It was hitting the stumps. But I'm going to give it... I'm not related to Neil Bain. Neil Bain. But, I've been defending him, I know today. That if he'd gone for that,
we
don't think it was high.
Could do another front-on view. Just have a slowed down front-on view, ideally.
Oh, we're back live again.
Here we go, get a replay again. The replay of the replay.
Have to be quick. And the ball is...
Oh, I don't think that's outside the line.
I think that might have hit him in line of the...
Off stump.
Yeah, off stump. It certainly wasn't high, was it?
No.
Conor McCurr was absolutely convinced it was out.
As was Johnny Tattersall. He jumped up and down several times, which is something you don't really see from him.
Well, he's the main man, isn't he, Cameron Bancroft? Anyway, end of a good over there from Conor McCurr. 26 years old, should be sort of coming into his prime as a fast medium bowler.
George Hill coming on from this Peaceholm Park end of the ground. Richard Watts from East Yorkshire, he says. There was a bit of chat yesterday about international cricket at Scarborough. I thought I'd share a couple of memories from the Prudential Trophy game versus the Windies in 1976. That was the first professional game of cricket I attended. I'll never forget the first ball of the game. Andy Roberts running in from the sight screen at the Peaceholm Park end and plucking out Barry Wood's middle stump. In the afternoon, with England heading to one of the many defeats that summer, the naval warfare at Peaceholm Park started. After a loud bang, someone shouts that Alec Bedser, chairman of selectors, has just shot himself. Huge laughter all round. The first of many enjoyable times watching cricket at Scarborough. I think the best was watching Darren Lehman smash knots to all parts in a 40-over game. I think he made 196, if my memory is correct. That's punched into the offside. George Hill's first delivery by Charlesworth, and half stopped by Moriarty, who is out there clearly as a substitute fielder at the moment. And they got a single. Thanks, Richard, for that. And yeah, I was talking to a couple of players. Who was it? No, I was talking to Adam Lythe and John Sadler, Northamptonshire coach, the other week when we were down there. And they speak of Darren Lehman in reverential tones as that's turned around the corner. Bit of inside edge about it, really, from Bancroft.
Bounced a little bit, that.
Yeah. It's 1 run. And Renko says it looked out from St. Petersburg vis-a-vis the recent appeal.
St. Petersburg? What's he doing in St. Petersburg? Or has he just made that up?
No, I don't think so. Hill in again, drifting that one across the face of the left-handed Charlesworth, who leaves. David Coleman says he thinks I should consider a charity album. Doidgy sings Truman, sings Manilow. The tills wouldn't stop ringing. We'd all make it through the rain then.
Well,
Ba-bum.
yes, I think, don't know about a charity album, but I think it'd be a charity single and a one-sided single at that.
You half missed. You were pretty good there, David, with "We'll all make it through the rain" then. But if you knew your Manilow, you see, you'd be saying, "Looks like we made it through the rain." Hill in and bowling to Charlesworth, who pushes it to Fernando in the offside. There's no run.
I'm quite proud of the fact that Doidgy that I don't know my Manilow.
Well, just be ready to take a chance again. Here's George Hill with this delivery. Could it be magic? He turns and runs in from the Peaceholm Park end to Charlesworth. No, not this delivery, I'm afraid.
Did he have a song about wide and ordinary?
Might have done, I don't know. I can just remember a few.
Go down well with some of his fans, isn't it? 38 for no wicket.
17 of those to Bancroft, 21 to the man on strike. Absolutely cracking day. Great fun up here in the com box as well. So Hill is in, and that is wide of off stump, and he plays the leave. How many overs? It's the end of the over, by the way, to 38 without loss. How many overs remaining in the day? 53. And it's what, 32 to tea. So still a fair old way off.
You're
the tea break.
Full of surprises, aren't you? I would never have had you down as a Barry Manilow fan. But there you go.
So there's nostalgia in there, you see. Nostalgia. It's, you know, what do you hear when you were growing up? What was played in the house?
Well,
it's songs you hear.
Well, but songs we'd hear would be Radio 1, wouldn't it?
Radio 1 wasn't invented when you were a child, was it? No, seriously, was it? Wasn't it Flowers in the Rain, the first song ever played on Radio 1? Tony Blackburn?
Yeah.
67 was that? Or was it 63? 67 I've got in mind. Oh, I'm thinking Top of the Pops was 67, I can't remember.
Something like that.
One or two other eye.
Looking back, yeah.
Never a great programme until Brighouse and Rush Street Brass Band got to number 1.
My grandmother did have some old records with the 78s. You had to play them.
Yeah, Dad had some of those as well, yeah.
Next delivery is... Oh! There's great excitement there as that ball nips back in. And Conor McCurr is thinking to himself, oh, just getting that little bit of movement off the pitch. And thought he got Bancroft in the last over. And Neil Baton's probably saying, well, there you go, that was the same one that I gave not out. It's Mr. Stumps. Anyway, go on.
In our house.
No house.
In our house. We'd have to be playing Sinatra and Ella, and occasionally you get Carpenters and Manilow. I remember we had an 8-track cartridge with The Entertainer, the theme tune to The Sting on it.
Attempted Yorker by McCurr, dug out, square the wicket.
Edie Gourmet played a bit of that.
Didn't really have
Rosemary Clooney.
We had Radio 1 playing in our house when I was sort of.
Did it?
That's what it came around.
My dad tended to listen to Radio 2. And so all those songs were played, like Laughter in the Rain, Neil Sedaka.
My mum was quite fond of Engelbert Humperdinck.
Engelbert Humperdinck, yeah. Did she have the last waltz with you? Oof. Something's hit the roof there, not quite sure what that was.
Next delivery is a painful one for Bancroft, who's again getting across his stumps, and that one's come back at about waist height and struck him. There's a little walk out towards square leg, not showing any pain, not rubbing it. 38 for naught. Yeah, and then you went into the early 70s. Well, I suppose I was a teenager then, and you just, you had you had the glam rock as well, didn't you?
Yeah. Did you wear platforms?
All those old rock stars that we can't mention these days. 38 for naught. We thought they were brilliant. Nice drive, firm drive, good half stop at there at cover.
No, I mean, I remember all those. So we must have had Top of the Pops on and stuff at home to see the platform shoes. And I remember Rod Stewart sailing, the video being on when it was #1, and a few of the things before that. The sort of acts that you can't mention anymore, but you know what I'm talking about.
Introduced by the DJs you can't mention anymore.
Oh, come on.
Yes. 40 for no wicket now. Conor McKerr bowls. And again, that ball comes back, and I think he got his bat on it that time, wasn't struck Bancroft. But again, he's bowled well, hasn't he, McKerr, but without any luck and without that decision that could quite easily have been LBW in the previous over. So I think I'll probably is there a Barry Manilow song about walking off into the sunset or something, or to the other end of the commentary box, handing over to a whippersnapper? I don't know.
No, it's my turn to go next in about 9 minutes' time, and you can stay put.
No, we're back on the half hours. The 20,
we're on the half hours now. So Hill's in and bowling, and that's pushed into the offside by Charlesworth. No, listen, this is my commentary box. You're just a hired hand. Just remember your place.
At least we won't get any of that nonsense from Ed Seaborn, who is
too nice.
Brought up with garage, whatever they call it, a garage punk or something, or
grunge,
in-house grunge, or
drum and bass. Here's George Hill and Charlesworth pushing into the offside. There's no run. Russell Walker says, Jonathan, you've now put the image in my head of Barry Manilow in full Las Vegas cabaret gear, facing the bowling of Fred Truman from the Trafalgar end of the ground. Fred sends down a bouncer, and Barry just sways inside the line. Over.
Yeah.
Magnificent. Renko says he moved from Sarasota 5 years ago, DT, to St. Petersburg. As Hill comes in and bowls, there's a little bit of swing away from the left-hander there, but he was able to get there and block it. Simon Cluffy says, hi Doige and DT, in view of Yorkshire's team selection, surely time for FST sings ABBA. Flowers in the Rain, 1967, the first ever song on Radio 1. Thank you, Tony Blackburn. Very early in the morning, I was listening before school. Martin Bloomfield says, more albums. Not sure where you are with your piano lessons, Dodgy, but given all the titles you just mentioned, dot ball here, but good one from George Hill, which draws Charlesworth into a little push through to Johnny Tattersall. No run.
A little look at that again on the replay for those of you watching the stream. Just pitches, all good pitches, and left him, and Charlesworth turned around in disgust, and he knew he shouldn't have been fiddling at that.
So he says, don't know where you are with the piano lessons, but given all the titles you just mentioned, I can see the cover now. Doige does Gladys Mills. As Hill is in, this one's going to be 4. He's just strayed leg side-ish, clipped away by Charlesworth, nicely played. Surrey's Dan Lawrence apparently has hit England spinner Shoaib Bashir for 5 consecutive sixes to help equal the record for the number of runs conceded in a single over in the county championship.
Well, how does that work then? Because
Bashir, who's on loan at Worcestershire from Somerset, was hit for 5 successive maximums, as Shemilt has put it. That's not me. Before you start to moan, it's not a maximum. That's Stefan Shemilt, chief writer for the BBC on cricket, as that's pushed into the onside. To McCurr, no run, 44 without loss at the end of the over. So 5 successive sixes, then bowled a 5 wides and a no ball, from which Lawrence took a single. Dan Worrell faced the final delivery of the over, which was a dot. Well, it kept it tight then, didn't it, at the back end? 38 runs from a single over equals the championship record set by Lancashire's Andrew Flintoff off Surrey's Alex Tudor in 1998. Paul Spencer of Lancaster says DT Radio, perhaps DT was partial to Sing Something Simple, Sunday tea time in the 70s, Radio 2, followed by Charlie Chester, always spelled doom at the thought of going back to school. Yeah, I remember those programmes as well.
That first ball of the new over is struck through the covers for 2. If I come out here, I know it's your box and you've organised and everything, but if I just come out and Ed comes in here, then I'll take over from you, if that's all right. I don't mind, I'll commentate.
I need to have a meeting about that with my analyst, my commentary analyst, to make sure that... I mean, you've got to manage your workloads, DT. In the red zone. Yorkshire lad just down beneath us, doffing his cap in our general direction. And in comes McCurr. And Bancroft solidly behind that, and there is no run. Ed has appeared alongside. DT is also appearing alongside. Andy's appearing alongside as well. What's he got for us here? Oh, a bit of
mince. Is it mince? It's a bit like mince. It's like a tub of mince.
Date and apricot cake. We like the sound of that. We'll accept all cakes in the com box. Thank you.
Oh, magnificent.
Mrs. Lockwood. Fantastic. Thank you, Mrs. Lockwood. Thank you, Andy. Very kind. You see, you've come up here expecting to see a carpeted plush commentary box with carpet on the walls to help dim the sound and get all of that acoustic stuff right.
3 producers working at the back of us,
you just realised we're positioned on a few boards on the back of the stand. Yeah.
And to tread lightly back there. There's McCurr bowling to Bancroft, who is attempting a drive but not finding the gap at mid-off. 46 without loss. I sort of feel like I'm coming in and attempting to restore some order to proceedings, but I suspect that probably won't happen because DT is donning headset next to me. What on earth have you been on about the last
don't look at me.
40
don't look
minutes?
At me.
What have you been doing?
Don't look at me. We've had a
step back in time. McCurr is in, edged. Well, I say edged. Actually, it was probably in the end steered by Bancroft, and he'll get 4 runs because he's picked the gap between gully and backward point to start with. I thought it was a thick flying edge, but I'll have a look at that again.
I'm not sure he was entirely in control of that, was he? It was a little bit of it.
Yeah, it was. I think he was looking at it again. Was mostly steering it. It wasn't as close to the field as I thought initially, and it brings up Gloucestershire's 50 without loss, and both openers 25 apiece. So another 50 partnership for these two. As in goes McCurr and bowls to Bancroft, who's defending, but in a half of the bat out to mid-wicket, and there is no run, and that ends an over which was commentated on by at least 2 different people, if not 3.
And some cake arrived as well, so we're going all TMS at the moment. You must have enjoyed George's little renditions of various Coca-Cabanas.
What did he do?
In the style of F.S. Truman.
I missed it. What was it? Can you give me a flavour?
No, I cannot give you a flavour. I can't do. I can occasionally, when I'm drunk, do Brian Clough, but I can't do trim. Here's started with new over from George Hill. That ball starts wide and goes wider.
I was about to say Brian Close.
Brian Close. Oh, he was particularly distinctive, was he, Brian Close, with his accents? He was. Oh, George is trying the cake, and it looks as though it's all right, isn't it?
Washing it down with some suspicious purple-looking liquid.
George Hill bowls again, and nice looking drive from Charlesworth. The 3 slips are trying to convince him he was lucky to have found the absolute middle of the bat with that one.
Yeah, they have ridden their luck at times of Gloucestershire or both these two.
What did you think to that LBW?
I thought if he didn't hit it, and I've no way of knowing whether he hit it or not from this distance, that it looked as if he was in serious trouble.
Might just have been a fraction outside the leg stump, outside the off stump, striking him.
But I didn't see any replays.
Well, we did. George Hill bowls, and again that's pushed to extra cover. It's another one of those if it's given. You walk off and you say, yeah, fair enough, but it's fractions, isn't it?
I mean, it's just some of it was also, again, the strength of the appeal, only seeing it once, and that's exactly what I thought about Luxton's live. As you said, it was the way they went up, and just something about it, especially because we were from sort of fine leg, it looked out.
Next delivery from Hill is steered away down towards third man. It was a steer, it's not going to get all the way to the boundary. They come back for a comfortable 2 runs, and the scoreboard ticks over again. Charlesworth goes in front of Bancroft.
Georgie going for another one of his lie downs on the outfield, or perambulate the perimeter. You can get much closer to his army of fans here than he can at heading. Hill bowls and round the wicket this time, and that's pushed up to mid-on. No run. Sort of impressions tent at tea time. JD does FST.
Oh, that'll probably get replayed.
Spelled TEA.
Yeah. Oh, well, you could have that, couldn't you? Hill bowls to Charlesworth and through to the keeper. Barely carried that one to Johnny Tattlesall. That's the end of the over. So a good start this by Gloucestershire. What they didn't want was a couple of early wickets and a bit of a panic setting in, replying to this 456. But as we saw this morning, wickets can fall rapidly. It's pretty remarkable, 307 for no wicket to 456 all out.
Yeah, it hasn't been perhaps quite as authoritative as the Yorkshire opening partnership as yet. However, I think Yorkshire have bowled better at them than Gloucestershire did at Lythe and Bean up front. This could be a test as well, as Thompson is returning, this time from the Trafalgar Square end, bowling to Bancroft, who lets that one go through to Tattersall.
Lythe and Bean sounds like a sort of expensive coffee shop.
Yeah. Yes, it does. I've been trying to think, throughout the several days what exactly it sounds. It doesn't sound like a sort of a solicitor's or anything like that. You're thinking of, I'm going to use a brand name now. You're thinking of Tate and Lyle. It's sort of a bit like that, isn't it? Lythe and Bean, and then you've got sort of the coffee equivalent.
Bean,
but that's why it sounds even more apt. In comes Thompson, bowls, and Bancroft is again not forced to play. You're
allowed to use brand names when it's relevant to what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's when you just quietly slip a brand name in for no obvious reason.
Tate and Lyle Lythe and Bean.
Like the bean. It does. It sounds like a sort of coffee shop you might find in Barnes.
Comes Thompson, and once again Bancroft watches that go through to the keeper, whereas Bancroft and Charlesworth does sound like a solicitor's or something.
Absolutely, definitely. Affidavits and oaths or whatever, all that sort of stuff. Conveyancing. Oh no, you want Mr. Bancroft for conveyancing? It's only Mr. Charlesworth in today.
Yeah. Thompson running in, still 3 slips in place. Sun blazing as he bowls to Bancroft, who is again defending, not for the first time, or with the inner half of the bat out towards mid-wicket. These clouds that Deutsch's promised might just be starting to come in from the west.
Be interesting to see when the tide turns today, what time that's due, because that is supposed to have an effect. I spent far too many years watching cricket at the seaside, and the tide has an effect, but I think sometimes it does.
Thompson into Bancroft, who pushes pleasantly out into the covers but won't get a run, as Revis, is there to field. They certainly used to say that about Hove, didn't they? Yeah. I've heard it more so than here, but then...
I think here would actually be closer to the sea than Hove. The Hove, you've got that fair sort of walk down, haven't you?
Yeah, I suppose it's just a question of the distance between the raised...
you've got the cliffs.
It's hard to get down there. Thompson into Bancroft, who does steer this one down through the gully. There's a chase on, and I can't see what's happened.
He's got that.
He stopped it.
Yes.
It also made more tricky by the fact that the TV's decided to put a massive message over the top of the important part, but there we go. Got rid of that, and Bancroft has taken 2. So they continue to match each other at now 27 apiece, 54 without loss at the end of that. Thompson returning over.
Yorkshire, not too many bowling options. Of course, Matthew Fisher's been out for a while, and Ben Code missing this game, although he is actually doing 12th man, 13th man duties. He's been on the field. Not for any great length of time, just for players going off briefly and coming back on.
When they're going to turn to Don Bess.
Don Bess, and of course Adam Lythe, who's for the moment it's Hill, George Hill, running up the hill. Well, it's not really a hill, it's a slight incline. Looks far more slopey from here than it does when you're actually down at ground level. That ball through to the keeper, no run.
Yes, Golden Arm Adam Lythe did do the job in the return. Well, that's what
genuine.
That's what Doidge called him, like the man who makes things happen.
Next delivery, Hill played up with the inside half of the bat up to this time. Charlesworth up to mid on. He's not. No. Jordan Thompson's the man who makes it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's his moniker when Thompson's bowling, and I'm pretty sure that Doidge says that when Lythe bowls.
Okay. Well, I didn't want you saying it too loudly in case it carried out into the middle, and Lythe took exception to it. Hill bowls through to the keeper, no run.
Who would ever take exception to being called Golden Arm?
Oh, he's a serious bowler. He's not just somebody who comes
I'd still take being called Golden Arm, even. You wouldn't
call. I don't know, Moeen Ali Golden Arm. You wouldn't call Rash Golden Arm, would you? He's like he takes himself seriously as a bowler. Hill.
Some people just look for offence everywhere.
Bowls and it's true. Oh, no ball.
First extras.
So Antares, arm extended, turns round and signals John Potter up there in the end of the press box with his little light bulb that comes on.
Yes, I like that. There's a red one at Bristol, which Does look slightly concerning when you suddenly see a red light come flashing next to you.
Next delivery again is outside the offer. He's just tempting Charlesworth to play, and he's having nothing of it. So it's a fairly tedious over, this one, with foot outside off stump, left alone through to the keeper. Foot outside off stump, left alone through to the keeper.
It's all a setup.
Yeah,
Maybe.
bowl it there, keep it tight, and sooner or later the batsman's going to. He's had a drive there. That one's a bit closer to him. But again, hasn't timed it. Clunky, horrible noise from the bat, inside half.
Timing hasn't seemed as easy in this innings. I mean, it may just be that, particularly Lythen been with there, and whether it has got slower at all, the pitch, or not, they'll know the pitch better than Bancroft and Charlesworth, who, well, Bancroft will have batted on this, but Charlesworth, I suppose, in one-day cricket.
It's a drive in the air, and that's running away down the hill. There's a despairing attempt to get a hand on that. Was it Don Bess who's feeling sorry for himself? No, it's Will Luxton. So rubbing his elbow there where he landed. A bit of, oh, he got the physio on, not for that surely. No, it's the Gloucestershire physio just coming on to give Charlesworth is it the physio? He's just brought himself a drink on. He's brought him a drink on.
Chris Dent, who was.
Do they have different coloured bibs for what they were?
What do you mean in terms of
whether they're
those vests they have to wear now? I don't know. They seem to have different colours. I've definitely seen bright blue, bright red ones, as well as those bright green. I don't know, if I'm honest. Dent possibly hasn't been on the field actually as much as Josh Shaw was. Dent, who returned to second 11 action recently and returned with a huge score in the second innings against Derbyshire's second team. Thompson resumes and Bancroft guides this one to backward point, and there's no run. But yeah, honestly, it feels like a strange thing to say really about a Gloucestershire 4-day side, but it was hard to see who Dent would return in place of, because everybody has got runs in this Gloucestershire top order this year, so hard for anybody to make way in any way other than through injury, as Thompson is in and Bancroft plays defensively to cover. As the only thing would be if somebody were absolutely out on their feet after the T20s, back-to-back games, he says, hoping to get a reaction that I don't think he's quite getting. But no.
Can't tell me with that.
Didn't really seem as though there was likely to be any changes to the batting lineup, but imagine, certainly in 4-day cricket anyway, Dent will have his chance again at some point, one way or another, as there's a big explosion of dust as Thompson reaches the crease there, and Bancroft is once more finding backward point as he prods forward.
Have you ever seen how frequently baseball players play in the major leagues?
I'm a big baseball fan, yes.
So you would know that it's nothing unusual to play 20 out of 24 days or whatever. I was looking at the fixtures last year. You get
164 game season. Yeah. Sorry, 162. As in comes Thompson, and well, Yorkshire think they've got the inside edge of Bancroft. He's going to sprint back for a second run. He's more than quick enough to make that, as the ball goes towards backward square leg. And Yorkshire will say, oh yeah, inside edge, and well, it sort of was, but Bancroft does this so often. The ball looks to be inside edged because he gets it down fine on the onside whilst playing with a vertical bat. But he does get runs that way, and sure, he'll miss one every now and then, but hasn't missed a great deal this season. 62 without loss. Bancroft moves to 29. Thompson runs in, he bowls to Bancroft, who defends into the onside. So in baseball, you'll have a 5-man rotation in terms of starting pitching. So the pitchers that pitch the most pitches will pitch every 5 days, sometimes 6, but usually 5. And then the relief pitchers, it depends on several things, how hard they throw, just how robust their arm is, as Thompson bowls to Bancroft, who I think plays inside.
I thought I heard
the line of that one.
Something, but nothing at all from the players out there. Well bowled.
He certainly tried to withdraw the bat from it, but it was a cracking delivery.
But from the batting point of view, would they what sort of rotor would they have on that?
Well, it's changed actually a lot recently, because nowadays the big thing, and they've increased the size of. Oh yeah, we look at that again. Actually, just looking at the replay of that last delivery, I think Jordan Thompson said to the heavens, "You're kidding me," and he certainly did play at it. Did Bancroft, despite the serious withdrawal afterwards? But no, they tend to try and match things up more now, and they've got bigger rosters than they used to have. So a bit like in T20, I guess, where you want to have the off-spinner bowling to the left-handers and the leggy bowling to the right-handers, a little bit like that.
Start of a new over from Hill, bowls, and that's through to the keeper, and no run. So is the answer to us supporters, fans of the game of cricket, wanting to see more cricket played, to have bigger staffs? But you've got this situation at the start of the season where you play 7 rounds of county championship, all started on the Friday, which was great. I think we all enjoyed the cricket over the weekend, and I think the crowds were better for it, despite it being in April. And that ball pitched up outside off stump, flicked at it, didn't get a touch, through to the keeper.
It's almost so wide, Charlesworth couldn't really get after. He's just retaking his guard now at middle.
But and I mistakenly, well, not mistakenly, I just sort of innocently, I'll come back to that after this ball from Hill bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump. I innocently said to a sort of cricket official, shall we say, well, 7 rounds of county championship, 7 weeks, that's half the season done for you. You can play 7 rounds in 7 weeks. The players wouldn't have that. What? A 4-day game and then 3 days off. Well, the bowlers. Well, all the sides rotate bowlers. Next delivery from Hill is hit firmly to mid-wicket. He likes that shot, doesn't he? He sort of picks up a length ball and tries to hit it through mid-wicket. He did successfully earlier in this innings.
Yeah, it's a shot which he never used to play, but since he's started playing T20 cricket, which has expanded his repertoire of shots, he's started doing that off the seamers much more.
But I mean, if you're a batsman, why on earth can't you bat a couple of times a week for 7 consecutive weeks? I just don't understand it. Hill bowls, and that's through to the keeper. Nobody's talking about playing a 2020 game on a Friday night and then playing something on Saturday afternoon 200 miles away. No, it's obviously wrong. You don't want players doing that. But for instance, back-to-back home games in a T20, or in a case of Gloucestershire, a home game followed by a game at Somerset or something like that. Next delivery again outside the off stump, again no run. Very conveniently allowing me to make my point here. That's the end of the oval. Well bowled, George. 62 for no wicket. That's not really a huge. It's not really a huge strain, and the fans want to see that, don't they? They want to see the cricket being played. It's not a huge strain on the players, that sort of routine. I cannot for the life of me see why they can't play 7 4-day games in 7 weeks, because it's in April and in May anyway, so you're going to have days off for rain. So some games are completely rained out, and I just think it's almost being done because they can do it.
Here comes Thompson to Bancroft, who's pushing forward, looking to drive. He's missed it. Thompson's wheeling off towards cover and annoyance again.
He's wheeling off towards third man for a minute. I didn't think he was going to stop. Oh, it's bowled well, isn't it, Tom?
Yes. He's deserved a wicket. I mean, in some ways he should have won. The edge from Charlesworth when he was on 16, which wasn't seen at third slip. Closest that he's come, but that wasn't the only time. Passed the bat on several occasions since then. Did feel he might be a serious threat given what we've seen out of this pitch, and there he gets his wicket at last. Bancroft edges and is caught at second slip by Adam Lyth, and Yorkshire strike. A huge wicket there, 62 for 1, Gloucestershire. Bancroft 29. Sort of almost innings where he looked more and more in trouble as it went along.
Interesting, wasn't it?
And Thompson has his deserved wicket, just a little bit of away movement.
So Thompson's last 3 deliveries, that one, last ball of the previous over that beat Bancroft, when he said, "What were you? You've got to be kidding me," or something
like
You've got
that.
to be
It looked
kidding
like
me.
it.
First ball of this over when he beat him, and he ran off almost to gully in sort of frustration. And then he's finally got that little nick, and it's gone through to second. Good catch by Adam Lyth. He hands like buckets, hasn't he?
Yeah, I'd expect him to.
Your batsman. He's almost like watching the ball disappear into a cave. I think he's not coming out. 62 for 1. Well deserved that for Jordan Thompson. He's caused problems.
Felt like a fairly classic Thompson dismissal, really, just that sort of line and length, a little bit of away movement, and drawing the edge. It means Ollie Price comes out at number 3, so the partnership that did the business in the big Cider Derby only a matter of hours ago.
Cider Derby. Oh dear.
Is reunited against the red ball.
Everything is only a matter of hours ago.
Some things
it might be thousands of hours.
Some things
ago,
happen more hours ago than others. Looking in no particular direction.
It's a long time ago now, isn't it?
Here's Ollie Price then, facing up to Thompson. 3 slips in a gully. Thompson bowls, and Price is full in defence. Ball trickles out to cover, so they've got a fielder at cover. And only 2 out on the leg side, 1 at mid-on and 1 at long leg. Certainly pushing fine leg anyway down there, McCurr. So Price, who got his maiden first-class 100 against Yorkshire at Headingley last year and scored his career best 147 against Yorkshire in the first fixture of the 2 this year, facing up to Thompson, and there's a brave leave from Price, but it was fine. It missed the stumps and through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, I guess then to follow through on the baseball analogy, then for the batters, it's less of a thing you would think, and position players in baseball, some of them will get up to, if they can stay healthy, will get up to 155 plus games, and some of them will even try and play in all 162. Thompson runs and he bowls to Price, and that one moves away from him, but he doesn't play a shot. But the pitchers know, in terms of the starting pitchers, they know what day they're going to pitch, and it's once every 5.
Yeah, no, I mean, those guys as well. I mean, basically their arms come out of their shoulder sockets after
exactly. If you get through your career without needing the ulnar collateral ligament, I think it is, in your elbow, it's the one that keeps getting done, and then they have to take the ligament, I think, out of your knee or somewhere and put it into your elbow so you can resume pitching. Thompson is in and bowls, and Price leaves. Another terrific over from Jordan Thompson, and it's the first successful over for Yorkshire as they look to press home the advantage created with weight of runs on the board. Bowled out for 456 this morning. It was an excellent morning from Gloucestershire's perspective. I don't think they could have hoped for much better. 108 for 7 in that morning session, but it is still a big score on the board, and they've lost a key man in Cameron Bancroft now, gone for 29, 62 for 1.
And we're going to get Fernando back on. Lishwa. Who's fancy him bowling from this Peas-Holm Park end more than from the Trafalgar Square end. Why? I think he might just shoot his delivery a little bit more. We'll see. And also fancy him bowling to the left-hander. He bowled the majority of his first spell to Bancroft. Let's see how he goes against Charlesworth, who's got exactly half of Gloucestershire's 62 for 1. Number 39 on his back, Fernando. Bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump, just a little loosener. No harm in that.
At Barclay the Lion has been in touch with me
Barclay
a couple
the
of
Lion.
times, once to say, Cider Derby, it's the Hicksgate Classico. And the other time was, yes, I realised that as the ball was whistling towards the boundary, as Charlesworth cut a ball away, that of course Charlesworth played here before, but in one-day cricket in that game against Durham a couple of years back.
Next delivery also outside the off stump.
And Cameron
Left
Bancroft,
arm over.
sorry DC,
Go on.
Cameron Bancroft was playing in that game as well, but for Durham, batting at 3 and keeping wicket.
Nice little tweet here. What do you call it now? It's an X.
A post.
A
I think
post.
They seem to want it to be called. But
Okay, a post on X or a tweet for anybody who's a bit older. Fernando bowls Charlesworth, who fiddles at that one outside the off stump to the keeper. Andy Lockwood, who very kindly bought some cakes up for tea, said Slipfielders chit-chat today, probably discussing whether to have mushy peas or curry sauce tonight with their Cali Memorial fish and chips. Nice thought, Andy.
yes,
Send us in your Andy. Send us in you have your fish and chips tonight. Send us a photo.
I wonder if that
We'll
will that be a choice. Do you
reposting them,
think?
several
Yes.
of them.
Will that be a choice? I wonder. Will they have such,
Oh, you're
such options?
bound to have mushy peas.
Well, I should hope mushy peas, but will there be curry sauce?
Next ball is played down into the gully, no run. Is that not more a sort of southern thing, the curry sauce?
I don't
mean,
know.
I
I think
would
it
never-
gravy. I mean, there should be gravy.
Gravy, yes, but I'd never have gravy or curry sauce anywhere near fish and chips
me
myself.
neither.
A little bit of tartar sauce, perhaps.
Yes, that can be nice.
A few chips left over at the end, sort of bit of tartar sauce to it. Next ball is short outside the off stump. Hasn't quite got it right this over, has he, Fernando? Ball probably there for the hitting.
He's struggling a bit with that cut shot, isn't he, Charlesworth? He's hit a couple to the boundary, but as many as, well, in fact, more. He's struggled to time rather than,
Especially with no sweeper out as well. It's just the 3 men in the ring saving one, the 3 slips, and 3 on the onside. Let's see if he can do better with this one. Fernando bowls and again threw outside the off stump, so not really a very probing over that one. So that's the end of it. No doubt he'll come back stronger.
I suppose it's just about time for Australia versus India in the T20 World Cup to begin.
Gee, wouldn't that be funny if Australia were to lose?
Having had the opportunity to knock us out, lose to Scotland. What's happened there? Australia have won the toss and have chosen to field. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
It seemed to suggest that rain might be an issue, so even less of a surprise then. Thompson bowling to Price, who lifts everything out of the way as that goes through to the wicket keeper. Just having a look at some county championship scores, if I can get the technology to work. Essex 101 for 2 in reply to Durham's 587. Thompson runs in, he bowls to Price, who taps out to cover, excuse me, there's no run. Lancashire 295 for 1 in reply to Kent's 244.
Ooh.
There was a certain amount of revenge being hoped for Lancashire going to Canterbury after Kent got the victory up at Old Trafford. Luke Wells 143 not out and Josh Bohannon 131 not out. They were 7 for 1, Lancashire.
That's almost sort of in Lythe and Bean
Yes,
territory,
it's
isn't
getting
it?
up there. Thompson to Price, who is skewing the defensive push a little out to the covers. Revisfield's Somerset 135 for 2 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 360. Warwickshire 222 for 7 in response to Hampshire's 298. So it could be a
Sounds
good
like
game
a good
there.
game,
Worcestershire 58 for 1 in reply to Surrey's 490 all out. And in Division 2, Glamorgan 265 for 4 in response to Northamptonshire's 279. So trailing by just 14. Thompson approaches. He bowls short and Price cracks that pull shot away for 4 through square leg. Yorkshire certainly saw plenty of that in Price's 147 at Bristol. You'd expect the short ball might be a bit more troubling on this surface. However, there are only 2 fielders out on the leg side and Price gets off the mark with the boundary, 66 for 1. Derbyshire 133 for 2, replying to Middlesex's 433. Leicestershire 175 for 5 in reply to Sussex's 442. Ollie Robinson has 3 for 36. Thompson is in and bowls very full and steered out towards wide mid-off by Price for no run. Leicestershire with both Ian Holland and Lewis Goldsworthy on loan, as well as Scott Curry, who's on a season-long loan, having had Ben Green on loan not so long ago. I think we should be calling them Loanstershire, not Leicestershire. 3 loanees and 2 overseas players. Well, well. Hanscom and Mulder both with half centuries for Leicestershire, but trailing by 266.
Was that a joke? I'd forgotten you were the joker of the
In
box.
comes Thompson and bowls, and that's left outside the off stump. And I wouldn't dream of it, Deutsche. We know you're in control of everything in this commentary box, including humour, so I wouldn't attempt to do such a thing. End of the over. It is 66 for 1 as Charlesworth has 31 and Price 4.
Good to hear that you've realised your place. Oh, do I need to talk now?
Well,
66 for 1 then.
I suppose you need to, but
What was the
it
score
might
when the
help.
wicket went down? I was talking at the side, so I didn't actually make a note this time.
Was
Apart from the time, which was 15:21.
2.
62.
As
First
Fernando,
delivery.
go on.
First delivery of
No idea
Fernando's
who
over
to
was
pick up.
bowled by somebody and there was no run scored off it. The bit in the middle, not entirely sure.
It ended up being basically a wide Yorker from Fernando, which was swinging away, and Charlesworth banged his bat into the ground but didn't nick the ball.
There is Fernando then. Left arm over the wicket. This one drifting down the leg side. It's a good diving, well, stop by Johnny Tattersall. He didn't quite take it cleanly. The ball hit terra firma. So So they've been subjected to some good stuff by the Yorkies so far, but just the 1 wicket.
Still 10 overs left until tea.
Yeah. You getting hungry?
Well, there's cake in the box, isn't there?
I'm not sure it'll still be left when you've finished the 10 overs, because DT is now off commentary. So it could be devoured. Here's Fernando in again. And he pushes forward into the offside. And there is no run. Charlesworth going okay, 31. He had that thick outside edge that flew by Finley Bean for 4 in the slip cordon. It was between he and Adam Lythe, but very much Finley Bean's catch, but he just didn't see it. That 1 wicket to have fallen. Big one as far as Yorkshire are concerned. Cameron Bancroft. Fernando in again. That you can almost hear, hopefully, from our effects mic. The sound of that was very woody, wasn't it? Bottom of the bat. And didn't bounce as much as Charlesworth thought. This has been coming into play during today. I've got to say, I've just put the jumper on. Not that it's cold in here, but it is a sneaky wind, as they say today, compared to yesterday. It was a warmer breeze. Today you've got the contrast of lovely sunny conditions and a chillier breeze. Fernando in again. Charlesworth over the top of that, pushing to Jordan Thompson in the offside. And there is no run.
Big price on Charlesworth's wicket now, given that he's the one surviving member of the opening stand. They wouldn't want to lose him before tea, I think. 66 for 1, it's not alarm bells, but 2 down, trailing by still nearly 400 would be.
As this latest Fernando delivery is worked away backward of square leg. James Wharton swooping, throwing with that side arm flat back to Tattersalls' gloves. End of the over then. And that is now 30 complete in this Gloucestershire first innings, and Yorkshire managed just that 1 wicket so far off Cameron Bancroft, 29 to him. 75 deliveries, 3 fours, and it was the man that makes things happen that made that particular thing happen. DT's got cake, most of his cake down his sweater.
Oh, looks like the crossword's about to be started by a spectator with his feet up on the balcony, is it up there? Just seeing on the picture feed to the left. Have you ever done a crossword at the cricket, would you?
No, too interested in the cricket.
Yeah, quite right.
No,
DT seems like
nothing,
somebody who'd have done a
there's
crossword.
nothing whatsoever
Yes,
to do
he
with my
has.
ability or otherwise to do a crossword.
I knew it. I knew DT was somebody who'd done the crossword at the cricket. Here comes McCurr. No, it's Revis, excuse me, replacing Jordan Thompson, and starting off with a rather Thompson-esque delivery in terms of leaving the outside edge of the batter. So Revis now the 5th bowler used. Yeah, 5th bowler used by Yorkshire. Still haven't seen any spin in this innings.
DT's still got food down his sweater and looks like one.
It's a bit hard to understand him, isn't it?
It looks like one of those 2 village idiots that the 2 Ronnies used to portray. Has just told me that Revis should have been on much earlier.
Revis bowls. This is squeezed down to fine leg by Charlesworth. Will jog through for a single, take his total on to 33, 68 for 1. Unwrapping some foil as well. He's not have your sausage roll at lunch either.
Andy Lockwood says, Cottingham Andy here again. Great great cake, by the way, fantastic. Really enjoyed my 2 pieces. Reed Fred's version of Lola.
Revis runs into Price, who had a think about playing at that briefly and then withdrew the bat in a leave.
Such a shame Stars in Their Eyes isn't still on TV. The Dodge surname Can't pronounce my own surname. Read the Deutsch surname. Surely an anagram of dodgy. Well, yeah, somebody did used to call me Dodgy Deutsch. I can't remember who that was now.
What were you trying to sell them? In goes Revis, bowls to Price, and there might have been a single there if they'd hurried, but they decided against it as the ball ended up at square leg. Not entirely sure Price knew where that ball had gone, which is possibly why they didn't come through for the single. No, so we heard about your royal connections now. I mean, I was teased for my fake Swiss aristocracy connections in the reverse fixture. But it turns out you've got real royal connections, as Price is pushing this one up towards mid-on and not getting a run. John of Gaunt.
Yeah, you know, what can I say? It's just the way I carry myself, Ed.
Price waiting for Revis. Tall man running into bowl to him, and there's bounce there, but from wide of off stump. Price lets it go, end of the over, just the one run from it. Gloucestershire's innings not going anywhere particularly quickly. 68 for 1 from 31 overs, and I fancy it's got even slower of late. I mean, since the wicket's fallen, there have been 6 runs in 4.4 overs, but even before then, I think the go slow is very much on. As the ball gets a bit older, possibly harder to time. What shots they have tried to play have tended not to be middled. Just looking to stay there.
Here is Fernando bowling to Charlesworth. Opens the face, runs it into the offside where Thompson comes around to field. And there is no run.
John of Gaunt was from Ghent in Belgium. I reminded myself of.
Did you?
It's the old name for it, apparently. So it's a random fact about John of Gaunt for you.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much indeed.
John of Ghent.
So in once again comes Fernando, short, a controlled pull. Didn't go fully through with the shot, just the one to Charlesworth, out to Revis, who's sweeping. We're just beginning to get to that time of day where there are more goals on the swoop.
I was thinking that sounded like a hungry cry.
Great atmosphere. This is, I love the mornings. Love it when you turn up on a morning, sun shining like this morning. Just that from a commentary point of view, it's just more difficult. So I do like this day, this part of the day when the sun's disappeared over to our right, and we can get a clear view of all the electronic equipment.
Does help.
And you're not squinting, which is good. You get your teeth into a good passage of play. What are we at? 18 minutes before 4 o'clock, which meant it should have been tea at this point, theoretically, but nowhere near that, as Fernando's in and bowling to the right-handed Ollie Price, who had a flick at one. There was a very optimistic appeal, I think, down the leg side for a catch by Jonathan Tattersall, not out.
Yeah, fly pad by the looks of things.
So 7 overs and 3 balls remaining, I think, before the tea break.
Yeah, safe to say we might have to wait until a bit later for our fish and chips than for our excellent pint yesterday.
Fernando in, down the leg side, tumbling away. Tattersall takes no run. We're booked in for 8 o'clock, so we've got plenty of time after the play's finished. That was just, I think, the booking at 8, just to be on the safe side in case it was a rain-interrupted day's play or something like that. These things are booked a long time in advance.
Yes, I had to make my menu selection weeks ago.
Yeah, it was 2023, I think, wasn't it, when you had to say, well, it's Cali fish and chips night, so I might as well have fish and chips. It took a DT all of 30 seconds to reply to me from Thailand. What do you fancy off the menu? Think about our fish and chips. Fernando in, driven into the offside by Price. A tumbling stop, as ever, by Don Bess. It's almost as if he wants to be somewhere further away from the ball than is necessary to just bend down and pick it up so he can do a tumble or a dive. He's actually be about as clean whites-wise as you've ever seen him so far. There's just one mucky patch down below his right buttock and one on the front of that leg, I think, around about the shin area, but they're not particularly Bess-esque because they're usually fairly dark green or muddy. As Fernando is in, and that's a lovely, lovely shot. That really is a beautiful shot by Ollie Price, who stood tall and just helped that away with a short arm jab through the onside for 4 runs to complete the over at 73 for 1.
It's a very strong shot for Ollie Price, scoring runs through the leg side. It's more mid-wicket that he likes to favour.
So I asked DT from a menu choice of fish and chips, Cumberland sausage and mash, chicken supreme or vegetarian lasagna, what he would like, and he'd replied, "Did you really need to ask?"
So you put him down for the vegetarian lasagna
then he can't say that he's not of the choice, can he? Cali vegetarian lasagna doesn't sound quite as nice as Cali fish and chips, does it?
Revis to start his second over from the Trafalgar Square end, running in and bowling and drawing Charlesworth into a shot away from his body, looking to defend, and more plaintive cries from next door. I don't think the skipper could quite hear you. He's off to a good start, Revis, picking up right where Thompson left off. No respite for Gloucestershire. Revis in, bowls. That time Charlesworth is stoutly behind it, playing it out into the covers. There's no run. A few people starting to make their way towards the concession stalls. This is when tea was supposed to be, so I'm going to have my tea now. Lovely buzz about the place once again. Revis in and bowls, and forward goes Charlesworth, and it'll be fielded at point by Luxton, but I'm pretty sure that Wharton just fell over at cover, adding to the theatrics of it. Went to, well, in fact, I don't know whether he fell over or whether he just guessed which way the ball was going to go and then realised it wasn't going that way and went to turf. But anyway, I think Wharton and Luxon are having a bit of a laugh about that. Revis in over the wicket, bowls wide outside the off stump, cut away for 4 by Charlesworth. That's the shot he's been looking for. He's not always been able to find it, but there he really did get his weight into the shot and crashed it away through backward point for a boundary. 77 for 1, Charlesworth onto 38. Said it so many times, but when everything's going right for Charlesworth, you wouldn't find too many more textbook players of most shots than him. Revis in, bowls left by Charlesworth, who holds the bat a long way above his head for several seconds after the ball has already passed through. And for about the first time today, I think the sun has just gone in. Some of those clouds now starting to make their way over. As we look towards the south, inevitably there's more cloud there. Any Martin Emerson could tell you there's always more cloud in the south. Although this is still too far south even here. As in goes Revis, bowls, and Charlesworth blocks out into the covers to complete the over. 77 for 1.
20 is plenty. 20 is plenty. 209 matches between these two sides since they first met in first-class cricket at Bramall Lane, Sheffield, 29th of July 1872.
And they played the first official county championship match as well at Bristol. The first one ever.
In history of all time.
Yes, first official county championship match. It was ahead of all the other fixtures, so this is the oldest county championship fixture.
Yorkshire's first win was at Bramall Lane in 1875. They must have played each other the same week every year. It's just pretty much the same dates as you go through all the fixtures. Most recent win against Gloucestershire was at Bristol in April of 22. 103 of those 209 matches has resulted in Yorkshire wins as Fernando bowls. And that's pushed out into the offside by Ollie Price, and there is no run. Let's see how many times Gloucestershire have come up with the win. 44 times.
Oh, I nearly said in the 40s, blast it.
Most recent one being at Headingley in September of 22, which of course was one of the reasons Yorkshire were relegated to this division.
And former Gloucestershire bowler Liam Norwell.
Yeah, did the damage the following day as Fernando is in and Price leaving that one. So you won't be surprised to know that cricket being cricket, and especially back in the day, there have been 57 draws between the sides, the first of which was fought out at the College Ground, Cheltenham, in August of 1876, and the most recent at Bristol in April of this year. There you go, just we're going into day 2, why not have a little bit of history. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do, just so it's shared out as Fernando's latest delivery is blocked. Let's just pick out a Yorkshire win and randomly pick out a Yorkshire win and a Gloucestershire win during that time and see who was around and who was playing.
Okay. I can tell you that in the first county championship match there was somebody called Robert Peel, and Wikipedia being Wikipedia, it's linked it to the former Prime Minister,
oh, yeah, of course.
as in the Corn Laws.
Ishvar Fernando bowls one that Price nearly dislocates his shoulders in leaning and trying to play. It strangely wasn't given as a wide. It is in fact a dot. So I've just zoned in on the 1967 championship match at St George's Road, Harrogate, between these sides, a 3-dayer. Gloucestershire won the toss and decided to field. Yorkshire won by an innings and 76 runs. The umpires were A. Gaskell and R.S.M. Lay. G. Boycott made 74, P.J. Sharp 75. Fernando in, that's down the leg side. Has he got a touch on it? Might have. No. It's going to be for buys. 77 for 1. The rest of the scorecard there. Doug Padgett 6. John Hampshire 0. What else we got? Raymond Dilling with 46. There was a 39 not out for Don Wilson. Best knockout lot. Well, I got 34. Magnificent 34 as well, batting 11. Fernando in and blocking that into the offside. Ollie Price to complete the over at 81 for 1. So Yorkshire made 309. Gloucestershire's first innings, R.B. Nichols run out for 52, top scoring, opening the batting.
Dear, you don't want your top scorer run out, really, do you, in a situation like that? Ron Nichols.
Clement Arthur Milton, 22. Michael,
even F.S. Truman must have thought he was a fine player.
Michael Bissocks, 29. There were 134 all out. And then second time around, 99 all out. Illingworth 7 for 58 in the first innings. Wilson 2 for 41 in the second. I ain't going to sniff proper Bunsen burner that one.
Revis bowls, good length delivery outside the off stump and let go. So he was resting then. Was that his rest maybe?
Truman 4 overs, no maidens, none for 17 in the first innings. 7 overs, 1 maiden, out for 25 in second. Bowling second change. So Yorkshire opened with Close and Hutton.
Perhaps he was too busy singing.
Illingworth 7 for 58 in the first innings, 7 for 6 in the second innings.
Gosh.
Yeah, off 13 overs.
Driving this next delivery, Charlesworth, but picking up mid-off, so there's no run. So what you're saying is close game, could have gone either way.
No. So that's for the Yorkshire, nostalgic Yorkshire supporters among you. Let's go back to a Gloucestershire win as well, for a bit of balance.
Right,
pick a
the
year.
1930s or something.
I don't know. When do you want to go?
Let's go for something like 1934.
Okay, which one? Because they won here in 1934.
Charlesworth drives gorgeously through cover point for 4 runs, and that was probably as fluent a shot as Charlesworth has played in his innings so far. It was wide. It wasn't absolute throwdown length, but Charlesworth has dismissed it for 4, 85 for 1.
So at 1934, they did the double over Yorkshire in the Championship.
I was going to say they would have had a good side that year.
With a win in the July at Bristol, at the Ashley Down ground, as it was called then, and a win here.
Travis Bowles forward defence up towards mid-off. Well, I think we better have the one here, hadn't we?
Yeah, 22nd, 23rd and 24th of August, 1934. Gloucestershire won the toss, decided to bat, and went on to win the match by 9 wickets. Their first innings, Charles John Barnett with 70. Dennis Moore, 79.
Good Oxford University man.
Beverley Lyon,
Yeah.
125.
Forward defence from Charlesworth as the ball trickles up to mid-off.
Reg Sinfield, 44. And Graham Parker, 20, with the main chippers in 348 all out. 4 wickets taken for Yorkshire by Smales and 4 for Robinson. They used 7 bowlers in that innings.
Wow.
Including Hutton, 3 overs for 17.
Revis running in, he's there, and Bowles full. Charlesworth tries to dig it out, but as a consequence can only really get the bottom part of the bat on it and trickles up to mid-off. End of the over, 85 for 1.
And then Wilfred Barber with 30 and Leonard Hutton with 51 put on 66 for the first wicket. But once they were done, well, not the best from there on in. Brian Sellers made 20, 143 all out from being 66 without loss at one stage. 4 wickets for CWL Parker as opposed to GW Parker.
Charlie Parker.
And 4 wickets for Goddard.
Yeah, those would have been the 2.
Yorkshire made 262 all out following on in their second innings. Another 67 for Hutton being the main feature, and quite a few other chip-ins that time around. And then Gloucestershire lost just opening batter Dennis Moore for 1, with Barnett 41 not out and Lyon 16 not out, and making it to 58 for 1 to win the match by 9 wickets. 1934 all our yesterdays for Gloucestershire fans, as Don Bess on at the Pease home park end bowling to Ollie Price. First delivery, he's just watchfully dropped into the leg side, and there is no run. Bess in again, bowling off spin of course. And that latest delivery turning in towards the right-hander, orthodox off-spin ball. It's been flicked away in front of square for a single. What time are we on at the moment? Nearly 4 o'clock. And how long have we got left now following those scorecards until tea? It's not the token single over, is it, before either lunch or tea this, because we brought him on with a couple of overs to bowl from this end, and he's in now bowling to Charlesworth, who's on 42 and dropping that into the leg side. James Wharton is under the helmet at short leg. There's Adam Lyth at slip to the left-hander, Finlay Bean at mid-wicket, Jordan Thompson in a big white floppy out for the first time I think we've ever seen him in that, mid-on. Full delivery from Bess, chopped down on by Charlesworth. Revis is also part of the white floppy club. He's out deep backward square. Conor McCurry's a bit deeper at mid-off, and Jordan Thompson is at mid-on. Bess is in round the wicket, and that's blocked by Charlesworth, the man fielding the ball. Will Luxton in his cap, looking resplendent. Short extra cover. There's a man just backward of point. Fernando, and also a sweeper out in the covers, and he's got underneath this one, Charlesworth. He's clothed that and got away with it. Thompson gives chase and reels it in before the boundary in front of the pavilion. They've got two. Bess is still holding the position, having delivered the ball, because he knows he nearly induced the second Gloucestershire wicket to fall there.
I just thought before that ball as well, it's only a matter of time before Charlesworth takes the spinner on, because it's what he does now. But before, last couple of years, he would probably just have continued to try to block, but he sees the spinner come on now and sees it as an opportunity to attack. I didn't necessarily think it would be that delivery, but it would only be a matter of time until Charlesworth tried to go over the top down the ground. You see players enough, you start to get a sense of what's likely to happen after a few defensive shots. And he got away with it. He hit it, I suppose he would say he hit it about as badly as he could have done, and still got away with it. Heart in mouth for a moment as Revis was coming into bowl, but I don't think Price was quite ready. So he'll have to go back to his mark and try again. And now there's a man who's decided that something needs to be moved at that exact moment. Moving some white movable thing over on the far end. I didn't even realize I was sort of moving the wall. It looked like he was doing. I guess that bit at the front there retracts somehow. It looked like it was fairly immovable, but he moved it. Forward defence from Price, and it goes out into the covers for no run. A great moment to choose to do it as well, right as Revis was at the crease. Out grounds.
Magnificent.
Charlie Parker and Tom Goddard, 6,022 first-class wickets between them. In goes Revis, he bowls, Price drives, and drives back to Revis, who knocks it down in his follow-through.
Vincent Mazoya, good afternoon to you. Has emailed us on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Says, good afternoon, gentlemen. A Gloucestershire fan from France here. How strange to have full days of... No, where I got three from. How strange to have full days of cricket in a row once again. Let's hope the momentum from Gloucestershire's latest T20 games carries on in this match.
In goes Revis bowls, Price drives just past the onside of the stumps at the non-striker's end. It's running out towards the boundary, but it will be stopped. Sliding stop, I think, from Thompson out in the distance, and they will take two. Price up to 11.
Vincent's observation is that the pitch looks very draw-friendly. The current partnership between Ollie Price and Ben Charlesworth should be just as productive today. I was listening to you while driving yesterday, so I'm very late on the debate about beautiful cricket grounds one wants to visit, having never been to an actual game yet.
Revis in bowls, Price looking to drive again, and rather cloths it up to mid-off.
Having never been to an actual game yet, any ground in England would do, but the stunning view from Queenstown's ground in New Zealand, brackets Otago, with this magnificent mountain in the background, trumps them all for me. Thanks very much, Vincent.
Yes, it's very, yes, just what I was about to say, very Lord of the Rings territory.
Lord of the Rings, yeah.
Yeah. You get the planes landing at the airport as well, right next to the ground. So that one is a very wide delivery, which takes off and gets much wider on Tattersall, as to go scuttling in front of the slip cordon to take that one. No, it is. I mean, there's, I think, very few bad grounds in all of New Zealand, really. A fantastic place to go for a tour.
Should we do that? Commentators on tour.
Well, we were going to go to the MCG just to spite DT, weren't we? So
yeah, there's that one. And then Shah Faisal, when he was on with us at Bristol, wanted us to go to Pakistan, didn't he? See him? Yeah.
Revis in, bowls a bouncer, and Price gets under it. Tattersall is able to get across to take. That completes the over.
Sorry, Pakistan. Pakistan coach is Jason Gillette. Oh, when's this? Ireland are playing against Pakistan, in Pakistan. Do you know where the test matches are at? Ah, right. So,
No.
it's,
So, we're
so this is off the record, on the record.
To reveal something that
Just
was
revealed it
completely
off the record, but on the record. Thanks, DT. That's great.
Right.
So we got some news there for you folks.
Cheers.
Ireland are going to play Pakistan in Pakistan. Hey, Dizzy, if you're watching, that's DT. He's just broken your confidence there. Unbelievable. That's best ball in front of Pete's home park end, and that is turned to short leg where James Wharton does the fielding. There is no run. Absolutely priceless. Yeah, we could go. I'd like that. That's an interesting couple of weeks tour, couple of test matches. Yeah. Why not? As that is cut away quite firmly out to the cover sweeper by Charlesworth, who gets a single.
I don't know where you'd like him to be. I mean, Shah Faisal's from Lahore, I think, isn't he? So I suppose we probably better do the Gaddafi Stadium there.
Yep. Bess in, pushing forward into the offside is Ollie Price, and there is no run.
Go to Rawalpindi if we fancy seeing some runs.
Here's Bess again. Oh, now he's got underneath this one, but towards the inside of the bat, but he's giving it a bit of oomph as Ollie Price, and he'll have hit them cleaner, and he may still do in this match. He's picked up 6 runs for it nonetheless. Wow, I didn't have that down as a 6 the way he hit it. But if he'd really got hold of one, then it would be interesting, because that's carried the boundary, and he looked like he only got it about half, 60% right.
He's bringing out this sort of bottom-handed power nowadays, is Ollie Price, that he really wasn't even last year.
So 97 for 1, and he is on to 17 and goes back to this next best delivery. And no run. It looks like he's going to have a pretty significant part to play here, Don Bess. You would think, as it's dropped into the leg side. And once again, there is no run. So 97 for 1 at the end of that one. And 1 over to go before they'll toddle off for tea, which is going to be pretty much half an hour later than it should have been. So they have got behind time today between them, the two sides. So I don't expect to finish before 6:30, I wouldn't imagine. 6:45, something like that.
Yeah. Need a fair bit of best bowling in the evening. We don't.
It might, yeah, that might bring things back around a bit.
Yeah, we don't have an overrate counter on the board that we can see.
No, this one round here has it.
Revis over the wicket to Charlesworth, who leaves that one through to Tattersall. Yeah, because I don't know whether, well, you'd have to imagine, given that Gloucestershire finished almost on time, that on time ends up being plus the way that it works, and they may well have, because they didn't bowl any spin until the one ball that ended the innings. Ed Middleton coming on and taking a wicket with the only ball that he bowled this morning of Jordan Thompson. That was the only spin we saw until best just then. So you'd imagine Gloucestershire will have, plus over 8 will have gone back down a bit as Charlesworth is forward defending up to mid-off. But yeah, don't really know exactly where that stands, but you can probably guess given how late tea is and the fact that Bess has only got through 2 overs out of the, well, now 39 that will have been bowled in this innings. So they'll probably want to bowl Bess through the evening anyway, you'd think. In comes Revis, he's there now and bowls. That one does stay down a bit on Charlesworth, who is a tall man, which doesn't help when you've got low bounce, but he does get down low to defend out into the offside. It's just the casual way that DT said, but it's not been announced yet. Here comes Matthew Revis. Charlesworth, a picture of concentration waiting for him, and he comes forward and plays quietly up to mid-off once more, and there is no run. So still plenty of batting left for Gloucestershire, but I want these two to at least stick it out to tea and plenty after it. Miles Hammond due in next. James Bracey, who got that 100 against Yorkshire, also in that enormous partnership with Ollie Price on the final day of that game at Bristol. As Revis is in and bowls, and Charlesworth is beaten, and I thought I'd heard an edge there as it goes through to the keeper. It must just have been a thud of Revis's foot landing or something like that. It sounded like there was a noise, but nope. That one just, I was about to say it. Initially I thought it had come back a fraction, but no, it just pretty much went straight on, and the angle forcing Charlesworth to play. Past the edge it went. Revis runs in, bowls, and this time he's nicked it. He's gone through to Tattersall. Fired the warning shot the previous delivery did Revis, and then the next ball, Charlesworth just reaching that bit further away from his body, has got a touch, and exactly what Gloucestershire did not want. That partnership to be broken. Beautiful line and length from Matthew Revis. Charlesworth out for 45, and that will, by the looks of things, do it for the session at 97 for 2.
Yeah, I'll be very disappointed to go in the final over before the tea break, having worked so hard. Ben Charlesworth played well, but yeah, just chased one too many. David Townsend claiming that wicket, having said at about tea time on Saturday that Matthew Revis should be on and bowling already. And so there you go, 97 for 2 at the tea break, which means that Yorkshire still lead here by 359 runs, and that will give them a fair bit of encouragement. I would think with by one.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the pavilion is being presented with the Healwood Young Playboy Award 2023 by the members of the Sun Club. Congratulations to well deserved. At the books of Gentlemen, playing will resume in 5 minutes' time. If you could begin making your way off in the field now, much appreciated. Thank you. Bess and Harris and Neil Bent.
That's one way to look at it. Yes, it's good, isn't it?
John Tattersall winning our future. Ollie Bryce and Miles Hunt doing batting for Gloucestershire. Don Bess to continue from the Queensland line.
Welcome back then. Out the players are for our final session. A note, I will be on BBC Sheffield and Leeds any moment now to do an update. But the players are back out. Don Bess is about to resume from the Peasholm Park end. 97 for 2 Gloucestershire. Bancroft for 29 and Charlesworth for 45. Right on tee, the 2 wickets have fallen. And Bess bowling to the right-handed Ollie Price, who turns that into the leg side for a single. Miles Hammond has joined him out there in the middle. I think one of the reasons possibly that Bess was selected here as opposed to Moriarty, not only for the runs he might make, but also because Gloucestershire do have quite a few lefties, so possibly challenging the outside edge with his off-spin. We'll see. He's trying this delivery now to Hammond, who leaves that one. Slip and short leg in place. Deep backward square. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Short extra cover point and a squarer cover sweeper. Looks to be George Hill. There's hands on heads with this latest delivery, which Bess has snuck through, but didn't on that occasion bring him a wicket. And in comes Bess again past umpire Harris. Good afternoon, Toby and everyone. Yep, Gloucestershire in their first innings, 98 for 2 at this moment in time. They're just back in and playing again after having a tea break. First over back. Reminder, Yorkshire made 456 all out earlier with centuries yesterday from Bean and Lythe. And the 2 Gloucestershire wickets to have fallen, well, they were at 62 for 1. Cameron Bancroft, a big player, of course, for Gloucestershire, caught by Adam Lythe at slip off Jordan Thompson for 29. And then what turned out to be on the stroke of T. Ben Charlesworth, his opening batting partner, was caught behind by Tattersall, having chased a couple of wide ones in a row. Got the second nick on the second one and caught behind, and Matthew Revis picking up Charlesworth wicket for 45. The sort of good news in a sense for Yorkshire supporters, having had a pretty much cloud-free day here and in essence decent batting conditions, is that we have got a bit of cloud coming out, so the ball might start to swing for the Yorkshire bowlers. We'll see, but they're well in front at this moment in time, leading the match by 358 runs with Gloucestershire 99 for 2. End of Bess's over then. 1 on the board to Hammond, 18 to Ollie Price, and it looks as though Conor McCurr is being charged with the responsibility of opening this session from the Trafalgar Square end. And David Townsend's doing the same.
Yeah, why, when Revis was bowling well and he'd just taken a wicket, it's sometimes it almost seems like captaincy by numbers, doesn't it? Rather than that little bit of intuition or whatever. But I'm sure Conor McCurr will do a fine job. 3 slips as he comes in, bowls, and Hammond struck on the pad. There's a shout for LBW from McCurr, not too much of a shout from behind the stumps. And I think that was, we see it again, well, probably a little bit high. And the score remains 99 for 2. As Doidge was just saying when he updated the good people of Sheffield, was it? No, on that one? Or?
Yorkshire really, but Sheffield and Leeds being the main, yeah.
Okay. It's all changed, isn't it? McCurr bowls, and that's down the leg side and shouted catch. He's taking a wicket every ball, isn't he, Conor McCurr? It is caught by Tattersall, but there was nothing on it, no bat on it.
Martin Bloomfield says, re Dave Callaghan. Gentlemen, enjoy your evening commemorating the great man. May it be Seaborn, Cally, Codden, Crabsticks, Truman, DT, Doidges. Very good, Martin. Very good.
That's not bad at all, is it? You should retweet that, if that's
It's an email.
So I reposted. Its delivery through outside the off stump. No run to be had there, and it is constant stream of Doidgy well wishers going by, waving and various blowing kisses even there, and that was the bloke. I'm sure his wife was quite happy about that. Who was that?
That was actually Kevin and Gail Hill, George's parents.
Ah, well, okay, fair enough. I think I've met them.
I think you have. How did you not remember them?
Here's McCurr bowls and clipped in the air, but through mid-wicket, chase out, and just the 2 runs. Who's chasing that? Is that short leg fielder? Is it Finley Bean? He's normally at 3rd slip. No, it is. No, Bean is at 3rd slip. Who's that? Is that
Short
George
leg.
Hill? He's got the.
James Wharton.
He's got the.
James Wharton, tallest player in the team.
He's got the pads on. That's what I mean. He's short leg for the spinners. Bowls again, McCurr, and that's pushed up to wideish mid-off. No run to be had there. Yeah, so the slips are George Hill at 1st, Lythe obviously at 2nd slip. He's been fielding at 2nd slip for the last couple of decades, I think, for Yorkshire. His opening partner, Finley Bean, at 3rd. And Don Bess in some leg gully, leg slip. As that delivery is fired in attempted Yorker dugout by Miles Hammond. The end of the over. Hammond has 318 to his partner Ollie Price, and 101 for 2 at the end of that over. We missed, well, I missed the Gloucestershire 100 coming up there. Conditions have certainly changed, haven't they?
They have. Yeah, they certainly have, and who knows what sort of effect this will have on the game as Bess in, and that's worked to leg by Price for a Comfortable single to Fernando, and he could have a say if this does induce a bit of swing. It's not the sort of thing I can recall very often, starting with a cloudless sky. It's often the other way around, cloudy, and then it sort of burns off. But starting with a cloudless sky for 2 sessions, and then we get the cloud cover coming in, will that change things around in the final session? Bess's latest delivery just blocked by Miles Hammond. And he comes again around the wicket. Hammond goes back foot, and Finley Bean does the fielding. Going back foot may in itself be danger territory, given the fact that we've had, well, not loads, but several, I think, probably to describe it as, that have kept on the bit on the low side, and that may have been a case in point, as he has a flash at one wide of off stump, misses it. 102 for 2. And Bess in and bowling again. That is cut out into the offside. And there is no run.
Just trying to look up the Scarborough tide times.
Ooh, Bess in again. This one pushing forward. It makes the inside half of the bat, and was aerial for a moment. Had he had a backward short leg, it might have been a sort of thing he'd have been interested in catching, but not with the fielding position that there was. And they got through for 2. So 104 for 2 at the end of the over, 19 of them to Ollie Price, 5 to Miles Hammond. As I say, we have cloud above. It's still plenty bright enough in terms of playing conditions, but it might just bring something extra to the match. We'll see, because Conor McCurr,
I think he's
just got himself loose.
I think he's bowled well, Conor McCurr. Less so Fernando, so I'm a little bit disappointed with him, but he's got plenty of time.
Fernando,
did I say? Fernando. So it is McCurr. Start another over, bowls. Ollie Price drives up to wideish mid-on, won't get a run there. 104 for 2. 19 to Price. Your friends will be on their way soon, Doige, the awesome foursome who you were out with last night.
Yeah, I think they were due to go at tea, so that they should already be on the road, I think.
Where they got to get back to?
I don't know the whereabouts of all of them. I think the general area is Halifax, although one of them is on the outskirts of Leeds.
McCurr bowls through to the keeper, no run. One of them making his Scarborough debut here, the others...
Yeah. He's really had a great time as well, which says everything, doesn't it, really, about watching cricket here.
They've taken the sunshine with them, though, haven't they? They've had a day and 2/3 of the sun beating down, and now the clouds are over. Good time to leave. McCurr turns at the top of his run.
Plenty of common sense, you see, being Yorkshire folk.
Next delivery is coming back in and left by Price. And close to the junction of the off bail and off stump, but not really close enough to get too excited. Fernando is getting loose at mid-off. Maybe they're just seeing with the ball 42 overs old, there's a bit of reverse swing. McCurr bowls, and that's a diving stop at mid-wicket. Excellent bit of fielding there from a few stretches as well.
It's interesting.
It's going to be Dom Bess, because he's always in the action somewhere, isn't he? And Oh dear, he's hobbling away now.
There's a relatively recent recruit, of course, to the side. Conor McCurr hasn't yet had a nickname from the lads. I can hear Connor, well-bowled Connor, ringing around. You wouldn't normally get that, would you?
McCurr bowls. Driven, but not timed.
It was a particularly
Extra cover.
laddish thing to do, isn't it, a nickname? Traditionally, anyway. So the lads are all out there. They've all got their nicknames for each other. The Big Show, or Tomo.
Tomo, I mean, it's hardly a nickname, is it, Tomo?
Budge, or
Lithe.
Peanut for Adam Lithe.
Lithe.
Beanie.
Beanie.
Bessie. But they've not got McCurry or Macca. They've gone with Connor. Maybe it's just a bit of, respect for a player who's not a full-time signing for the club.
Bowls again here, and again a false shot from Price. Falling well short of backward point now. And there's no run. A little bit of encouragement there for McCurr.
Paul Fieldhouse, please could you go to the Scarborough Club office? It's just a bit of Paul Fieldhouse, Scarborough Club. Thank you very much.
The velvet tones of Howard.
Yep, I thought we'd better let go with that. Paul Fieldhouse apparently needs to go somewhere. I couldn't quite catch where that was because of the echo around the ground. Can you imagine if we let DT loose on the ground microphone? Can you imagine the abuse of that privilege that there would be? 104 for 2 Best bowling to Hammond. It's wide of off stump, no run. Could the gentleman setting 4 rows back in the P zone, park, stand, go to the North Riding and get me a pint of chocolate and whatever it was, porter, as that is cut away into the offside by Hammond for a single.
I didn't have that, but it was. I sort of got a. What do you say? You I suppose you get somebody's pint and have a sniff of it, don't you? You get the odour coming off it. It smelt very good. Trying to put that in a polite way, but you know.
As Bessie's in, has turned square on the leg side by the right-handed Ollie Price. 1 run.
It was Big Andy, wasn't it? Let's have a sniff of that, DT. Chocolate and hazelnut it was. Very good. I can't remember what myself and Ed had. It was called Love Me Do or something.
Bessie in and has punched into the offside. He's got his hands on his head as if he thought he might have induced a chance there. 1 run to Miles Hammond.
What was it? What was it, Ed? It's something Love something, wasn't it? There was that. Oh, right. Yeah.
As Bessie's in again, that's dropped down by his feet and into the leg side by Price. Jordan Thompson's got rid of the white floppy for this session. He's got the navy blue cap on. That's a lovely shot down the ground, and yep, will be 6. Good use of feet by Ollie Price, taking on Don Bess, asking questions of him, and on that occasion the batter coming up with the right answers. So 26 for Price, 7 to Hammond, 113 for 2 at this moment in time, Gloucestershire. And Ben Coda, who I thought was going off to play in a second team game here, is still around because he's just taken a drink on for somebody.
Crowd a little bit more subdued than they were yesterday. I think it's a Monday crowd rather than a Sunday crowd, isn't it? Can't go too hard on a Monday. Sunday they were enjoying themselves. A lot more audible. Big Connor McCurr at the end of his run. Big sort of balanced approach. Bowls, and that's covered up and pushed up to mid-off. And no run there. Jordan Thompson is now ordering players round in the field. So. Taking the leg slip into position. Here's McCurr again, full toss, and that's just eased. Tempted Yorker, eased through the offside for a couple of runs. Thompson himself does the fielding. Pushing for that third wicket.
Hi Doidgy, says Ben Crossland. Not made it so far this week. Gigs in Coventry, Cambridge and Harwich. Just got back. I may try and get over tomorrow or Wednesday. My regards to DT, although I have a bone to pick with him. I was thinking of creating a Facebook post for my two cats, Lester and Billy, and he said no.
Next to McCurr, that's he's turned into the leg side by Hammond, who wants 2 runs. Won't get them despite being a wayward throw. Well, he's a bit into cats, says Ben Crossland. And he reckons his 2 cats are quite famous on Facebook and was, should I create their own page for them on Facebook? And everybody said, oh, lovely, nice, oh, great, super idea. I said, no. Cats shouldn't have their own, because they haven't got any friends, cats, have they? Well, they've got other cats, I suppose. McCurr bowls. And he called me an old grump or something. Yeah. He was asking the question, I gave the answer. There you go, anyway.
There you go. DT's commentary. 9 out of 10 owners said their cats preferred it.
They're some difficult animals, aren't they, cats? Yeah, were you a cat man or a dog man when you were younger, Georgie?
Pardon?
Well, as a pet, neither really. No. McCurr bowls through to the keeper.
Never had a single pet in our household growing up. I got snapped at by a few dogs getting footballs and cricket, tennis balls or whatever out people's gardens. So I would say I was very wary of them for a long time.
What a joyless household that must have been. No pets, and Barry Manilow on the stereo.
We didn't listen to Bazza very often because mainly we were outside playing test matches in a drive with a scorebook.
Fair enough.
And yeah,
fair
had a great time playing cricket or football.
McCurr to. That's up in the air. Thompson is after it. He's not going to get there. Not quite. Oh, it's one of those that just always out of reach. He's gone for the pull. He's got it in the air, wide of mid-on. Thompson's given chase, and it's one of those where he's got his hand. Where is it? No. Oh, just couldn't quite reach it. And if Tomo couldn't reach it, nobody was going to reach it. But anyway, that's the end of the over. 117 for 2.
Yeah, just a bit high on the bat, didn't
Didn't
time it so well, did he?
No.
But he has survived. So Bess will continue from this Peasholm Park end of the ground.
45 overs gone, 117 for 2. It's not Bazball, is it? That's for sure. Proper cricket.
Here's Bess then. In past umpire Harris, bowling to Ollie Price. Here he's pushing forward. Back to the bowler, no run. Just another interesting phase of the game, I think. This final session of the day. Beth in again, that's turned into the leg side. Luxton round to field.
A little bit of turn there, but it's very slow, isn't it?
Here's Bess again, goes back foot this time Price. Turns it once again. to Luxton. Fernando continues to stretch. The suits have all seemingly been pretty well behaved, I think, today. As Bassett in again, once more. Turn to Luxton. Consistency from the last 3 deliveries. Quite a few empty stripy deck chairs, and only a few people actually now with backsides parked in them. As Price turns another best delivery out onto the leg side for Luxton to field. This time they do stroll through for 1, but the majority over there, those jackets that they had earlier on, maybe even the ties have been discarded. Shirt sleeve order. Standing and having a natter while watching the cricket. Besser's chosen to go back round the wicket to the left-hander, who tries a sweep. Not sure if he got any contact on it other than body, but he's just having a rub there, just about the rib cage, heart area.
Yeah.
And that is not out, says Aunt Harris. It was a stifled appeal. End of the over, 118 for 2.
Just watch the replay on that. It's just hit him under the armpit somewhere. That's not because the ball has bounced. It's because he's got down very, very low. No, it's not the armpit, is it? It's on the. He was rubbing his chest. It's actually caught him just above the elbow, just on the meaty part of the upper arm. So, and then he's done it again. Well, obviously he's done it again. It's a replay. 118 for 2. Conor McCurr to continue. Is this going to go better for him this over? Bowls and playing a miss outside the off stump. Ball bounced. Price shouldn't really have been going after that. He knows he shouldn't have been going after it as well. Very, very close to the edge again.
Good delivery.
Well, the batsman made it look a good delivery by sort of chasing after it, didn't he? It wasn't a bad delivery, but if he'd just allowed that one to go through, it would have been like a lot of those that we've seen fairly harmlessly. Not that I'm disagreeing with you, Georgie. McCurr bowls, and that's pushed into the onside and no run, because your commentary box.
You said it weren't a proper delivery. Yeah.
What's that shirt down there? That a rugby league one?
No?
Down there. Just walking across.
It's like a Yorkshire Vikings shirt to me.
Ah. McCurr bowls to the right hander, who covers up, pushes that up to mid-off. No run there. Been able to, this scoring rate has enabled them to keep 3 slips in place into the, well, you know, we're well past halfway with this ball, aren't we? 47th over. Pretty attacking field still. Just the 2 men out. McCurr bowls an attempted drive again and again. He doesn't make contact outside the off stump. This is what happened, didn't it? When a bit late on that one, wasn't he? But we saw this when Bancroft got out, didn't we? He played and missed 2 or 3 times, and then finally got a nick to Lythe. Very slow walk back, won't help the over rate. Bowls again and on his toes and pushes that.
I've got to
Just a
say,
couple of metres away from the man.
I do like it's a very well honed, well polished run up and delivery, isn't it?
Yes, yes. Oh, there's some fish and chips going down there. Look, walking behind the sight screen in front of the press box. He's having an early Cali Memorial fish supper there by the look of it. Conor McCurr bowls, and that's absolutely gun barrel straight outside the off stump. Didn't tempt Price into a shot there. Just watched that one on. Actually, watched that one on the TV, and it didn't deviate at all. Doidge.
No. He's got a couple of low fives from James Wharton and Will Luxton, no self-respecting cricketer. Can walk around at the end of an over without low fiving somebody. Although Matthew Revis is on the boundary edge, so maybe he's just done that with a spectator. But you've got to find somebody to low five, haven't you? It's just part of the game these days.
Yeah, there you go, Roger.
Yeah. Can you imagine that in the dressing room on an evening? Lads, we've bowled them all out for 53, but a bit disappointed with the attitude today, boys. You didn't low five enough people at the end of each over. You didn't punch gloves when you were batting together. On 3 occasions, I noticed. The analyst got it down in his stats.
And the team huddle was very loose.
Yeah. Got to be tighter than that, boys. Come on. We're going to win championships. Bess going to continue at the Peaceholm Park end of the ground. Round the wicket. To the left-handed Hammond, who's on 10.
Again, they're just not
that.
timing it, are they? I mean, that just sat up and said, hit me, didn't it? And didn't time it at all.
Bess in again. Hammond cuts in front of square. And the diving Luxton can't get to it. 1 run.
What's George Hill doing out on the boundary? A little rest from his duties in the slips.
Yeah, when we're down to 1, it's the spinners. Adam Lythe's usually the man who stays in. Here's Bess. And turning to the leg side this time by Price. 28 runs against his name. No run, we were saying. We will be later than the advertised time of 6 o'clock, folks, as this is another little nudge into the leg side for a single. 23 overs remain after this one.
How do you know that? Is that up on the board? So?
No, it's on the ESPN Cricinfo website. They count down the overs remaining. Bass in again, floated up wide of off stump. Can't tempt Hammond though into playing an injudicious stroke. The crowd away to our left, spectators have thinned in number since the tea break. Don't know if they've gone to other areas of the ground or maybe left for the day. As Hammond pats the final ball of the over back, and there is no run. 120 for 2 then at the end of what is now 48 overs of this Gloucestershire second innings. So as you were saying, we're not a million miles away from a second new ball. We're well into the second half of this one, aren't we now?
Well, it's a bit like when you get into July, you're moving towards Christmas, aren't you? The shortest day of the year. Not really, but you're past halfway. That's for sure.
Jordan Thompson coming on at the Trafalgar Square end.
I wonder what the big show can do for Yorkshire here. Bowled well earlier. I think he's been the pick of the bowlers today, although Revis picked the bat a few times as well. Thompson bowls, and that's outside the off stump, moving away. I think the coach will be happy enough with his bowling performance, Doidge. I think if anything, they've strayed just a little bit wide, haven't they, rather than straying onto the legs. When they have strayed.
Yeah, I think it'd be reasonably happy. Do you think they've asked a lot of questions?
Thompson Bowles, and again outside the off stump, but this time just swinging back the other way, and Tattersall took that moving to his left. Well, the crowd getting a bit restless. Could even hear the start of a slow hand clap somewhere. Thompson, Bowles, and this time Price does get the bat on it. A solid defensive shot into the offside, but again, no runs.
Renko says with regard to Dizzy, hi Jonathan and DT, the appointment of Dizzy referenced Pakistan was in an article on the internet on the 28th of April 24. My feed has text below the screen, but when you do your great Fred Truman impression, the text goes haywire trying to translate it. Marvellous.
Next ball again outside the off stump to the keeper. Yeah, I mean that was that Dizzy's been appointed some time. That wasn't what we were talking about, was it? It was the fact that Ireland are going to play a couple of tests in Pakistan, and you thought that I'd got that information from the new Pakistan coach. It's widely known in Ireland cricket circles that they're going to be playing a test over there. It has been suggested that it'll be more than one test.
Do they play cricket in Ireland?
Thompson Bowles, and defensive shot from Price. Price is not going to be easy. Let's have a bit of patience. Although, mind you, he did go for that pull in the previous over, didn't he? But he nearly holed out to mid-on. They do play cricket in Ireland, but they're not playing it very well at the moment, as you're no doubt I've seen from the T20, although they're a bit unfortunate with their tosses. Next delivery is on the stumps. It's pushed out to, well, past mid-on, but the deep mid-wicket comes round and keeps them down to just the one run. Australia were under the cosh the last time we looked well, it's not all important, but it is quite an important game, isn't it? But in India, 164 for 4 in the 16th over, so they should go past 200, shouldn't they? That represents something of a comeback from Australia. They were getting mullered.
We're going to do a bit of a swap round. Would you like to step out first, and I'll step out once Ed has taken up the microphone, DT? You can pop back over here as Don Best comes in for the first ball of the latest over from the Peasholm Park end. Price fiddles at that one really, around about hip area, and misses it. Trying to put it away in the leg side, and there is no run. Here he comes again. The second delivery of the over is quite successfully blocked. Back with us, Ed?
I think so.
Excellent. I'm off then.
Best bowls, and this is driven firmly by Price's strong bottom hand. Best diving after it in vain. And long on will limit the scoring to a single, 122 for 2. It sort of feels a bit, well, it's sort of a very different feel to it now that the clouds have come in. Sort of neither really Price nor Hammond are giving a sort of enormous air of solidity out there at the moment as Hammond leans forward to defend. They are still there, they're still battling, but there's been a lot of... You might need to put your headset on if you're going to start talking, DT. It usually helps. Here comes Best round the wicket, bowls, and Hammond allows that one to get very close to him, and then Price comes a long way down at the non-striker's end. Fernando's throw will not have a chance of getting Price for a run out.
Yeah, but he's got a very sort of laid back feel to it, to the cricket at the moment, isn't it? It's lacking in urgency.
Best in sweep from Hammond, and there was some urgency about that shot.
Yeah.
He swept it for 4 in front of square. Not far for the fielder to go, but couldn't make the ground up. 126 for 2. Hammond has 15, which means that he has kept his record alive of having reached double figures in every innings this season.
Not a bad record to have at all. I was going to say, subsequent to that, though, the last few overs, it's almost felt like sort of sitting in an armchair after a big Christmas lunch type feel of the day, hasn't it? It's sort of that.
I think maybe if you're looking at it with a Gloucestershire eye, though, you're thinking still a long way behind here. There's playing and missing. There are some missed cued shots that have not gone far away from fielders, and not sitting particularly easy at the moment, despite the fact that it's not been that fast moving.
Thompson in bowl, starts a new over and runs again here, so after that lull, Gloucestershire just starting to get the innings moving once more. 126 now for 2. 31 to Ollie Price. Hasn't been the most convincing of innings.
It's a bit mad, really, the way that the game works. I mean, we'd have the other night about 46 off 21 balls, something like that, against Somerset, and here he is battling for 33.
Thompson bowls to him, and he's happy to let that one through to the wicket keeper. So we have had 50 overs of this innings. So my maths serves me right, roughly 2.5 runs per over. In fact, almost exactly 2.5 runs per over at the halfway stage, because we've got a couple of runs off this over as well, haven't they? So
You tend to know if Hammond's being kept quiet that something is going off out there one way or the other, because Hammond is normally very free scoring.
Thompson to Price. Price allows that one through as well. It's not negative bowling by Yorkshire, but it's very disciplined, isn't it? In the corridor of don't know, uncertainty, in the corridor of sort of lesser certainty, they've sort of moved over, haven't they? They've sort of moved on to an 8th stump line, something like that.
Yeah, they've just
bowled it consistently.
They've not bowled it full enough to be driven. They've not bowled it short enough to be cut or square driven.
Thompson again bowls, and Price plays defensively. Thompson gives him a look, doesn't say anything. Turns and walks back to his mark. Umpire Bainton at the far end is examining his shoe, or I don't know, perhaps doing a little bit of an exercise to keep the ankles flexible.
This does remind me a little bit of a penguin, does Neil Bainton, the way that he holds his arms in front of him.
Next delivery, he's played defensively to mid-off. But yeah, I can sort of see that. Very good umpire.
It's sort of, there's something about the kind of stoop forward as well, you know, sort of emperor penguins have that kind of way of stooping their heads over and heads by the side as well. I hope he's never going to listen to this.
Well, it's not the worst thing. I mean, the penguin, of course, was one of the great Batman villains, wasn't he? Next ball from Thompson, driven at, and again he doesn't make contact. And Tom will certainly have a little word there.
He wanted to unleash a torrent and then just thought better of it.
Well, he's gone for that. For all the world, he thought he got a nick on that, but Slip's all getting excited. Through to the keeper. And no run. Do you often associate sort of animal-like figures to cricketers or generally the public? And
not particularly, no. It just struck me looking at him just now, really.
Oh, fair enough.
He just desperately wants to get one of these drives away, but
I thought you,
was it 3-4 times in the last few overs?
I thought you were going to come out with something about Neil Bainton then.
Oh, no. No.
He desperately wants
To dive into the sea for his own. I don't know.
Yes, he's but it's not really a pitch for that shot, is it?
Bess in, and Hammond leans forward to defend. Yeah, I was going to say cod, but of course that's an Atlantic. Do they have an Antarctic version of cod as well? They must have some sort of cod species down there. In comes Bess, bowls a loopy delivery, which Hammond presses forward back to him.
Careful, you'll get Andy Walker upset.
I know. Just
fish that can't be taken seriously.
Excuse to bring cod back into it. Bess bowls quicker, and Hammond works it to mid-wicket this time. No, I think there's like a gurnard or something. It's impossible to take that fish seriously from its expression, a sort of wide goggly eyes. As Hammond's down the pitch and he's bowled. There was no need to stump him, I don't think, because leg bail has been removed and Hammond had enough of the way that things were going, which was nowhere really for Gloucestershire, and unfortunately the only way that things have gone now is worse in terms of the position. I think he's actually looking at it, he's got a pretty thick inside edge on that in the end and has dragged it onto leg stump, so I suppose he almost got very lucky and edged it past his leg stump, but no, the ball was on about off stump. It was a pretty horrible hack from Hammond, having come down the pitch. He was trying to hit it over mid-wicket, I think, rather than down the ground, done in the flight. And Hammond goes for 15. Gloucestershire are in some trouble here, despite the fact that wickets aren't exactly falling at massively regular intervals, but because Yorkshire have kept a lid on the scoring rate, Gloucestershire 128 for 3 now, still trailing by 328 runs, so a long way even from avoiding the follow-on as James Bracey comes to the middle.
Yeah, at the moment you would think they're heading well past 200. Would they be heading past 300? I'm not sure. And if Yorkshire keep plugging away, we'll see another left-hander at the crease, James Bracey.
So reward for Bess in his 9th over, 1 for 32. And they need one really sizable partnership just to allay their fears, but they build something, albeit very slowly, and then a wicket just seems to fall, and it's not as though anybody has in this whole innings ever really looked properly set out there. Here's Bess then bowling to Bracey, who's going to get off the mark with a pleasant cut shot out towards the deep backward point boundary. The fielder runs round and does well, George Hill. Into the slide, and ball manages to make it past about at least 2 fielders before it gets to somebody backing up, but appreciative applause for Hill's effort round the boundary to save 2 runs, 130 for 3. Bracey off the mark with a couple, managing to time that cut shot. Bess into Bracey, who's forward and prodding this one back towards straight mid-off, the end of an over which has seen Bess produce his first wicket. Not quite a maiden, but a good over. Drew the error from Hammond. He was bowled for 15 off 33 deliveries.
Tomo low-fiving Bess as he walks to his fielding position at mid-wicket. Tomo will be thinking, if I can just follow up with a wicket here of Ollie Price, sooner or later he's got to nick one, surely. Is what he'll be thinking. He's just got really close to the edge of that bat. That's how he eventually got rid of Cameron Bancroft. On his way, bowls to Price, and Price just pushes that into the onside, and indeed Bess's fielding position isn't mid-wicket, it's deep mid-wicket. He's gone back and standing a few feet in front of the bleachers on the left-hand side as we look at it. Matthew Revis is, well, that is long leg, isn't it? It's not. You can call that. So, a couple of fielders out. Does that mean Tomo's going to drop a short one, Thompson? Oh, there it does drop a short one, and that's swung away, but controlled out to the aforementioned Dominic Bess, and just the one run. So Thompson will now get to bowl to the left-handed Bracey.
I just wonder if he needs to. I mean, I know he had the false shot off the pull shot that he himself nearly caught, but I don't know. I just feel eventually Price is going to nick one of those ones that he drives at, because he's going so hard at it.
3 slips in place now. Here's Thompson bowls, and that's a good delivery outside the off stump, rising through to the keeper. No run.
So Bracey, very much the local boy for Gloucestershire in their main home, that is. 144 in his last championship innings against Derbyshire. Two centuries this year and a 92 in his previous innings at Grace Road. When he was, I mean, it has to be said, even in that 92, he was out really trying to push the scoring rate on. If he'd been utterly selfish, he could probably have got to his 100.
Thompson bowls to him again, and he plays that to extra cover. No run. You're talking about Gloucestershire's real home. What's the latest for
real home?
You did, didn't you?
I said main home.
Main home. Sorry.
I'm not doing Cheltenham out of its part.
No. But what's the latest on developments that have gone on there? Literally developments, because those of us like myself and probably Yorkshire fans listening will have read something about the story of Gloucestershire moving. His next delivery from Thompson is flicked away down to long leg for a single. What's the have there been any further developments on the?
I don't think in terms of in front of the scenes a huge amount. I think they were hoping to have something more concrete to put before members a bit later on in this season, towards the back end of it, I think. So we might not be too far away from hearing a bit more on the latest proposals.
Thompson to the right-handed Price, and justifiably oohs and ahs there, because he's got the inside of the bat on that, and he very, very nearly didn't get the bat there in time, in which case it would have been the mother and father of an appeal for an LBW on that. But he gets a run down to long leg, 133 for 3, so 35 to Price and 3 to Bracey. So, have they had a meeting yet, or what was the?
There have been meetings. I mean, there was a meeting even in the winter about just sort of, once the story was broken, it kind of had to be the case that the club sought, I think, sort of initial feelings from members. Bess is into Price, and this has worked into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. I think in general, most of the Gloucestershire public are supportive of it, but there's quite a large amount of scepticism about exactly if and when it happens, as Price whips this one through mid-wicket and takes a single, 134 for 3. And of course that would move Gloucestershire much closer to James Bracey's nursery, as it were, in Winterbourne in South Gloss. Moving out of the city of Bristol just about.
How far out of the city would it be?
It'll be just off the M4. So I think...
Miles? Wise?
In terms of the centre... good question. Maybe 7, something like that? I don't know. That's only a guess. Bess into Bracey, who's forward and edging the ball, and it goes down, I think, in front of Adam live. Nice loop on that one from Bess, and Bracey went reaching for it. He got an edge to it and it just didn't carry to first slip. Not too often that you'll see that. He did play it fairly softly, but I don't know, I mean, you look at that and wonder why that hasn't carried really. Bess is in to Bracey, who's tapping in defence into the covers.
But is it going to be one of these horrible bowl-like things that?
Well, I mean, the idea is that it will have hotel, conference facilities, that sort of thing, because that's how you generate revenue these days. This is clipped away behind square for a quick single by Bracey. They'll come through as Price makes it to the striker's end, and then signals to Bracey that yes, that was a good single, albeit a tight one, 135 for 3. Yeah, them's unfortunately the realities. They can't host the events that they would like to at the ground currently because of restrictions on all sorts of things. I mean, they can't even have the floodlights on at the ground for more than 15 days a year. As Best bowls to Price, he turns him to mid-wicket to end the over, 135 for 3. So yeah, that's sort of the general plan. And I gather, this may be completely wide of the mark, but I believe they're building a new junction of the motorway anyway, which I think the idea is then that the ground would be off, but I was told that was already under construction, that new junction.
I was told that's strictly off the record.
No. I mean, it's... yeah, anyway.
No, only joking. So that'll be disappointing. I've seen some good games there. It's start of a new over from Thompson through to the keeper. It's cricket part of the whole part of the charm, the lure, the continuity of county cricket is to do with the grounds, the quirkiness, if you like, the charm of the grounds, isn't it? And places like, obviously, people always name them Worcester, but this place, I mean, fabulous place for playing county cricket. Thompson bowls to Bracey. Bracey drives straight to Don Bess, who always has to be doing something. He's got the ball there.
But no, I think
the keeper.
There's still so much that there's a lot of scepticism also about actually, are they going to be able to sell? Would they be able to sell the current site for the amount that they would want? And would they be allowed to? How would it be allowed to be developed?
Thompson bowls, and that's through to the keeper.
In terms of access and usage, just that sort of thing. I think there's a lot of stuff like that has yet to be thought through. I mean, there's no doubt that the actual land itself that Neville Road sits on is prime real estate. It's in a desirable part of Bristol, and Bristol is a desirable city, so that part's not in doubt. It's just exactly how is it going to work, and then how long is it going to take? Oh, we haven't had that yet. All of today, I don't think.
Plaintive cry of Yorkshire. Thompson bowls, and that's a cracking delivery. That's pitched in line at left Bracey. He's played at it. It's gone through to the keeper, and well bowled again. Jordan Thompson, who's been the pick of the Yorkshire bowlers today. Yeah, it's. I mean, nothing lasts forever, does it? But this continual drive of commercialism and want to do what exactly? You're a county cricket club. You play cricket matches. Your purpose isn't to generate huge amounts of money.
No, the problem is when you're not getting the money out of the cricket matches.
Next delivery was driven into the offside by Bracey. No run. But you have to see it. You have to see it as a whole. You can't just sort of piecemeal pick it. How do we develop cricketers to play in franchise.
Oh, I know. I'm not
competitions, to play in
arguing
test matches
against
or
you.
whatever.
It's
You have
just-
to. It's no good saying, "Oh, well, you know, 3 men and a dog watching the county championship or something," as somebody did a while ago. That is actually it's developing players, and
Yeah.
it's widely loved. Lots of people follow it, don't go. Next delivery is through, and there's no run to be had there. And it's a little. It's another example would be something like the postal service. You know, we have a universal postal service where it costs the same money to send a letter from, you know, from one side of Scarborough to the other side as it does from Scarborough to Penzance, right? So you don't price according to money. It's all universal. And you can get people, commercial people, come in and say, "All right, I'm only want to deliver letters within Scarborough. I'll make a lot of money like that." But that's not part of the system. The system has to be has to be looked at in the whole, and that's what they desperately need to do with county cricket, and also not get carried away. And you're only a county cricket club. You're not a Premier League club, sort of with several million fans in the Far East or something. You know, it's don't get carried away. Anyway,
Don't get carried away.
George Hill.
Here comes George Hill replacing Dom Bess, and Price defends up to mid-on. No, it was more. It was a comment on how things currently stand, rather than how things should be. I think there are plenty of people who've said in recent times there is enough money in the game, as long as
There's
it's
more
actually
than that. There's more than enough
allocated
money in the game.
correctly.
More than enough money.
3 slips still in place, in pretty close. Hill bowls, short and wide. Price has been looking for something like that to tuck into, and he's gratefully accepted that gift. Cut away through the covers, and he will move on to 40, 139 for 3. There have been so few loose deliveries since the tea break especially, but that was one of them. He's had to be so patient as Price, 36 off 86 deliveries before that. Ball, Hill in, down the leg side, chipped in the air and short of Fernando at mid-wicket. If he'd just been at a short mid-wicket.
Yeah, he just stopped on the shot, really. And a good job he did stop on it, otherwise he'd have just lobbed it to her.
Yeah, I mean, you just think we're talking about the variation in bounce that might come into play, but also you start to wonder, having seen the difficulty of timing here as well, that variation in pace could be just as dangerous with something like that. Hill is into Price, who angles the bat and deflects it to backward point, and there's no run. Hopefully we will get, we've already got 15 overs left after this. We should be all right. Thankfully, if you've got this sort of cloud cover in September, you might start to worry a little bit later on, but we should get all these overs in. Hill in, bowls, and Price does reach for that one a fraction outside the off stump and taps the ball towards backward point. What is the score at the T20 World Cup? 205 for 5 India have posted from their 20 overs.
That is something of a fight back from Australia.
Yeah, I mean, Rohit Sharma was going extraordinarily well. Hill bowls, and that's played back to him, and neatly flicked up by the boot to the hand by Hill to end the over. 139 for 3. Rohit Sharma 92 from 41 balls, 7 fours, 8 sixes. So what he does in T20, isn't it? I mean, he can sometimes he can score quite slowly and struggle to score at the sort of rate that you would want, and then he'll have innings like that where, and it is just majestic when he does get going. And in the context of 205 for 5, Josh Hazlewood 4 overs 1 for 14. Everybody else went at least 10 and a quarter and over.
Yep, that's top effort by Josh Hazlewood. Start of a new over from Thompson, and that's onto the pads of Bracey just turns it quietly to mid-wicket. Sure. You see that in that press conference he did where he said they would have to consider losing to put England out.
Oh, yeah.
They said that was tongue-in-cheek or whatever. Very good acting if it was tongue-in-cheek. And for a while, though, it looked as though Scotland were going to win, didn't they?
Yes.
With sort of 7 overs left or something, and then
Stoinis.
Stoinis and
big
was
innings
it
and then
Travis Head as well, wasn't it?
Yes. Tim David with a finish, I think.
Next delivery on the stumps, covered up, pushes into the offside. No run.
They did look terrific in that tournament, Scotland. I mean, England struggled against their top order in Michael Jones, who plays for Durham, along with George Munsey, who's always been a belligerent T20 player. Really put England to the sword in that game, and who knows, there's a chance they wouldn't have chased down the score that they were set, England.
Next delivery from Thompson is pulled, and good diving stop there at mid-wicket, and immediately Fernando goes over and pats the fielder on the back. I think that's Will Luxton again, isn't it? Yes, indeed.
I think I saw that Chris Soule had signed for Glamorgan, was it? I think the Scottish seamer, and I did see Mark Watt was one of the other 100 wildcard picks, so there'll be some Scottish players plying their trade back here.
Thompson bowls, and that's through outside the off stump. No run to be had there. Yeah, I mean, Scotland are now doing what Ireland did 15 years ago or so. They've got a good few players in county cricket. They've got a good setup. They know where they're going, and they're improving.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Dutch as well. Again, benefiting from county cricket, albeit county cricket's only watched by 3 men and a dog. You know, it's an important facility. Thompson bowls, and again pushed into the onside. Again, there is no run.
But we do constantly feel as though we have to defend it somehow,
Yeah, I
don't
don't
we?
know why, because we only feel you didn't feel you had to defend it 30 years ago, 25 years ago. There's no, you know, and as soon as you start talking something down and consistently talking it down, then everybody joins in, and oh yes, well, it's rubbish, that, isn't it? And a lot of Thompson bowls, and that just strikes Bracey on the pad, drops in the crease. And a lot of people who do the criticising are former players who've benefited from the system. You know, Don Topley's always going on about it. David Lloyd, we play too much. Bumble, we play too much. We should only be playing 10 games a year to prepare us for test matches. When did the county championship become about preparing cricketers for test matches? Nothing to do with that. It's a competition in its own right, or should be. Anyway, must be late in the day.
Oh,
I'm in a good old moan about various things.
George Hill only had 1 over. Perhaps he's going to return from the Trafalgar Square end, because Vishwa Fernando has been announced. I was actually thinking earlier in terms of Dave Townsend on the PA. You know what you'd have been doing?
What would I be
From the
doing?
Trafalgar Square end? Matthew Revis.
Yeah.
No, it should be Matthew Revis,
Well-
but it's...
On this pitch, I don't see how Revis gets on as fifth bowler. I would be having him on as first change or second change at the very... in fact, he almost came on as sixth bowler, didn't he? Did Best come on before him?
I think it was something like that, yes.
And how many overs has... you've lost your screen now.
I've got it back, there we go. He was fifth, actually, just ahead of Best.
And how many overs did he bowl?
5.
5.
5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11.
And the last wicket he took was just before tea.
Yep, last ball. 40.
And then come back out. He's had 20 minutes rest, and you don't give him another couple of overs.
Fernando's on for his 11th, and Price getting in behind that one and blocking.
At the moment, who would you rather be facing if you were one of the Gloucestershire
I
batsmen?
would say Finley Bean, possibly.
Yes, I know. You haven't seen him bowl, have you?
No.
Oof.
I can imagine. Oh yeah.
No, but you would be thinking, Revis had his tail up, he was beating the bat. Thompson, same thing. He's got to replace Thompson at that end.
Fernando left arm over bowls, and Price has managed to find the gap between gully and backward point, and they should be able to take a pretty comfortable 2 here. 141 for 3. Ollie Price moving to 42. Had a couple of sixes in this innings as well, both off the spin of Dom Bess. But for the most part, it's been hard graft.
Hard yakka. Which was the name of whose book?
Oh gosh. In goes Fernando and bowls. Let go. Murphy's.
Well, funnily enough, you have got half of it right.
Oh.
Simon Hughes.
Oh, right.
A lot of hard yakka.
Okay.
It's sort of semi-autobiography. Well, it is an autobiography, I think.
The analyst. I think he's doing a lot of commentary down at the Utilita Bowl now, from what I hear. Is that the ground? In comes Fernando bowls, and Price is looking for more runs backward of square on the offside, but this time Gully gets across.
He started a little bit better this time. This spell, the first 3 balls, he didn't seem to quite be hitting the crease right, did he, when in his first spell? And you're not running in on a flat surface. Okay, it's not that bad, but you sometimes, especially with quick bowlers, just not hitting the crease quite right, quite balanced, but seems to be better this time.
Fernando bowls, and across the right-handed Price left alone. It would have been possible to look at a... Yes, exactly. Yeah, there is that, isn't there? A lot of the first-time bowlers here have looked better second go around.
Yeah. Great one used to be at Headingley when there was more of a pronounced slope. There's still a little bit of a slope there, but
It's sort of impossible to look at a medium-heighted Sri Lankan left-arm seamer with a big sweatband without thinking of Chaminda Vas. He comes in and bowls down the leg side. Price has had a go at that one and not out, says umpire Harris. Don't think Yorkshire were amazingly bothered by that one, and Fernando's got a broad grin on his face as he's going back to Ant Harris, who claps him on the back and says, nice try. Just a bit of pad maybe again. He's already done that once before as Price, been struck on the thigh pad as he looked to flick the ball away. 141 for 3. Oh.
No, he's just going to take his sweater off.
No.
No, he
At
just...
the other end.
Oh.
I think Matthew Revis is coming on.
Well, it was inevitable, wasn't it?
From the Trafalgar Square, Matthew Revis.
So you reckon if I'd have been on the PA, I would have already announced him 3 times.
Yeah.
Been wrong.
Well, no, you just would have put it in Johnny Tattersal's mind that he should have been bowling before now.
Indeed. He did only have 5 overs before. We need Doidge here now. 5 overs, and I only get a sweat up at 5 overs. Can't do it.
Oh, 5 overs before 5 a.m.
Revis then starts a new over, and he gets struck through the offside. You won't mind that. He's going away for 4 up by the scoreboard in front of the tea rooms.
Just the goal sort of waddling towards where the ball went, as though it were
What's
trying to field it, but they're more preoccupied by something
What's that? Is that
over there. I don't.
Is that an apple?
There's something over there, isn't there? They're all picking over.
It's a red thing. It's an apple. No, it's not. It's a cricket. Oh, you're right. It was a cricket ball. Next ball from Revis is on the mark, just short of a length, and defended.
Have you seen the video from the Players' Championship golf on that? Is it this is the 16th hole, I think it is, which is basically like an island green.
Right.
And a gull just flies up and lands next to the golf ball that's just been hit, and the player's sort of marching round the outside of the lake to go and play a shot, and just stares on and watches the gull gradually move his ball further and further away from the hole.
Revis bowls, and that one kept a little bit low. Just had the glasses on that.
And then eventually pick the ball up and drop it in the water.
Yeah, but I think in golf you have
I know, yes.
you have rules that you're allowed to replace it roughly where it was.
Move it back where you thought it was, but
that
it
sort of
is,
thing happens.
it's great.
Revis, big man, bowls, and that's pushed into the onside by Bracey. Just starting to find the pace of the pitch now, Bracey. He's only got 8 runs, and he's been in a fair old time, but runs haven't been easy to come by in this session.
It's almost been, though, that it's been easier to get from 0 to about 10 than it has been to get beyond that.
Revis bowls, and an absolute beauty. Bounced and went past the edge. Another fantastic delivery from Matthew Revis. He's beaten the bat. Doige is back.
Oh, it's the bounce as well there, isn't it? It's moved and it's bounced.
As I say, he bowls from a fair height, and he does hit the deck, and he can be expensive, but here he comes again. He's getting plenty of encouragement from the crowd, as you can probably hear, and that's another good delivery actually, although Bracey did well just to let it go. Bowled it in the right spot. Well bowled, young Matthew. And what about young Jonathan? Is he coming back on?
Apparently so. You've received the enthusiastic nod.
Received the hook.
He was desperate to get back on air. So, what is the number of overs remaining this evening? Would help if I were able to get the right tab up. 12. 12 overs left, so still a decent chunk. Not getting into night watchman territory yet. Should Gloucestershire use one? It'll be Fernando to bowl, just shining the ball on his thigh as he prepares to come in left arm over. 2 slips and a gully. Fernando bowls to Price, who rather thuds the ball up towards mid-on as he tried to play one of his trademark shots that whip through straight mid-wicket, but doesn't really time it. 42 to Ollie Price. A couple of half centuries since that 147 against Yorkshire, but seemed to really enjoy his chance at T20 cricket once he was given the opportunity, as this is punched out through the covers, and a good piece of fielding by Matthew Revis, tracking back from point, because he had found the gap there, Price, between mid-off and point, quite a leg side field set, and so it's a single, but it looked like he might manage to come back for 2 there, but nope. 146 for 3. Price on to 43. I don't think there's any way I could sit in the bleachers at this time of day, I'd be far too distracted by those gulls flapping about, moving from row to row, looking for whatever scraps people have left behind. As one sweeps right in front of our commentary box, Fernando bowls, well wide of off, and Bracey leaves. In a little while since we've looked at the other championship matches around the country, starting in this division. Glamorgan 351 for 7 now in reply to Northamptonshire's 279, so that's a lead of 72 runs. Marnus Labuschagne fell 7 runs short of a century. Rather pleasingly, LBW Broad, as Fernando bowls, and he's gone through James Bracey's bowled him, a ball that didn't get up a huge amount. But Bracey caught on the crease, and Vishwa Fernando has his first wicket. And Gloucestershire further in trouble now, 146 for 4. Bracey lunging downwards to try and defend the ball, but it skids through him, and Bracey departs.
Yeah, pretty big wicket as far as Yorkshire go, with the runs that James Bracey has scored against the county in the past. It looks like it just kept a little bit on the low side, didn't it? Again, he's just that feel about how he's played the shot, as if he's reaching down to try and jab down on it. So some disappointment from his perspective there, and if anything, that is what we've seen here. We've got the usual Scarborough bounce for the majority of the time, but some of them are keeping low, and I guess when you're used to a pitch bouncing a bit more than normal and then it doesn't, that kind of exaggerates the problem you might have in terms of what you're expecting and what actually happens, and that's caught James Bracey.
Yeah, really did sneak underneath him, that one. And you think about exactly what you're saying in terms of the previous Revis over. There was a ball that leapt up and past the shoulder of his bat in that over as he was beaten by one. So again, unfortunately, this is rather concerning, given that even if Gloucestershire can recover here, can get something close to Yorkshire's first innings total, they're the ones that are going to have to be batting last on this. I wouldn't think that the uneven bounce is going to get better as the game goes on, so having chosen to bowl first and seen a triple century opening stand, they could be having it worst at both ends of their own doing, as it's turned out. In comes Fernando, bowls down the leg side, first ball to Graham van Buren, the Gloucestershire captain, and he can't get a touch on it. He's had a terrific season with the batters. Van Buren back-to-back hundreds in his last 2 innings at Bristol against Derbyshire, and then at Grace Road 3 more half centuries as well. And in fact, he's passed 50 in 4 of his last 5 innings, and the one that he didn't was a 46. In comes Fernando and bowls to Van Buren, who digs that one out into the onside. Fielded at short mid-wicket, and that is the end of another successful over. Still 11 left. It's not the time you really want to be coming out and batting this, especially in a situation where Gloucestershire trail by 310 runs, and they know they can't really afford to lose another one this evening. Yes, they've got Bo Webster still to come. He's, of course, very high on confidence and has been scoring well in the couple of games that he's played in the Championship for Gloucestershire so far, and coming off a incredible Sheffield Shield season. Then you're down to Middleton, Actor, Goodman, Singdale. Vital that Price and Graham van Buren make it to the close. Still feels a long way off for Gloucestershire.
Revis bowling here to Ollie Price, who has ridden a little bit of luck on occasions himself and not looked as fluent as when I've seen him play on some occasions. He's pushed that one to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, everybody is in this innings really has struggled at times.
The other thing to take into account is it is dimming slightly the light at this point. I'm not saying it's bad, but certainly feels as dim as it has been at any point in the match so far right now. Revis in and bowling, Price pushing into the offside for Wharton to field, no run.
I did confidently predict when DT was on that we would get the remaining overs, but actually it is, I mean, it is getting darker. That's what I said, didn't I? Did I say we? Oh dear. Okay. I thought I said I predicted confidently. No, I want to drag DT into it, obviously. He might have been wrong then.
In again, Price. Thought, I think, for a moment about leaving that, and then has had a little flick at it. Pushes it wide of the cord, and Will Luxton has chased really well there to bring that in inside the boundary rope. And saves 2. They get back 4-2. 48 for 4. 4 young ladies go past wearing black.
Black.
Remember that on the Fast Show?
Again,
Johnny the Painter.
Again, that's what I say. I've just not watched enough of that. I need to watch it.
Revis is in, driven down the ground by Ollie Price. That is a nice shot, but he's not, again, fully timed that. He's going to pick up 2. Conor McKerr chasing it down.
The throw took him very close to Price. He ran about 2 pitch widths away, and Tattersall continued to follow him with arm outstretched with the ball after he'd caught it. Oh, nice. Would have been when Tattersall was on loan to Gloucestershire, would have been just before Ollie Price's first-class career started, so they might know each other from being around in the dressing room, but they didn't play on the same side. Tattersall played his couple of matches back in the 2022 season.
Yep, latest delivery, short of length, wide of off stump.
Sorry,
through to Tattersall. 21. I'm going to say, I thought it was a bit further away than that. Yeah, when he played. Yeah, that was in that final season before those unfortunate sackings. And he was, Andrew Gale was trying out Harry Duke, wasn't he? I seem to remember at the time as well. So he was a bit in and out of the side, and Revis in now. Oh, that's a great catch. That is a brilliant catch by Johnny Tattersall. A short ball from Revis. He's tried to play the pull shot, but he's not executed that well. But that is an outstanding catch. That really is. 150 for the loss of 5 wickets. Brilliant.
Well, this is starting to turn into a nightmare evening for Gloucestershire, and it was short, it was down the leg side. Price tried to swivel on it, help it on its way, and just did not get enough bat on it, and really good athleticism from Tattersall. He took it two-handed, but I think some keepers, probably without the footwork, would have had to have made a one-handed effort at that and wouldn't have made it look as Tattersall made it.
It reminds me that the whole thing there, just seen it from this angle, that reminds me of some of those 70s and 80s wickets taken by somebody like Bob Willis, where he'd get that extra kick off the pitch and somebody would try and play that shot and they'd just get a little tickle, and whoever it was keeping for England at the time, Taylor not, would make a nice, great diving catch. That was a fantastic catch.
It's just terrific footwork. I mean, the way that he's launched himself away there, the distance that he's covered just by one strong move and push. At the end of Price's innings, he did offer up some chances. He did play and miss quite a bit, but he was battling through. He falls short even of the half century. 47 he's gone for, and 2 batters out there on naught, with Gloucestershire still over 300 runs behind. Fernando it is to bowl to Van Buren. Oh, that has bounced nastily on him, and well, they're both like a smile seemingly, Fernando and Van Buren. There wasn't a glower or anything after that, but there was a smile. I mean, that has really taken off. That is a nasty ball.
105 balls, 3 fours and 2 sixes, by the way, for Ollie Price. And while he wasn't at his most fluent, take that out and they're in serious trouble if they're not already.
I mean, he played that as well as he could, did Van Buren, who will cut, and it's not quite fielded at points, and the ball's running out towards the boundary. It will go for 4, so that is Van Buren underway. Slicing the ball away through the offside, 154 for 5.
It was at point, is it Matthew Revis? It banged into the turf, didn't it, from the shot, looped up, and he slightly mistimed his dive, so it's probably one of those that the lads are going to be taking the mickey out of him for in the dressing room afterwards, because he did actually get down to the ball just a little bit later than the ball had gone.
Yes, it wasn't the prettiest sight there at backward point. In comes Fernando, bowls to Van Buren again. That's wide. That really was sitting up and slashed away through cover for 4. It's a shot that Van Buren really likes, but yeah, not where to bowl. And
you do wonder now, you know, do you just go out and counter and try and get him off the game for a bit? I mean, if you know, you're damned if you don't in some ways, but if you get yourself out, you'll certainly be damned if you do as well, won't you?
Yeah, exactly. Timing has just been so hard. I think it would be, at least so far, it would be quite hard to play one of those counter-attacking innings, but Van Buren does like to bat that way, as this time he won't get a run towards backward point. This time straight and on the stumps and guided away to that fielder there. Matthew Revis, another simpler piece of fielding for him. So Bo Webster at the non-striker's end. Not going to get too many greater height differences in terms of a batting partnership than this in county cricket, with Van Buren and Webster. Fernando in bowls, and Van Buren covers up and defends this one up to mid-off. Deficit despite those 2 boundaries. Well, it's just got below 300, in fact, with the second one. 298. Take a big partnership to avoid the follow-on, but so much time left in the game. If they can't produce a partnership, that Yorkshire will just decide to back Gloucestershire out of the game. Fernando in bowls and tried a slower ball there by the looks of things, which Van Buren waited for and dug out into the offside. End of the over.
Do you fancy carrying on for a little bit? I'm going to nip off and do an update for BBC Radio Leeds, which is scheduled at something like 18:03.
Right.
I will be back shortly.
Beauty of live radio scheduling to the minute. Well, there's a bit of a conference here as to, I think, more field placing rather than who's going to bowl. It will be Revis to continue. And what will Bo Webster make of this pitch? I was starting to go through some scores before first Bracey went and then Ollie Price. Derbyshire 230, well, 247 now, in fact, for 4 against Middlesex. In reply to Middlesex's 433. Century for Lewis Rees. 4 slips in place as Revis bowls to Webster. Bowled him! It's a 6th wicket for Yorkshire, and Revis, who'd mostly been challenging the outside edge, has then challenged the inside edge. It's a golden duck for Bo Webster. It's taken a bit of inside edge and onto the stumps, and it means that Matthew Revis is on a hat-trick, having taken the wicket of Ollie Price off the last ball of his previous over. Well, Ed Middleton coming out to the middle. Bo Webster's first failure championship-wise for Gloucestershire, and well, they are in dire straits now. 298 back and 158 for 6, and having moved fairly slowly both in terms of scoring rate and in terms of wickets falling, 128 for 2, has now become 158 for 6. So it didn't almost feel like a collapse whilst it was happening, but it has turned into one. Is Doidge going to make it back for the hat-trick ball? It doesn't look that way. Ed Middleton to face. Another tall man, which I fancy is not going to be particularly helpful on a surface which is increasingly providing some variable bounce. Resisted the temptation to put about 6 in the cordon. They've gone with 5. No, they've gone with 4 even. Although, yeah, it looks as though Jordan Thompson has been told to get a helmet onto the field. It's not him that's going under it, but Wharton will come in at short leg, put the short ball in the mind of Ed Middleton. I don't know, do you want to bowl short for your hat-trick ball? Tend to think maybe more of a attempted Yorker, or at least just a full straight delivery. So it will be 4 slips, a backward point, a wide mid-off, a short mid-wicket, a leg slip and a long leg. And here comes the hat-trick ball. Matthew Revis running into bowl to Ed Middleton. He's struck on the pad. There's a shout for leg before wicket, but it looks as if it's heading down the leg side. And Neil Bainton throws out his arms as if to say, sorry, I can't play the situation. I've just got to give the decision. And the decision is no. Very close to being what Revis was looking for. It was an immediate no as well from Neil Bainton. He didn't leave Yorkshire hanging at all. Almost the instant it hit the pad, because he knew there was going to be a gigantic appeal, even if it were at all close. Still kept the same field though, as Revis runs in and bowls to Middleton, who leaves a ball that goes just over the top of, by the looks of things, off stump, or maybe just outside. Well, these are tremendous figures from Matthew Revis. 7.1 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 19. He's got bounce, he's been accurate. He's bowled some nasty looking deliveries, and well, Gloucestershire have just got the bowling all-rounders in the tail to come. Revis in, bowls down the leg side, and the crowd are going up for everything, which is great because an engaged county championship crowd is magnificent. But this time, nothing doing. Still 8 overs left after this. I mean, well, who knows? Gloucestershire just about battle through to the close. The follow-on still 149 runs away. So in terms of runs, they're only basically halfway there. This is on the pads from Revis and turned through the onside by Middleton. He'll get off the mark with a couple of runs. Ball won't reach the boundary. Fernando it is in pursuit. And 160 for 6, and a couple of runs to make Middleton feel at least a little better about proceedings. At some point I'll get through the rest of these county championship scores, but every time I try, a wicket falls. Revis just contemplating things at the end of his mark briefly before running in now and bowling wide of off stump this time, and not drawing a shot from Middleton. Another cracking over from Matthew Revis. Came within about a stump's width of producing a hat-trick. 160 for 6. In the game at Hove between Sussex and Leicestershire, Sussex are batting again. They bowled Leicestershire out for 275 in reply to their 442. Sean Hunt with 4 for 70. 3 wickets for Ollie Robinson. Sussex 20 without loss in their second innings, leading Leicestershire by 187 runs. So the table toppers in Division 2 looking strong again. What a season it's been for Sussex so far. going great guns in the blast as well. Fernando comes round the wicket and bowls, and Van Buren tries to work this one through the onside, and the ball squirts back towards the bowler. I'm not sure that Van Buren has much choice here now other than to attack when he can. In Division 1, Essex 197 for 4 in response to Durham's 587. Fernando runs in, bowls full on the pads, and Van Buren is struck on the pad, but again it's going a long way down the leg side. In fact, 217 for 4 now, Essex. This page is not refreshed. Lancashire 387 for 4. At Canterbury, Kent bowled out for 244. Josh Bohannon is 175 not out. Luke Wells made 150. Somerset 263 for 4 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 360. Tom Abel approaching 100 for Somerset as Fernando bowls and Van Buren blocks into the onside. Hampshire 71 for 1 in their second innings, leading Warwickshire by 115. Been a pretty decent game that so far. Hampshire 298, Warwickshire 254. And Fletcher Middleton 51 not out for Hampshire in their second innings. Keith Barker took 6 for 74. They've missed Keith Barker, Hampshire, this season. And Surrey all over Worcestershire at New Road, as again Van Buren struck on the pad, and once again it's going down the leg side. Worcestershire 134 for 7 in reply to Surrey's 490. Wickets shared about really, a couple each for Dan Lawrence, who helped plunder that, was it 38 runs in an over. Lawrence 2 for 25 and James Taylor 2 for 11 from his 7 overs. Fernando bowls and it's heading towards the block hole. Van Buren tries to squeeze a drive away, but it's sent back to the bowler. Jake Libby 56 not out, having opened the batting from 151 balls, but well, he might carry his bat. He's in with another low knee, Ben Allison. At the moment they were 102 for 7 Worcestershire, so Surrey look to be marching on, as here are Yorkshire. Fernando in bowls, and Van Buren's tried to cut that one away, and it's just bounced on him and gone over the top of his top edge. And more applause as a maiden over is bowled, perhaps even though Van Buren didn't get much bat on that over, perhaps not as threatening as what came from the other end from Matthew Revis. 160 for 6, and if anyone was thinking about making an early exit, well, I can still see a few people going out the gates, but those wickets might have sent Gloucestershire supporters scurrying for the exits, but surely not Yorkshire's. Here comes Matthew Revis starting his next over, bowling to Middleton, inside edge, really a thick inside edge, down fine on the onside, and he'll take a single. 161 for 6.
And back up the throat's not too bad after doing a few overs solo. You never quite know how long these things are going to last, but there you go.
I'll manage.
You're a tough old sort, aren't you? Tough as old boots, Ed Seaborn. A hardy stick. This country needs people like you.
This is driven in the air by Van Buren, but wide of the sprawling mid-off McCurr, and the ball will not quite reach the boundary. So a long old chase out there will bring 3 runs. And they say that my generation has no stickability.
Talking about my generation.
Raised eyebrows there. Van Buren onto 11.
I can almost hear the word snowflakes coming out of DT's mouth.
I thought we were about to have another FS Truman does ...
Fred would have been very sympathetic to that.
In comes Revis, bowls to Middleton, who again has managed to squeeze the ball away through the onside despite playing a vertical bat shot. It's fielded at forward square, no run.
Very learned man was Frederick Seward. DT likes to think he is.
Light hasn't...
No comeback.
Oh, no. Light hasn't really got appreciably worse of late as Revis bowls outside the off stump and left by Middleton. Cricketers do seem to love these multiples of 11 in their numbers. 33, 44, 88, 55 out there now.
Yeah, Forever Domo says, when Doidge returns to the com box, could he please be sent away again, as these wickets are very useful. And Andy Walker says, Matty Revis bowling superbly and taking wickets, delight to watch, as was Tat's crackerjack leaping catch.
Revis running in bowls a short delivery, doesn't get up a great deal, but it's down the leg side, and possibly looking for a repeat dose of the Price dismissal with that ball there.
Yeah, leaping like a salmon away to his left.
More fish. I don't imagine it'll be salmon and chips somehow. Not sure that's a combination I've ever seen, nor hope to see. A terrible thing to do to a salmon. Running in Revis, bowls, and Middleton will squirt a single, this time into the gap, just forward of point. And he'll move on to 4, 165 for 6. I mean, certainly everybody remaining in the Gloucestershire lineup has had their moments with the bat, but given what we've seen elsewhere, it's feeling like an extremely tall order for them to score even the 1-4-2 it would take for them to avoid the follow-on. So I suppose just about occupying the crease and hoping at least to start to frustrate Yorkshire, but it does really feel too many wickets that Gloucestershire have lost this evening now. Perhaps again just continuing to underline the quality of that Lyth and Bean partnership as well, because take that out and the two sides would be, you know, potentially fairly level.
So, Fernando. Left arm over the wicket, past Ant Harris from the P-zone park end. He's gone Yorker. Well blocked. It was. By Ed Middleton. Passing goal traffic. Graham Van Buren, plenty to think about, leaning on his bat at the non-striking end. He of course came on yesterday and broke that partnership at 307, having put Yorkshire into bat. So he'll probably be feeling a fair weight of responsibility. And who knows how well he might counter in his own way out there with the bat. He's had runs against Yorkshire before, as Fernando's latest delivery. He's just angled across and goes straight on. Through to Johnny Tattersall. They've got the 3 slips in place, as you'd expect. 6 down with a significant, a huge lead really. Still 292 runs ahead. Fernando back at his mark. And we'll come in again then. To Middleton, who watches another one go by. Is this some sort of setup? He's had 2 that have gone wide. He's just drawn him across both times. He went across crab-like to that delivery before leaving. Now we're going to see one that comes back in. Crab-like, salmon. Yeah. Can you imagine DT leaping like a salmon?
Leaping like a crab, maybe.
Leaping like a stickleback or something like that. A sardine. Here is Fernando, and that is dropped out into the offside for Revisterfield. No run.
Haven't seen any more of those crowd safety officers. That they've been sent out of the ground in disgrace. There's still one gentleman down there who's now got his sunglasses on his head, but we haven't seen any more incursions since this morning. Rather a good thing.
Steve Hallam asking what's happened to Tom Price, by the way. Is he injured? He says, as Fernando bowls. Good delivery, which there, I think he may have been trying to set something up there, Fernando. Maybe that didn't quite come off with that delivery, but it was a bit closer to shaving the top off.
Yes, Tom Price is injured. He's got a back injury which has really limited A, the games that he can play in, and also B, him when he's been able to play this season. He's not been bowling at full pace or off his full run when he has been bowling. It's sort of unfortunately a long-term thing. Gloucestershire certainly do miss him.
Fernando in again, down the leg side, and that is the end of the over at 165 for 6. Simon Cluffy says, hello JD, from what I hear your colleague from the West Country was in fact born in our great county, so is of course a Yorkshireman wherever he's been in the meantime. You were not born in Yorkshire,
no, it was
Lincolnshire. Yeah, I'm going to say, I thought you were. I seem to recall he's also a follower of Leeds United. No, don't recall that, no. And therefore, what is leading up to is, are you related to former rugby league player, scrum half Barry Seaborn, who played for Leeds and for Bradford Northern before they became the Bulls and the Rhinos, respectively? Not that you're aware of.
This is going well, isn't it? No. Well, I knew that there are Seaborns in the Yorkshire area. I think there's a Seaborn brewery somewhere like Morley. But yeah, I think there's. Well, actually, we were talking about the history of Deutsch. I think the history of Seaborn, as far as I know, there are sort of 3 groups. One is the Welsh group that I'm a member of in a sort of roundabout way, but there's also a Yorkshire clan who I think are actually Viking rather than Saxon, which the East Anglia and the Welsh groups are. McCurr back into the attack from the Trafalgar Square end, bowling to Van Buren, who will defend up to mid-on. Yes, I think it means something like sea warrior rather than born at sea or born from sea, but there seems to be a certain amount of, I'm sure, fascinating debate about exactly what the origins are, but anyway, that's a potted history, so probably not even distantly is the answer to that, because it will be a separate group of the same name. McCurr runs in and bowls full and straight. Van Buren allows that one to meet his bat defensively as the ball goes up to mid-off. 4 overs remaining after this one. Well, I mean, if Gloucestershire are going to have hopes of some sort of a dream morning tomorrow, then the man on strike has got to be there. A lot of responsibility has fallen on his shoulders in not just this game, but on many an occasion, wherever he's been coming in. Van Buren facing up to McCurr now. It's down the leg side, and you sort of feel like anything could produce a wicket, even a ball that you fancy in a lot of circumstances would be helped round the corner for at least a single, if not more, but with possibly just the variation out of the surface and the uncertainty with having lost the wickets that they have, Gloucestershire just feel like they might lose a wicket any old way. I mean, they didn't get anything on that down the leg side and through to Tattersall, but wasn't far off. McCurr running in, bowls full, driven by Van Buren and stopped at cover. Possibly the other source of the confusion is that Gloucestershire's media manager, who was up with us in the commentary box in the reverse fixture, but operating Gloucestershire's stream, he is a Leeds United fan. So that
yes.
might be what he's thinking of. Because we were definitely talking about it a fair bit in the reverse fixture at Bristol. McCurr bows his head and then stands tall as he bowls, and that is a long way down the leg side. And even if Van Buren had wanted to, I'm not sure he could have done a great deal with that one. Not signalled a wide down the leg side, but not one that you really particularly want to be having a go at down there. In the T20 World Cup, by the way, Australia are 99 for 2 at the halfway stage in reply to India's 205 for 5, so they need 107 from 60 deliveries. As McCurr is in, and Van Buren steps across his stumps, and then there's a little think about playing a back of a length delivery, but it goes through in the end to the keeper, 165 for 6, so it probably looks as though, well, who knows, Travis Head 54 not out off 26 deliveries, at least as exciting. Because it was a bit of a shame, really. You almost wanted that India versus Australia match to be one of the first ones in that so-called Super 8 stage, because then it would introduce jeopardy for whoever lost it. But thanks to the upset, Afghanistan beating Australia, it's looking as if it might boil up to an exciting conclusion.
Jordan Thompson from the Payzone Park end in a variation to what we have recently seen, because Vishwa Fernando had of course been on at this end. Here comes Jordan, right arm over, good idea, changing it late on. First ball is a dot, just pushed out into the offside. We have, I'm reliably informed, 3 overs and 5 balls remaining on day 2 here. And Yorkshire lead by 291 runs, but they would be not anxious in a full-on sense, but certainly in some sense to see the back of Graham Van Buren above anybody that remains for Gloucestershire, I would imagine. As Thompson is in, there's a bit of swerve about that as it leaves Middleton. Takes his bat very firmly away. The crowd number has certainly dwindled in this final session today, maybe partly because I can imagine those who didn't bring a jumper with them would be a little bit nippy once the sun had gone in, because it was a chilly enough wind already when the sun was out. Maybe some got to go back for the gong at their guest house or hotel, and some have had to travel home, perhaps back to the working week and all that. Thompson in again, wide of off stump, and arms shouldered by Middleton.
He did score pretty well in the recent second 11 game that he played, Middleton. He's got certainly ability with the bat. A couple of years back got 150 for the second team. He's not played a great deal of first class cricket. I think it's only his 5th match off the top of my head.
Thompson in again. Middleton takes a full length ball and just eases it out into the offside. No run.
But I think, as you say, given that he is the top order player, and he's also the man this season, Van Buren, who has probably been Gloucestershire's most consistent batter actually at number 6, it would feel like maybe the last bit of the Jenga tower was removed. If that had...
Don't get me on that. Oh dear me. That game used to really give me the heebie-jeebies.
Really?
Oh yeah. No, I'm not playing Jenga with you. Sorry.
Not the, is it sort of the steady hand or
the
just
stress? The stress
Right.
of being, you might be the one that pulls out the little piece of wood that sees the whole thing collapse.
The tower falls over
Yeah.
and it makes a loud crashing noise.
Here's Thompson. Ooh, Middleton gets a good straight delivery and in the end deals with it by turning it to the onside for Besterfield.
So this wouldn't be
It's only a
your
game.
your competitive nature coming out, would it? It would just.
I'm not sure it's not so much the competitive element. No, it's just it's hard to describe what it is, but it just
It gets your sort of obsessive
makes
side
me-
somehow, doesn't
well,
it?
I mentioned anxiety, didn't I, earlier on, a few minutes ago, and it's that sort of feel. Yeah, need counselling after you've played it. Here's Thompson again, and that's dropped into the leg side for Connor McCurr to field. That is the end of the over, and we will just have 3 more of those this evening before we head off to other pastures for some evening recreation and Cali fish and chips. And do, of course, send in your photographs to us on X or on email if you prefer, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or at SportingLives1, at EdCricket6, at DO_cricket. We'll all be tucking into some fish chips and, in my case, mushy peas, I think, in about an hour and a half's time.
Yeah, and we just simply won't have had enough of each other's company throughout the day that we'll be spending more time with each other this evening, as it should be, as in comes McCurr and dangles one well wide of the off stump that Van Buren has nothing to do with. But no, we must make the most of these days when we can get a supposedly midsummer. It's felt more like it the last couple of days at least. Midsummer county championship cricket. Only the 2 rounds before we're back to blasting and metro banking.
Yeah. Make a note in future to have Cali fish and chips on the first night.
McCurr bowls down the leg side. Really good athletic work again from Tattersall to knock that ball down, because that was a really tricky take for him. One-handed down the leg side. Wouldn't have really got a great look at that because it was quite close to Van Buren's pad, but ended up swerving further down the leg side on him. So the first night, because
like you say, you know, we've spent a lot of time with each other in the last couple of days. By the end of night 2, it depends who you're with, but you could be completely sick of the sight of them. So by the end of day 1, you're probably not too bad, and you know, whoever it is you're with, you can probably just about put up with them for an extra couple of hours, unless it's DT.
in comes McCurr, and this is jammed down towards the gully by Van Buren, and Luxton eventually brings the ball under control. That was being a little bit unruly for him there. 65 for 6. Yes, what's the saying? Fish and company start to stink after 3 days, is it? Something like that.
Is it?
I think so.
Not heard that one before. Which phrase book's that out of?
I don't know. I'm sure that is it.
Gloucestershire
Saying.
sayings of the 17th century or something.
Well, I just wanted the excuse to bring fish back up again.
Ah, right. Well, you can do that. Depends on the quality of it tonight, doesn't it?
Very good. This is an on drive from Van Buren, which finds Fernando up at mid-on, and there is no run. I would not cast any such aspersions on the Yorkshire Cricket Supporters Association's sourcing of their fish. I'm sure it's both sustainable and fresh.
Ooh.
That looks like a plastic cup of water that gentleman's drinking down there. How responsible. Clear liquid in it anyway, even if it's not water. Expected to see beer. In comes McCurr, bowls full, and Van Buren's again looking to on drive, and once more Fernando will get across to stop it.
I think he's just taking his fluids on board before he goes to North Riding.
Restock.
Yeah, Adam Mountford's put a story up on BBC emails saying, nice story here, Rocky Flintoff, son of former England all-rounder Andrew, scored 106 as his England under-19 side beat a Young Lions Invitational 11 featuring Archie Vaughan, son of former England captain Michael. Archie Vaughan scored 85, but the 100 by Flintoff helped the under-19s to a 2-wicket win.
McCurr in bowls, and Buren is taking a couple of hopeful steps down the pitch after pushing the ball up to mid-off, but has to get back into his ground. End of the over, 165 for 6. Reliving the glory days of 2005 through the sons of both. Yeah. Those were the days.
Yeah, can you believe that is 19 years ago? That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It does just seem like yesterday.
Such a huge part of my childhood. I'm sure, as you would have your
many
moments as well.
It was a huge part of my adulthood watching that. Fantastic. Thompson in. That's turned into the leg side by Middleton. No run, so penultimate over of the day. Can Gloucestershire survive without further loss? They're not appearing to want to play too many attacking shots at this point of the contest. Yeah, it was just compelling, wasn't it? It was all consuming that summer.
Yeah.
And it was bigger than the game, wasn't it?
It was, exactly, and we've sort of searched for such moments since.
In comes Thompson, that slides down the leg side and is missed by Middleton. Well, of course, it came at the point where Channel 4 ended their terrestrial coverage.
It was viewed by so many, and even though the final of the 2019 World Cup ended up on free-to-air TV, it wasn't the same because it hadn't had that build-up through the entire summer of it being on there.
Yeah, it was the best of cricket, and it was still finished in bizarre circumstances like cricket has things do, doesn't it, really? Here's Thompson, it's wide of off stump, and Middleton shoulders arms. It finished in bizarre circumstances with somebody walking out to the middle and putting a bail. What did he do, Rudy Kurtzen, at the last bit? He sort of took the bail off and left it in a slightly different position on the stumps, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, there've always been some who balance it.
Yeah,
like
it was that sort of thing that he did, wasn't it? And that was the end of a thrilling series, was finished by somebody sticking a bail on top of another thing because the light wasn't good enough to carry on playing or whatever. Thompson is in, that's turned into the leg side by Middleton, who'll pick up a single, Best retrieving it. So, yeah, it's just one of those things about cricket, isn't it? You draw that audience, you've got all these people watching, they want to see the great big conclusion, and then what's that bloke doing there? Well, he's just put a bail on there. What does that mean then? It's like the light's not good enough to play, so they're going to call it a draw.
Yes.
A
And
draw.
then the aftermath began.
Yeah, a draw. Well, who's won then? I thought England had won. Well, they've won the series, but they've drawn this test. Out. He's got him. He's got the edge, and that is the end of Graham Van Buren with a ball that swung, dipped away nicely from Jordan Thompson, and so the answer was a very firm no. Gloucestershire have not managed to survive the rest of the evening without further loss, and that would be the one wicket out of the pair that they really, really would have desired. The Gloucestershire skipper is walking back to the changing rooms, having come up with a score of 11.
It's almost a sort of a bow of the head from Van Buren and a... Yeah. After that one, it was an away swinger. It drew him into the shot, and it was a pretty regulation nick through to first slip. So that means Zaman Akhtar does have to come out and bat as well with, what have we got, 7 balls remaining in the day's play. So had the wicket fallen in the last over, that would have been that, but even better for Yorkshire, they've got a few more deliveries to try and make even further inroads. And, well, Middleton, Akhtar, can bat. I mean, Singdale at 11 has got a first-class 50 to his name, but he felt it probably needed to be, as so often with the lower order, it kind of needs the top order player just to really focus the lower order and keep them going. And now the last member of that Gloucestershire top order has been removed.
George Hill, by the way, the man taking the catch. Straight in at first slip, as you say. But he really did get some shape on that delivery. Jordan Thompson getting, of course, back end of this first ball. Oof, it's not dissimilar. His first delivery there to Zaman Akhtar. Bit of shape away, just a little bit further up the pitch. And warmly applauded Jordan Thompson, because that will be his day done and dusted, bar fielding for the next 6 deliveries. 166 for 7 at the end of the penultimate over the day. And Gloucestershire still 290 runs behind. And that thought of potential follow-ons, well, we can discuss it. I think the players have just got to concentrate on trying to take more wickets first of all, and if you get there, because they have had problems removing the tail, and if you're good enough to get there, then you can make the call on that. It's not like it's been a rout here, has it, and all over in 40 overs and you think, yeah, let's go again. 70 overs in the bowler's legs already.
Yeah, perhaps just long enough, but we'll see. Exactly. I mean, if they take these 3 in very short order, I don't know whether it's almost more likely to enforce the follow-on because you haven't been in the field for so long, or whether you think actually there's more time left in the game, so we bat again. Most sides tend to bat again now, unless the follow-on is absolutely 100% necessary to enforce. It's just not really what teams do anymore. This last over of the day will be bowled by McCurr, and he's going to start off by bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Middleton with a short leg, a mid-wicket and a leg slip, as well as 2 slips and a gully. As McCurr bowls outside the off stump, and Middleton just about gets those gloves out of the way of the ball. McCurr still looking for his first wicket, but he's been part of a Yorkshire bowling unit that has at times completely shut Gloucestershire down. We've got a couple of bowlers in McCurr and Thompson who've been going at 1 3/4 and 1.5 and over, giving up so little. Revis and Vishwa Fernando going at well under 3s as well. McCurr in bowls. Middleton works this one towards mid-wicket, where Fernando does do the fielding. So even though McCurr hasn't picked up any wickets as yet, I think again it's been impressive. I've only, I think, really seen him bowl in white ball cricket before, and he was playing for Surrey then, so you know it must be different playing for a side that you're on loan for, really looking to impress, and there must be, you could sort of imagine there might almost be extra pressure playing the Surrey shirt, trying to force his way into the side at whatever opportunity he got, as Middleton doesn't offer a shot to that one, and also probably in general would rather be bowling on this surface than the oval, which can be very tricky. It's certainly in white ball cricket for the bowlers, and he was quite expensive in that one-day game that I watched him in before, but he's bowled at good pace, he's tall, and he's been accurate. Here he comes once more, there now to bowl. It's a short ball, and Middleton sees it early and ducks underneath it. The only danger with those is that that's going to be another one of those like George Hill got. Wasn't quite as short as that, but in Yorkshire's innings, Hill getting one which was certainly short enough that he thought he was going to be able to pull it, stayed low, and Harris raising the finger in the manner of somebody who didn't particularly want to but knew he had to. It's coming back over the wicket now is McCurr, and signalling to the cover fielder to go to more of a cover point, so there's nobody in front on the offside of cover point. As that's taken the bat, I think, of Middleton as he tries to leave, but leaves the bat dangling there and ends up deflecting the ball down into the slip cordon. Played too softly, as it turned out, for slip catching practice, but it didn't look too far off that. The way that glanced down. 2 balls left.
Is there? Are there?
Unfortunately, I've lost count.
I never do. Only when bowling.
I think it's 2 balls left. In comes Revis. He's in and bowls, and Middleton drives, and he'll beat the outstretched hand of McCurr, and the ball will go towards the long off boundary. They'll take 2, and the ball will be slung back in, and in fact that was it. That was the last ball of the day. Pleasantly pushed for a couple of runs by Middleton, who moves to 7. But Gloucestershire, well, they struggled. They struggled even when they hadn't lost wickets, and then they lost them. 128 for 2 was the score when Miles Hammond and Ollie Price were at the crease, but they always felt like there was the chance of wickets. It never felt like that Lythe and Bean partnership did, where at times you just worried very losing in since then to the team that were wickets for 8 runs, and therefore to them. So they've reduced it to 166 for 7, still trailing by 290 runs, and just 8, 9, 10, 11 left.
Yep, so another good day in the end for Yorkshire. It was certainly Gloucestershire's earlier part of the day morning session. There were more than as the day has worn on. 34 from 15, 1 for 22, 96 for George Hill, 3 for 26 from 9 for Matthew Revis, and 1 for Don Bass, 66 for 7. They've got another cherry with this old ball, and then if they haven't managed to wrap the 40th over, they might want to press on with a second new ball. Which we hope you've enjoyed. Thanks to DT, thanks to Ed, and from me, JD. We'll say good night from Marine Road. I'm back as out to start day 3's play tomorrow. Bye for now.